I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody?
Holy fucking, what the fuck?
We're live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, all the MDs, and all the girls are having a good, fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the ladies are having a fantastic one. It's a great day today, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because it is motherfucking Tuesday, folks. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's fucking Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. It's Tuesday, bro. It's fucking Tuesday, yeah? Is it? Is it Tuesday? He said it's fucking Tuesday. You think it's a joke? You're having a laugh? You're having a fucking laugh, mate? If you're living in Georgia, stop watching the stream and go vote.
Did you mean that?
Yeah, it's fucking Tuesday. You taking a piss? You taking a fucking piss, bruv? You think it's funny that Manchester lost? I don't know. Did Manchester lose? I don't even fucking know. I just said it, but it's fucking Tuesday, mate. It's Tuesday. I'm realizing you're slowly transforming into Miami Vice Colin Farrell. Maybe. I love how you do this every Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right, bruv. It's Tuesday and I'm having a laugh. I'm having a fun time. I'm having a fucking laugh, yeah. Manchester United are rubbish. The BBC said it. Well, it's right. It's true. Man United is fucking rubbish, bruv. I don't need the BBC to let me know. Anyway. Woo. Folks, it's bloody Tuesday, Manchester. You either say United or City. You don't say Manchester. All right. If you're British, you can't say Tuesday. It's cultural appropriation. Well, I'm fucking doing it, bruv. I'm doing it. It's rubbish, mate. It's fucking rubbish, mate. From new AstroTurf streamer just dropped. From woke leftist to free thinker, how I got red pilled, unapologetic live. Bro, they're pumping this shit out pretty hard. I probably shouldn't give them any kind of attention because they get off on that. Like their whole brand is about like, look how much we triggered the left. Like Anyway, it's fucking Tuesday, bro. Someone stole Seth Green's Bored Ape, which was supposed to star in his new show. Oh no. Oh no. On other news, they're redoing the Morbius movie. Shut the fuck up. That's not happening. You can't redo perfection. You will always get owned. I mean, it's terrible. Someone said I look like this, and to them I say, Maybe, I guess. What, did you see Tucker's bio? Emmy award-winning broadcast journalist, graduate of Harvard College and Yale Law School, frequent visitor to the Aspen Institute, fully vaccinated, they, theirs, with a Ukrainian flag. What? Bro, did this homie get hacked, or is he doing like, what? Eunuch Brian Stelter seems to have been lifted straight from George Orwell's 1984. Eunuch?
Is perfect.
Did he just call Brian Stelter a eunuch? What the fuck? I mean, I can't. I don't know if he got hacked or what happened there, but like, holy shit. My man said Brian Stelter's a eunuch. That's some fucking, literally, that's old school, dude. That's some straight up old school ass bullshit. Yo, maybe Tucker Carlson is doing that same thing ahead of Pride Month. You know what I mean? Tucker Carlson comes out. He's like, yeah, I'm a non-binary small bean for Pride Month. I'm still going to do racism, but like, you know, also, you know, I'm going to do racism, but you have to make sure you don't misgender me in the process. While I will continue misgendering others. Everybody's gay as fuck on Pride Month. You know, every brand is gay as hell. Ricky Gervais trying to revive his career by doing some transphobia in hopes of getting canceled. Yeah, I know. And if this community gets a hold of that, they'll give him that wish. Okay. What the fuck is woke racism for 200 Pat? Woke racism, intersectional racism, dude. Everybody catches these hands. Woke racism is when you like say you're non-binary and then you're just still, but you're like deeply racist. What are you looking at above you? Right here, when I look, I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at the monitor on the camera. Anyway. Oh, the Juneteenth shit is pretty funny. All right. Yeah, transphobia is popping off. Big year for transphobia. I mean, I always love when cutting edge comedians are using I don't know, like Ron DeSantis's arguments when they're doing comedy. It's always good. Jessica Cisneros is having a very important race in Texas District 26 today. So shouts out to Jessica. Also, happy birthday, Jessica. You know, hope it's a great one. Hope your big birthday gift is you defeating the most conservative Democrat in Congress. That would be wonderful. It would be like a gift to you, but also a gift to the people of Texas and, you know, young people that are interested in change and haven't been doom-pilled yet. Okay, so personal news-wise, what's going on? This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news before I blast off and let people know, you know, we're doing... I think she just might want a PS5, though. Okay, shut the fuck up. Your headband makes you feel like your hairline is way further back than it actually is. Okay. I mean, I'm holding my hair up, dude. What do you want? Okay, here, I'll take it off, boys. Here you go. Is that better? Are you happy? Did this make you feel better? My hair is wet. Feel about the new merch? I'm testing a bunch of new merch right now. We might work with like a custom boutique, with a boutique shop to make some custom shit though. New merch rumors are circulating in chat. Dude, I'm always teasing it. You don't even see it because your eyes are not, you're not even focusing on it. Anyway, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast. I, you know, had my regular second meal, my dinner, Chipotle, double steak. And I've just been watching Death Note. I've been watching Death Note. And that's pretty much it. Like my life is a movie, bro. I watched Death Note until like 10 p.m. and then at 10 p.m. I'm like, well, I don't have anything else going on. I might as well go to sleep. But then I go to sleep and then I go to sleep and then I have the best fucking sleep of all time, dude. It's crazy. I mean, dude, this shit makes my dick hard. When I think about how well I've been sleeping, like 8 hours, 9 hours, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, it's never like 8 or 9. It's like 7 hours, but god damn, dude. Shit I'm bricked up. Oh, I watched the G Word with my mom, Adam Conover's show. I had Adam Conover on last night. I watched the government show with my mom, and he hits a lot of notes that I personally love because, like, I love government. I do be loving that government. So, yeah. It's good that it shows like how necessary the government is. I'm gonna be honest, like I thought it was gonna be fucking awful, straight up. Like I think Adam is great. I like Adam. I think he's a really cool guy. He's a really nice guy, and I certainly have watched like Adam Ruins Everything and stuff. But like there's a snarky liberal patina in a lot of the shows that he has. But in this circumstance, I mean, it's still. Hold on, I'm texting fucking Austin. Death Note is what got me into anime. Yeah, Death Note's great. There's a little bit of, I mean, it literally starts off with Obama. Like he's talking to Obama. He was talking to Obama in the first episode, so it was pretty wild. It like kind of fucked me up a little bit, but I mean, it's all like he reads like a white mansplainer, but pretty good overall. Adam, that is. Yeah, I'll just say it I'll say it like this. Adam Conover's G Word, highly recommend it. Recommended to my brother. He liked it. It talks about the necessity of regulation and big government and why it's actually a good thing. And I, as someone who is an appreciator of the government, even though I give a lot of money to the government, and then a lot of it converts directly into police budgets, and I'm frustrated by that, I always feel a sense of pride and a sense of accomplishment when I pay my taxes, partially because I understand that, like, regardless of how much, what percentage of that is going to the fucking inflated police budgets, there's still so much of that is going to necessary resources, necessary services, regulation, the regulatory mechanism of the government. These are profoundly important and often goes completely unrecognized. Also, Adam was an incredible guest, by the way. He was great. But is there any substantive criticism of the military? I have not seen any of that yet, and there might be, but I'm not holding my breath on it. I think he talked about the drone stuff too, but I'll just say it like this. I don't know if he talked. I only watched the first 2 episodes. I watched the FDA one, the food one, food regulation, and I also watched the weather one, and it was really, it's just like, it's cool. It's very cool. And the reason why I say that is because there are so many brilliant, incredible people that work in the government, in the federal government, in some of these regulatory agencies that are keeping this shit going. You know what I mean? Like, and you never really think about it because, like, you don't ever think about it. You don't ever think about the FDA inspectors that are working inside of factories, right? And, like, obviously I cover it from a broader perspective all the time about, like, the corruption in the FDA, the revolving door between the FDA and, like, the revolving door between the regulatory functions, the regulatory arm of the government, and also the corporations that they're supposed to be regulating. And obviously that in and of itself is, that's not great. But even with all of that abject failure, or I would go so far as to say criminal negligence from some of our regulatory agencies, it's still awesome. It's still dope to see people, holding this shit together. Hey, Hasan, I was on Warrior Poet Society. I'm a reformed trans vet, and I wanted to thank you. I was on the Warrior Poet Society when I was a teenager. I helped John Lovell shoot all his early content. I'm a reformed trans vet, and I honestly couldn't have done it without your trans visibility. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, COVID killer. Shit. Made a blast off meme, my lord. Okay. Yeah, we'll use this. Did you hear about the Xinjiang police files about Uyghurs, re-education camps, etc.? Yeah, I saw it briefly. And for the record, more importantly than anything else, new evidence has been obtained by CNN that corroborated the testimony of the 8 eyewitnesses, an audio forensic analyst, and explosive weapons expert, suggests that Abu Akleh was shot dead in a targeted attack by Israeli forces where they were like purposely targeting the journalists. So yeah, we are going to talk about that as well. So I'm not going to put that in the fucking. I'm not going to put that in the tweet because, I like to keep things a little jovial when we blast off. But yeah, we'll talk about Juneteenth. Hold on. Let's just blast off. I worked out this morning and I feel fucking awesome. It's not like a big dub in comparison to how strong I used to be, obviously. It's going to still take a very long time to get back to my peak physique. But today I was repping 225 and hit a higher number on 225 on the bench press than I had before, where I just very easily knocked out 9. And it's a climb, and it sucks because back in the day, I would start off with 225s, which is 2 plates. I would literally start off with that, and I could just blast off to 12, 15, and go a little bit higher than that. And now it's that's my peak, and that's not great for, obviously that's not great for someone of my size. I'm 260, 259, 258. So that's obviously, it's not super strong. Definitely not super strong, but we're getting there, and I do feel good about it. I do feel good about my recovery. The first couple days back from COVID, when I was no longer positive, when I was testing negative, I felt really shitty when I was trying to do cardio stuff. I hit under 1. Oh, I also hit my PR on the rower, where I hit 500. And I was supposed to do it on a warm-up, but I hit 500 meters in under 1 minute and 15 seconds. I think I did 1:13, which was pretty cool. So there's that. I mean, this is that's all right. Dude, the record is 1:11. What are you talking about? That's all right. That's what are you talking about? That's all right. No, that's really good, dude. Obviously, the difference between 1:13 and 1:15 is drastic. And between 1:13 and 1:11 is incredible. But it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that chatters are that's all right. It's whatever. It's dude, no, it's really good. Rowing is something that comes super easy to me, though, and I think that's it's just my body was built to row. I was literally, when you do something and you're I think this is what I was supposed to do. That's how I feel with rowing. I know what I'm not good at. My fucking weak ass joints. I'm not good at sliding. I can't do slidey things. Anyway. But definitely something I can do is rowing. I have the perfect build for rowing. Maybe I'm a little too heavy, but other than that, if I lost a lot of weight, if I was super, super, super skinny and just retained my muscle mass, I would be the fucking goated rower. No, my joints are not because I'm a boomer. I have hyperlaxity. I have, or colloquially known as like double jointedness. That's why I can like pop joints and stuff like easily. That just means that like they're just weak. Like I can move joints in and out. Yeah, hypermobility. It makes it really difficult to fucking lift weights though. Anyway, let's just get started. Okay, blasting off. Juneteenth. And Pride branding is upon us. Unionization. The specter of unionization is haunting the gaming industry. Hypermobility might bring some problems. If you need some advice, just say something. Signed, your simp physio. Built for rowing. What did you say? Afraid of open water. Bitch, I'd fuck open water up, dude. As long as I'm in a fucking, canoe, as long as I'm rowing above it, I'm fine. As long as it doesn't fucking, sink. And I'm like, and I'm not like surrounded by sharks or worse than sharks, octopi. I don't know. Look into Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I have the hypermobile variant. Read about a COVID study yesterday. It is small, but they found that people who had COVID had no long-term physical impact unless they were hospitalized. They found more cases of anxiety, but no physical long-term impact. I mean, dude, COVID studies are, I'm not reading shit unless it's like solidified, okay? Second a fish rolls up, you will shit yourself. True. I do not like fishes. I am scared of them. I got double jointed hips and knees. When I stand straight, my knees are hyperextended. Leg press machines terrify me. Yeah, when you're double jointed like I am, my fucking shoulder used to pop out when I would hit like a weight that my body was not used to putting up. Anytime I was experimenting with like new weight that I had not lifted before, my shoulder would like pop the fuck out. At 135, my shoulder would pop out. This was in college. It was a freshman year of college. So, anyway, let's body horror scares me the frick out. Why are you so small compared to Tyler 1? Brother, Tyler 1 is a demon. This is how I'm trying to be, dude. Folks, this is what I'm trying to look like, okay? It's gonna take a while, and I am nowhere near it, but that's where I'm trying to go to. Okay, this is the peak. And I mean, these motherfuckers do like a hella steroids and HGH and shit. Which I'm not gonna do, obviously, but anyway, all right, let's blast off. Juneteenth and Pride branding is upon us. Sector unionization is haunting the gaming industry. Ricky Gervais, desperate to be relevant friends, phobia, or get in now. Information shows if targeted. I did find something very funny about Did you talk about the Ravens unionization vote yet? No, I didn't. I just talked about it on my Instagram a little bit. But have you seen the Northman? Skarsgård is absolutely beast, peak form. Bro, Skarsgård in the Northman just skipped every other day and only did trap day, okay? That's what happens. All right, we're blasting off. Let the people know. Let the people know. He just did trap day. He just never skipped trap day. That's it. Like, bro, you didn't need to do that. You went a little too hard on it, I think. I mean, that's like injury prone, honestly. Like, I'll just say this much. If you work out your traps that much, I mean, it's like over exaggerated, obviously, because of like the way it looks in the movie is like super exaggerated, and he is very well balanced. But if you look at the fucking movie poster, it's not balanced. Okay, that's like you're gonna have some serious fucking issues with your. You're gonna have some serious issues with the rest of your back. If that's how fucking big your traps are, you're gonna have underdeveloped. What is it called again? Right here, which is a problem that most gamers have too. Like. Not lats. I'm not talking about lats. There's a specific part of your lats that actually, yeah, your serratus. Exactly. Thank you, Storm Shadow. Yeah, no, your serratus. If your serratus is and your scapular muscles are underdeveloped and your traps are incredibly overdeveloped, you will have this thing that in a lesser developed person is known as gamer neck, where your traps will do the heavy lifting. So it stops your body from building. It stops your body from building necessary muscles to ensure that your posture is perfectly correct. Because this is something that I described to my mom earlier today, and to most people, is that like you're supposed to have muscles that are constantly working against one another, right? You have your lower abs and your hip flexors and your ass, for example, in perfect posture. Your lower abs and your hip flexors are working one way, and then your ass is working another way, and together, when you flex them a little bit, you stand up straight. Same with your upper back. If you like some people have like massive fucking traps, which is great. It looks sexy when you're being a lion wolf. I love gymbro science time. Nothing I just mentioned is gymbro science, dude. What the fuck? That's not. Just because I'm describing it in gymbro science terms doesn't mean it's gymbro science. Some of you literally think everything is gymbro science. Like, what I just described is not even... It is just science. I'm describing it like a fucking gymbro because I'm not like the most educated on this, but it's just the truth. That's a trigger word for Hasan every time. Come on, chat. No, it's just like, it's so stupid when people... Like, I will describe basic human anatomy and how, like, our muscles are supposed to work in unison with one another. And if you overexert and over-rely on one muscle, you will oftentimes, one muscle group, you oftentimes are doing it at the opportunity cost of not building out your other muscles that are supposed to be well-balanced. And that's basic physiology. And people are like, well, he's talking about the gym stuff, so it must be gymbro shit. Anyway, don't be so like anti-gym shit, chat. Jesus Christ. What, compound movements are OP? No, but but that's how you injure yourself while doing compound movements. You will be way more prone to injury if you have like a weird hypertrophy, or like if you have like weird muscles that you've built up. That means those muscles are going to be working on overtime. And the rest of your muscles that are supposed to stabilize or work exactly on the opposite side will oftentimes lead to injury because they just have nothing. They have no strength in them. You've never built muscles there. Anyway. How do you fix it? You just use those muscles. There are movements that you can do to activate said muscles and like try to force to like bring your fucking brain to actually, you know, move those muscles and flex them. One of the things that most people will, every single person in this chat, because you're because you're on Twitch, you probably have some form of gamer neck, okay? You're probably sitting like this all the time. So your traps are probably working overtime to pull your shoulders up. You got to pull that down. And after a while, because you're not ever pulling your shoulders down with your tech neck is another term for it, because you're not doing that, you have to do exercises to overcorrect. One of the things that most PTs will recommend is, yeah, it's a muscle imbalance. Exactly. One of the things that most PTs will recommend against gamer neck is wall angels, for example. That's how you build those muscles. That's how you at least like learn how to activate those muscles, so that you can and roll it out too if you already have pain. Get a lacrosse ball, roll it out, move your arm from side to side, move it move it up and down like this with a lacrosse ball in the back in your like targeted area, and then do some wall angels. I'm not going to demonstrate it right now. I don't want to get up and do it, but it's a super common thing, and probably every single person in here has some form of it. I'm gunchin', bro. What? Been doing those a lot. The foam roller works too. I love lacrosse balls. Lacrosse balls are my fucking favorite thing. It's maybe I'm a little too over reliant on it, but yeah, I didn't watch the film. All you really need, if you didn't watch the film, is that never before the Jungle Warrior had this six pack this impressive. Yeah, dude, he looks fucking sexy, dude. Anyway, we're just looking at sexy dudes today. All right, that's what we're doing. Anyway, I blasted off and I forgot to get you to fucking retweet it, but before we get to like super serious news, I guess we'll start off with Rich Boy College Sport. I've never played lacrosse, which is ironic, by the way, that you're saying it's a Rich Boy College Sport, because it is, but it's originally stolen from, if I'm not mistaken, indigenous people who used to fucking rip dicks. And part of the reason why they don't really play it anymore is because like white people literally stole it from indigenous people and just made it their own thing and refused to let them play it. Hasan, how do I get I did a thing's vascularity in 5 days? Don't eat, don't drink water, and when you feel like you're about to die, you'll get there. I was kidding. That's not a fucking suggestion for you. Anyway, all right. Can you show me your veins? I want to see how easily it would be to get an IV on you. Okay, that's fucking weird and creepy. And no, I will not be showing you. And I'm not a very vascular person because I'm a fatty. Okay. Are you going shooting with the Aussie boys? I haven't figured out when to do it. But we'll see. Ricky Gervais's Netflix special is drawing criticism for graphic jokes mocking trans people. Oh, what else is new? Okay, so let me just say something, okay? I mean, you're British. I'm discarding your opinion on the virtue of you being British, and you're too British. That's a L. Automatic L, dude. Dude, Ricky Gervais, the more I think about it, like I used to love his I used to love The Office, obviously. Like it was great, and I loved his other shows as well. But the more he got older, the worse he got. And when I look back at his like shit, he was always doing like the I'm being attacked for my perspective as a fucking straight white man. You know what I mean? And I realized like that's kind of the thing. Like he's been doing that. He was always whack as fuck. Like he did like how can you forget? This is Ricky Gervais. You know what I mean? Just never forget that is the guy that like he was never really that funny. I think. Yeah, he is chat. He is chat when talking about fucking how atheists are undermined in society. Carefully, you already anger the atheist ones. I mean, that's like that's like, come on, even the fucking atheists recognize that. It's like he hit his militant atheist phase in high school and never fucking mellowed out. Yeah, there are a lot of people like that, to be honest. But yeah, I think like what a lot of brands are trying to move into slowly is just farming the conservatives, you know, Black Rifle Coffee style. And conservatives do have a lot of money and do want to like spend that money on conservative product because they're so desperate. They already control like all manner of government, right? Even when they're not in positions of power, even when they're not fucking winning elections, they still end up using like the state legislature and stuff. So the only thing they care about, basically, the only thing they care about, conservatives, I mean, is winning culture, okay? But obviously, because there aren't enough like conservative culture creators, they will pump a fuckload of money into whoever claims to be the culture guy, but in a conservative way and reactionary and have like reactionary ideas. So that's kind of what like Netflix is leaning into with this whole like, yeah, do some transphobia. Like it's fine. Hopefully it'll, you know, piss people off and then they'll like be forced to watch it or something. But what they don't realize is that like this is not gonna work. You know what I mean? How is transphobia so prevalent in 2022? I mean, it's the hot thing to shit on. Yeah, I'm showing this photo for all of you that said, you know, you're nothing to say about Ricky Gervais that James the Caster hasn't already said. Yeah, I know. Hottest male celebrities of all. But Vogue says, is it 2012? Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, Zac Efron, Ryan Reynolds, Chris Pine. Yeah, what the fuck? Every single celebrity on this list. Every single celebrity on this list is like 45, dude. What the fuck? I mean, Chris Hemsworth. I mean, these guys are hot. But this is boring as fuck. Like, you're not even going to put, like, Michael B. Jordan on there? Ridiculous. No, Idris Elba. I mean, Idris Elba is, like, older, too. I think Michael B. Jordan's better looking than Idris Elba. I'll die on that hill, but... Like, really? Michael B. Jordan is mid as fuck. Okay, well, you're an insane person. Chill out, man. You're 30. I've been saying this exact same thing, Michael. I've been saying this exact same thing for years. Ever since he came out with that fucking water gun, I've been saying Leo looks like Jack Nicholson. Like, literally. All the time. Unless he's, like, in front of a camera, directly in front of a camera, he just looks like Jack Nicholson now. Hey, yo, they're having a mid-off? Okay, bro, come on. Chris Hemsworth is not... I mean, Chris Hemsworth is fucking hot, dude. Jesus Christ. You can't be like... they're having a mid-off when the list features Chris Hemsworth. You know what I mean? Check the Phillion video about him. On what? Gays are pranking you today by saying a hot dude is mid, so you can go look at a bunch of pics of them. Oh yeah, that's what's happening probably. Phone react for later. Rating celebrity beards. Oh my god. Okay, bro. After watching Moon Knight, I kind of don't like Oscar Isaacs. I don't know. Why am I talking about this dumb shit? Okay, let's talk about fucking the real dumb shit, which is Ricky Gervais attempting to do comedy. Okay, but it's so hacky. It is so incredibly hacky to just like be like trans people are bad and weird. Okay, at this point, you're just farming. Like the farm is open, and you're just, you know. It's just so stupid. Put a trigger warning? Okay, dude. I said Ricky Gervais, okay? Trigger warning, Ricky Gervais. Calm down.
The old-fashioned women. Oh, God. You know, the ones with wombs. Oh. Those fucking dinosaurs. Oh. No, I love the new women. I know the new women. They're great, aren't they? You know, the new ones we've been seeing lately. The ones with beards and cocks. They're as good as... They're as good as gold. I love them.
Bro, if I look like this, I wouldn't be talking about the way women should look. I'm just saying. Like, you look like shit, dog. Why are you, like, what is going on? Like, what, do people just, like, forget who they're listening to? When, like, at a certain point, you just got to be like, okay, well, I don't look great. And that's the funniest part about fucking TERFs, okay? Is that TERFs unironically are not even having a mid-off. Like 90% of the time, I'm not going to say it, but other trans people that are way funnier than me have pointed out that TERFs are on one, and it's very weird when they get together and have this conversation about like what women should look like, and then they don't fit in that category themselves. It's like Ben Shapiro talking about being a man, being a masculine man. It's like, bro, you literally... Like, we are the same, okay? Side by side, when you put me next to Ben Shapiro and say, those are both men, there you understand that is, you know, that there's a broad range, okay? It is very broad what defines a man, what defines a male. So, you know, just because you're over here being like, haha, why are men not men anymore? I'm like, dude, you literally have not, your voice is still pre-puberty. And you can't grow a fucking beard. Calm down, okay? That is not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, don't try to like shove. Wait, oh, he has an award-winning fitness app, Chris Hemsworth. Okay, don't try to shove like a neat little defined category of like what people should look like when you don't even fucking fit that. You know? You can make hacky jokes about women with beards, but the subject of men with tits is a little too close to home. Yeah. It's just like, stood up for Fetterman in my pub. Fuck these old white PA guys.
No, it's the old-fashioned with it. And now the old-fashioned, they go like, oh, they want to use our toilets. Why shouldn't they use your toilets? For ladies. They are ladies. Look at their pronouns. What about this person isn't a lady? Well... his penis. Her penis, you fucking bigot. What if he rapes me? What if she rapes you?
Yeah, that's what I'm always thinking. Yeah, definitely. It's just like this a joke only lands when you have an entire fucking stadium full of transphobic people, okay? And he does have a full stadium full of transphobic people. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to fucking farm transphobes, all right? That's why Ricky Gervais is doing it. And half the fucking, you know, he's probably in Turf Island right now filming this, so it's, you know, a great a great place to do something like this. But it's just like all of these jokes revolve around trans people being weird. Okay, that's it. Like, trans people are weird. Aren't they odd? Aren't they odd? Aren't they weird? That's it. You're looking from the outside and basically just repeating that over and over again. And of course, the audience is like, yeah, bruv, at least our schools don't look like a shooting gallery. And yeah, trans people are fucking weird, mate. Like, and that's why they're laughing. You know what I mean? They're like, ho, whoa, this is funny. I too believe trans people are fucking weird, mate. That's it. That's what you're getting. You're getting fucking, you're getting like applause from a group of people that like just agree with you. Like, you can 100% make funny jokes about trans people. Like, but you just need to know more about trans people. You need to not look at trans people as like fucking weirdos that need to go away, but instead just, you know, people just like you and me. Instead of otherizing trans people, if you were to learn more about the trans experience, and then you could make funny jokes about trans people. Plenty of trans posters on the internet do it all the time. It's so funny watching all these conservative shows do a 180 and pretend to care about women in order to be transphobic as if they weren't constantly shitting on women like a year ago. Yeah, I mean, they still hate women. Yeah. TERF means trans exclusionary radical feminists, like people who claim that they're radical, they're rad femmes, that believe that trans women are not women. But yeah, don't make the fact that they're trans the butt of the joke. It's just like there's plenty to make fun of when you think about the trans experience. Okay. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of fucking stereotypes that you can point to and make fun of. Okay. I do it all the time when I talk about, like, you know, wearing programmer socks and, you know, playing Hearts of Iron or numerous other things. Right. And it is a dark experience as a consequence of like social norms, and how harrowing that experience of gender confirmation must be. In that darkness, there's a lot of funny shit that happens. Okay. So, but that's like the funny thing in that situation is just like, if you understand it a little bit, you don't have to be trans, but if you understand it a little bit, you can make jokes about trans people, which I do regularly, all the time, without coming across as like a fucking bigoted asshole who just like doesn't believe trans people or trans women or women or trans men or men. Like, it's not that difficult as long as you understand the subject matter. And I'll give you, yeah, or exactly, like Mildred or Gertrude. Yeah, the joke you made about the trans person choosing Meredith as their name was great. Yeah. So that's it. That's my whole point. And if you don't understand it from the point of view of like trans people, like think about it from anything else. Like, white guys making jokes about black people don't land in the same way and aren't as funny as Dave Chappelle making jokes about the black experience, right? Like, there's a reason for that. And that's because it's not coming from a place of understanding. It's coming from, like, you know, pointing to it. There's also a reason why, for example, whenever fucking Bill Burr talks about the black experience or makes jokes about black people, it still comes from a place of understanding, a place of familiarity. Like, he can be way more thoughtful as a consequence of his like friendship with Patrice O'Neal and also his wife and whatnot, where he is capable of like making jokes that are not as they're just not coming from a place of like being like, yeah, black people are strange, right? Look at these stereotypes. Someone, yeah, that's okay, but not trans jokes. My favorite thing is when people just don't listen to what I'm saying. I mean, dude, you can continue being transphobic if you want, brother. Okay, it seems like you lack the mental fortitude to comprehend words that are coming out of my mouth when I personally have described. Like, of course there are jokes you can make about trans people. I make jokes about trans people all the time, and I just fucking rattled like a couple that and where the difference is like, it comes from a place of understanding, okay? Rather than pointing to trans people and being like, look how weird they are, right? Look how different they are. The new thing is annoying too. Like, trans people aren't new. I know. But they'll come in here and literally be like, yeah, you can't make jokes about trans people. Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you can. And plenty of people do. And Netflix will give you hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. But like, I care about jokes. Okay. I care about jokes. I care about laughter. I care about humor. I know it's fucked up as a leftist to believe in these things, like believing in the top of the hour ad break coming at the top of every hour. Okay. But then sometimes it's 16 minutes into the top of the hour and when the ad break comes. And then I tell you, like, you don't have to fucking see those ads. As long as you want a ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, right? Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account. You actually have LGBT friends and chatters to help educate you on what's appropriate and what's funny versus what hurts them. I mean, dude, I also know what hurts people's feelings because I'm not a fucking asshole. Like, constantly saying that like a trans woman is a fucking man and like misgendering them, like, that's not funny. You're just like a dickhead. You know what I mean? It's only funny if you are in a room full of other dickheads and there are plenty of transphobic people that they'll give you like the I agree with you applause. Okay. It's so overplayed. They have one fucking joke. It's always like attack helicopter, but like different variations of that. Just like the top of the hour ad break is one fucking note, you know? I'm always hitting that note. Here's the ad now. Thank you, Real D Mello, over the 10 gifted subs. It's also punching down. Like, they will always, like, these motherfuckers will always make it seem like there is, like, being a trans automatically gives you, like, apparently a lot of fucking bona fides or whatever. Let's see.
Like being a stand-up comic. Because at first your aunt and uncle are like, I guess you're doing this now. But then in like 3 years, you're like, all right, I'll start telling people. So, my friend was talking about that trans Sports Illustrated model. You know what I'm talking about? He called me. He's like, dude, she's so hot, I can't even tell the difference. And I was like, yeah, I know you mean well, but that is a weird compliment to give a human. Like she's, I can't believe it's not butter or some shit. Being trans is a lot like.
There you go. Seth Green gets karma fucked on his board ape. Yeah, I saw. I know. We'll cover that too. But yeah, who's that young comedian who dunked on Ricky about the trans stuff? I forget. We watched on stream. Yeah. You can punch down or up. It doesn't matter. It's comedy. You can. But it's just dog shit. There's a difference between, there's a reason why all of the people that you refer to as like comedy greats, they were, with respect to their time and respect to the culture, with respect to like how people felt about certain civil liberties, certain sex, certain marginalized communities, those people were literally cutting edge. They were not fucking punching down. They were punching up. Why? Because punching down is easy. You're leaning towards the pre-existing social norms. That's easy. It's not funny. It's not cutting edge. It's not like actually new. It's not different. You're basically relying on every single person in that room already agreeing with you, okay? Don't cry when people complain that you punch down then. It's just so fucking stupid, the way that like people treat this subject matter. Especially when they come in here. I very clearly am a piece of shit edgelord, okay? I heard the FBI just uncovered a plot to assassinate Bush. I know. There's nothing different than like, what's the deal with airplane food? You know what I mean? There's nothing. This is just the edgier version of saying, what's the deal with airplane food? Okay? You're just saying, what's the deal with trans people? Ah! Right? That's what you're doing. And people are so preconditioned. People are so conditioned into saying, oh, you said a transphobic joke was bad. That must mean you're triggered. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not triggered at all. I'm not trans. Okay? Why the fuck would it personally it trigger me? Like, I don't care. It's just, I do get triggered from the perspective of like having people who like have made their bona fides on being like comedy legends or whatever. All these people that like I grew up with turning into fucking weirdos who can't shut the fuck up about cancel culture, and can't shut the fuck up about, you know, trans people. You punch down on rad libs all the time, though? Yeah, I do. And it's fucking right, and it's awesome. I do love punching down on rad libs. If you're fucking rad lib and you're in here constantly going, me, oh, I can't believe you watched a video and you laughed at it when the video featured a semblance of violence. It's fucking unacceptable. Then like, suck my cock, okay? Also, I'm not even punching down in that circumstance. Like, rad libs are just fucking annoying. I'm punching directionally. What are you oppressed because you're like an annoying person? Yeah, well, sorry. Like, yeah. I love that motherfuckers would literally be like, sorry, my entire personality is that I'm fucking annoying. And if you point that out, that means you're attacking a marginalized person. Yeah, well, suck my dick, okay? You're annoying. Sorry. Sorry, I'm annoying. I can't help it. Why are you making fun of me? How is it punching down when rad libs literally run America? Dude, rad libs don't fucking run shit, dude. What are you talking about? Rad libs don't run anything. What are you, fucking Ricky Gervais over here? They have no power. They're just fucking annoying. That's it. Their superpower is literally being annoying. Wherever their voices will be heard. Sometimes they can get a corporation to like fucking fire someone. Sometimes they can get a brand to fire like a celebrity or some shit. But that's it. All they can do is like mass harassment, mass targeting on fucking Twitter. But it's hilarious because like they would literally spontaneously combust if they walked outside. So they live constantly in fear of their own lives, and all they have is like a little bit of fucking harassment power on the internet. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? I'll sneeze on you and you'll fucking die. That's it. Not true, Sweaty. They got Walmart to stop selling Juneteenth ice cream. Yeah, James Acaster has like talked about this, but anyway, so Ricky Gervais is like talking about how like, oh, women, am I right? They have dicks now. Sick, dude. You fucking killed it. Chad has to stop linking bad James Acaster sets every time a comedian does a transphobic bit. Yeah, I didn't really like the James Acaster video last time I watched it, but maybe I didn't really give it a good old fucking college try. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know if that bit is good or not. And but everybody loves posting this. And here's the other side, okay? Some of you are gonna get mad at me for this and be like, John Mulaney brought up Dave Chappelle as an opening act. Like, John Mulaney, like, we made John Mulaney's career. Like, you know, trans and queer teens made John Mulaney's career. And then all of a sudden, he just dropped Dave Chappelle on us. Like, that's so triggering. And I know there were trans people in the audience. It's like, dude, come on. Like, yeah, fucking John Mulaney bringing out Dave Chappelle. Not great, okay? Especially if you're a trans person. It's like, it doesn't feel great that you're, like, literally now in a situation where like every single fucking person in the audience is laughing at like a transphobic person with transphobic jokes and whatnot. And you know, it's always dog shit too. Dave Chappelle's new sets, unfortunately, are not that great. I've listened to them over and over again. But like the idea that, you know, like you made John Mulaney's career and like he owes you something is kind of stupid. Like, yeah, Dave Chappelle, whether we like to admit it or not, is still real D Mello. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Holy shit. Here's a big thank you for pulling me out of the conservative rabbit hole of YouTube. Saved my mind for really. Can't thank you enough. Jesus Christ, dude. God damn, dude. I gotta pull more rich dudes out of the conservative rabbit hole of YouTube. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs, real D Mello. It's not just their anti-trans jokes are infecting all comedy. Yeah, it just sucks, but it's just it is a super It is a super easy way, but also on top of that, it's a super easy way to make jokes. But also on top of that, it's like, I need help understanding why Chappelle's trans jokes are transphobic, but his race jokes aren't racist. Is it just because he's not a trans person? You already understood it. When Dave Chappelle makes fun of the black experience in America, he's coming at it from an incredibly thoughtful perspective. It's his own lived experience. Dave Chappelle, talking about trans people, comes from, just the outside, being like, trans people are weird as fuck. I read this and oops, I agree. John Mulaney was never trying to be for us. He was just Tumblr hot, and terminally online people got confused. Yeah. Exactly. What the fuck? Why are you guys listen, if I did some shit like that, that's a little bit different. You know what I mean? If I was like, yo, I love transphobia, one day, let's say I take my podcast on the road or some shit, okay? And then one day I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to just be transphobic today. You'd be like, what the fuck? That's insane. But John Mulaney, why the fuck? You just made that up. You in your mind was like, John Mulaney is fucking ally, I think. The breakdown of what Tumblr hot means is giving me actual flashbacks. He's just a funny guy, okay? He's just a funny guy who makes jokes, okay? Anyway, David Tennant is actually hot though. They do it to upset me, thinking you have bad takes, and to you to spread lies about me. What? They do it to upset me, thinking you have bad takes, and for you to spread lies about me? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that post. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Washed up comedians try not to be transphobic challenge. I mean, John Mulaney himself is whatever. He's just he has decent bits. I like it. I like his jokes. I don't think he himself I don't think he himself actually fucking made transphobic jokes or anything. He just had Dave Chappelle open. Do you really think there's clout to be gained from David at this point? Yes, dude. Yes, you guys are crazy. You're literally insane if you think that there's no clout to be gained from Dave Chappelle. He's still seen by most people, especially in the industry, as the best fucking comedian. He is seen as the GOAT. And it will take a long fucking time for people to no longer see it that way, okay? But he has solidified himself permanently as a legend already. The majority of people still literally love Dave, yeah. Which is why I think it's so whack when someone with that much social capital, someone with that much social capital can just fucking blast off with the worst, most transphobic fucking takes, just punching down to which just Cardi beat your notification. HasanAbi is live. Click if you're a certified freak 7 days a week. Yeah, that's what my notification go live noti is. It's a combination of two different things, for the record. One is that trans people are very vocal on the internet, okay? They're very vocal in certain areas, and brands will capitulate to the woke mob, if you will, just like they capitulate to the right-wing mobs all the fucking time. I myself am a victim of such cancellations many times over, as you already know. That's it. Brands just don't want to be offensive, and brands want to be brands, and brands want to be woke because they think that is the best, most appropriate way to go. And human beings are not like that, obviously. They're imperfect. But certain groups will sometimes be overboard and will go over the top. in areas where they think they can make change. It comes out of a place of powerlessness, okay? And that's the reason why a lot of these like comedians and whatnot think like, oh, you really can't offend trans people. Like they'll go crazy. They'll fucking destroy you. And the LGBT agenda, it runs Hollywood or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, there's just a lot of like LGBT members in Hollywood. That's it. You know, they got fucking bullied in Kansas when they were growing up, or in Arkansas when they were growing up, and they were all like creative little fucking theater kids, and they moved to LA, and now they have executive positions in a creative industry. So, you know. But now the other side is comedians use that as marketing because they're realizing like nothing really happens. Gay people are annoying, so that's why we notice them more. Oh, okay, Just Lane. I know what your sexuality is, but 24,000 people in here, okay? They don't. Am gay and annoying, can confirm. So, I think like there's a bit of that, right? Like there's a bit of like the assumption that like trans people run Hollywood or some shit when that's not the case, obviously. Yeah, trans people run Hollywood so fucking hard that like the trans people at Netflix all got fired while Dave Chappelle got like $200 gorillion for being like, I'm a TERF and I hate trans people, like fuck them. That's crazy. That's crazy that like the power that trans people have is so wild, you know? Now that Ricky Gervais is revealing he's incredibly transphobic too, it reminds me that a major part of Ricky's career was that he found a guy, oh, he's talking about Merchant, that was more interesting than himself and just had that guy be funny on the show. Oh no, he's talking about Carl Pilkington. Never mind. And they hold up, dude is just inherently funny in a way that Ricky never could be. No, I think it's Stephen Merchant. I thought Stephen Merchant was like funnier than Carl Pilkington. I was never like a big Carl Pilkington fan. I always thought that Stephen Merchant was like the main guy, the driving factor behind the jokes. But you're talking about Pilkington's like show, which I never was like I never was a fan of that. I don't like that kind of comedy. But hey, he already did transphobia in his last specials. That's a joke. That was, I think, transgender Marx knows that he's not revealing himself as a transphobic person. Like Carl is haha, he's stupid funny, but but I think Merchant was the good writer. Also, here's the thing. The only people that think like trans people hold a fraction of power when Republicans by way of state legislatures are literally like, passing like we should murder trans people bills are people who already have a profound amount of privilege where they're just like, they have the privilege to be like, yeah, it's fucked up. Like you can't even be transphobic on television. Yeah, well, you can kill trans people otherwise, you know? So what's up? Like, I don't understand. On the one hand, you got the government literally being like, we should kill trans teenagers bill. Here, let's pass this one. This is going to be great when we push for it. And there's like, or like trans 14-year-olds can't play soccer anymore. And there's like one fucking person in the entire state that was already fucking playing soccer and was like a trans girl or whatever. You're just dunking on like one 12-year-old in your fucking bill, okay? And then people are like, oh man, man, look at the power that these trans folks have that I can't say that they all have dicks, and I just can't be transphobic. That's crazy. Literally, trans/gay panic is still a viable legal defense in a bunch of states. Yeah. It's so stupid. Like, you only think that if you already are like incredibly fucking privileged in that regard. It's so stupid. All right. Should I play this fucking Adam McCaster bit again that everyone always is like, dude, you gotta play this, you gotta play this. Ricky Gervais, like, this person really dunked on them. But I gotta pee first while this plays, so I'm gonna miss it.
They say whatever they like. Edgy comedians, no one tells them what they can and can't say. They walk straight on stage, top of their specials sometimes, do 10 solid minutes just slagging off transgender people. Just straight out the gate, just making fun of transgender people. If people on the internet get upset about it, the comedian's always like, bad luck! That's my job. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm meant to challenge people. If you don't like being challenged, don't watch my shows. What's the matter, guys? Too challenging for you? That's my job. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm meant to challenge people. If you don't like being challenged, don't watch my shows. What's the matter, guys? Too challenging for you? That's my job. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm meant to challenge people. If you don't like being challenged, don't watch my shows. What's the matter, guys? Too challenging for you? Oh yeah, because you know who's been long overdue a challenge? The trans community. Oh, they've had their guard down for too long, if you ask me. They'll all be checking their privilege on the way home now, thanks to you, you brave little cis boy. I used to name one of the comedians that was about in that routine, but it always got really awkward in the room. So apparently, it's 2019, most people still more than happy to laugh at transgender people, not as comfortable laughing at Ricky Gervais yet, I've discovered. That's the line.
Yeah, that I didn't even hear the bit. I gotta
What's
watch
the
it
matter,
again.
guys? Too challenging for you? That's my job. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm meant to challenge people. If you don't like being challenged,
That's the other thing. It's just like, just be funny. Just be funny. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, it's just like it's like a serious disease that people have in their brains. Like, they have a serious brain disease when they're like, comedians are meant to challenge society. Like, they're philosophers of our age. Like, I mean, yeah, they do cultural analysis. There's a truth to that. There's a little bit of truth to that, okay? But, like, it's just so stupid, you know? Oh, man, comedians are challenging society by, what, fucking constantly crying about, like, being bullied on the internet by trans people? AKP'nin New York'ta yolsuzluğu ortaya çıktı. Araştırmanı emrediyorum hemen. Yapma ya. Emrediyorsun. Hem de hemen. Bir de caps lock'la yazdı. Siktir lan. Geri zekalı. This motherfucker in Turkish wrote, I command you to investigate now. This apparently the corruption that the AKP was engaging in New York. He said, I command you, and then he, in all caps, wrote, now. You don't happen upon profound cultural analysis by just calling yourself a cultural critic and then stealing jokes from 4chan. Yeah. Okay, let's see what George Carlin has to say about this.
Defend to the death his right to do everything he does. The thing that I find unusual, and it's, you know, it's not a criticism so much, but his targets are underdogs. And comedy traditionally has picked on people in power, people who abuse their power. Women and gays and immigrants are kind of, to my way of thinking, underdogs. And, you know, he ought to be careful because he's Jewish. And a lot of the people who want to pick on these kind of groups, the Jews are on that list a little further. You got women, gays, gypsies, blah, 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 and then suddenly you find Jews. And Andrew,
Suddenly Andrew's arrested.
yeah, so, you know, I mean, obviously he should do what he wants. And
Why does he get away with it, do you think, then?
Well,
we
because
have never laughed at jokes about the
well,
poor.
he's appealing. I think he's appealing largely. I think his core audience are young white males who are threatened by these groups. I think a lot of these guys
We're canceled? Yeah, I mean, I've been canceled way more than fucking Ricky Gervais has.
aren't sure their manhood because that's a problem when you're going in through adolescence. You know, am I really? Could I be? I hope I'm not one of them. And the women who assert themselves and are competent are a threat to these men, and so are immigrants in terms of jobs and the
So that's why we as an audience then will laugh.
You say we. I don't think you're.
I mean,
in
I
it,
don't know.
But
I
I
mean
think
the
you're
collective we.
I think that's what is at the core of that experience that takes place in these arenas. Is a certain, a sharing of anger and rage at these targets. And I'm sure Andrew isn't that angry at them. I'm sure he's playing it as a comic.
No, I think George Carlin probably would have some transphobic takes and would probably hate cancel culture and shit too. He would be like 7 million years old at that point. So I don't like when people are like, oh man, George Carlin would be like, if he was alive, he'd be the most base like trans defender of all time or whatever. I don't know. I don't know who he's talking about here. I think he's talking about Andrew Dice Clay, right? Like I'm not gonna make that assessment, but he is also I mean, he was very good on a lot of stuff. So maybe. You know what would really piss off Ricky Gervais? If there was no backlash to the special, if nobody got mad at all, if it just went down like a cup of lukewarm water someone got from the bathroom, that would piss Ricky off the most. Yeah. It's true. But it's not going to happen. People are already talking about it. I'm talking about it. People are going to post about it. They're going to say it's fucking sucks. And it's going to keep happening over and over again. But like ultimately, Ricky Gervais's fucking normalization of transphobia isn't necessarily that big of a problem in the grand scheme of things because transphobia is the normative position. And more importantly than fucking Ricky Gervais, like, doing bottom of the barrel hacky ass fucking bits is the government actually taking serious steps to harm trans people, to purge trans people. Okay. And that is the main issue here. The main issue here is that obviously it goes hand in hand. This kind of like normalization of transphobia is also allowing people to not even approach the transphobic bills, like the anti-trans bills, as like something that is something that's bad and harmful. But you know. His Netflix special, Supernature, has only been released on streamer for a few hours, but it's already drawn criticism for showing your graphic and hurtful transphobic jokes. 4 minutes into the special, Gervais dives into material about the trans community. Oh, women, not all women. We already saw that one. TERF or trans, like if you mention TERFs, like you're just automatically not funny. Okay? TERFs are not funny. They are the least funny motherfuckers on the planet. They literally are just like lifeless, joyless, horrifyingly boring people. They are literally the people that like Gamergate was expressly against. The people that say like, don't say women, don't put men in women. It's Wimixon or Women with a Y. How dare you? Like those were like the rad femmes that everybody fucking hated. Understandably. And now all those people that hated them are like, no, actually they're fucking tight. They're dope. Like, they're actually dope. We're fans of them. And the thing is like just even talking about them, like even having a knowledge over the existence of TERFs makes you less funny by default. Netflix during Pride, Netflix stand-up specials. This is going to get deleted 100%. This is going to get deleted. I can't wait for people to be like, Hasan actually liked the tweet with the F word in it and showed it on chat on his stream. He is very clearly against homosexuals. Yeah, I fucking liked it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, you're finished, bud. They already did that once. Yeah. Sending one more time. Just want to share because Stu always has great takes on important issues, and I think this community would appreciate him. What? No, we're not fucking watching that. I am a LGBT foe, so that's why I like this tweet. Ohio is scheduling a second hearing for trans folks to come in and talk shit about trans kids. Please, the people are irredeemable. Exactly. They're fucking psychotic. A week before Pride, really, Hasan? Oh, dude, don't worry. I'm gonna make fun of every corporation with like the rainbow flag and shit is gonna catch the smoke this year. Okay, it's just like they literally are just like they dump funds into Republican campaigns and then turn around and they're like, yes, Queen, we love you. We are so gay. We're so gay on the month of June. You don't even understand. Oh my God. It's like while they're doing that, they're still pumping funds into like the murder homosexual bill writer Jebediah Broderick III in like some fucking Arkansas district. You know what I mean? They're like, yes, Slay Queen, I love you. My sister sent me a screenshot of my dad's girlfriend sent her about how homosexuals spread monkeypox to make money for Bill Gates. That's awesome. Oh, dude. That's funny, dude. That is actually funny. When you live on a planet where like that's your belief system, it's broken, dude. Fundamentally, there's nothing that you can put together that is going to be as ridiculous. The best part of Pride is getting to watch hogs get mad about Pride merch. I've been talking with coworkers about the trans struggle, brought up Chappelle and exactly what you've been talking about, but I feel like some of the black communities having trouble recognizing the struggles of gay rights, and for them, the trans topic is still taboo. Yes, they see it as like skipping the line. That's why. First of all, they deny the existence of like gay and trans black people, so that's one thing. But also on top of that, like, yeah, there is a may I ask what the F word means exactly? Dude, are you okay? How old are you? Band. You're too young to be in here. There is no intersectionality. Which is there's no intersectionality, which is the reason why, like, you know, I've talked about this before, dude. Like, Dave Chappelle is a black man, okay? And black men, like, hating on black men, specifically, like, you know, straight black men, cis, straight black men, is probably forever going to be the main villain of society in the eyes of white supremacists and the white supremacist society that we've built. Okay? That's just the truth. And it's so insidious. Like, shitting on black men in particular, specifically black men, is done in like so many unique and creative ways. It's not just about like saying the N-word or anything like that people think it's about, you know? It's about, nah, bro, don't agree with your take. You don't agree with my take that like black men are still seen as like violent, aggressive, lazy, and that like even liberals will often routinely regard black men in that way. And not only that, they do it in a more nuanced way, and that there's an entire fucking sector of like academia that literally fucking talk about how black men are violent and aggressive towards gay people and towards trans people, and you know, make basically traffic for liberals the same exact like horrifying ideas of about black men that racist people believe in. That's just obviously the point isn't that like if you shit on trans people as a black man, you're going to change that dynamic. Okay. But the point is, there is still broad swaths of society, both on the liberal side and also obviously on the conservative side, that that portray black men as violent beasts. Okay, and it's super old school, but even liberals do it, and the consequence of that is still really, really damaging for black men. So if you're a black man and you see other marginalized communities get accepted into civilized society because there's white men involved in said communities in a lot of instances, you feel like you never got, like your restitution was never given to you. Okay? So there's a little bit of built up animosity towards other marginalized communities. And I think that's part of the reason why Dave Chappelle feels the way that he does, even though he's not correct. You get it? If you want to understand what motivates Dave Chappelle this way, it's not just that he's like old, kind of a boomer, or not kind of, like absolutely a boomer, feels like he can do no wrong, and that people have like hurt his feelings by saying he's like not great, he's not a good person anymore. Okay? Those things are true. He is motivated by the slight. He is motivated by feeling like people have slighted him. Trans people and gay people have slighted him because they got mad at him. And how dare they? He's Dave Chappelle. He's the GOAT. So that's where his part of his main motivation comes from that. I think a lot of black men feel like only black men can't make trans jokes and shit as well. I'm not saying I agree, just shit I've heard at the barber shop. I'm a black man and took a journey to uplift the neurodivergent community. Marginalized groups are stronger together and oftentimes intersect. Of course, I'm guilty of that, but Dave is not the same case. He always was outside of the black community from a young age. While we have more in common based on skin color alone, experiences also play a part. I mean, yeah, he was upper middle class, but still. You need to watch the video FD Signifier on YouTube about Dave Chappelle. Better video ever to make about it. What? Yeah. These comedians keep switching too. One joke, they're cultural critics, and the other is just a joke, guys. Where do you draw the line? I grew up loving Chappelle's stuff. When his recent specials came out, I didn't really understand the outrage, but I'm realizing that I was downplaying the effect of it because I don't identify with the issues he's joking about. Yeah, it's just, I just wish that he was not, I just wish that Dave Chappelle wasn't fucking so consistently making, I don't know, cutting videos about fucking or making jokes about like trans people that are already like hyper marginalized. You know what I mean? It's like really silly. Yep, it's the reason why some black people not supported the Stop AAPI hate movement, because they are cutting the line, hijacking the movement, or because of individual racist behavior they maybe have encountered with other Asians. Well, there's a little bit of truth in that, though. No matter what happens, there's a little bit of truth in that. There's a crumb of truth in that. The reality, like we talk about whiteness, right? We talk about whiteness. The one group of people that will never be considered white, no matter what, is black people. Like Hispanic people are now considered white. Asian people can sometimes be considered white. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's so much more to it than that. There are plenty of, Asians that do not fit within the model minority myth that is a super racist myth to begin with, that often get overlooked. or covered under the broad swath of like Asians. But the one group of people that will never be considered white, no matter what happens, is black people, because that's where the concept of whiteness comes from. It's about exclusion and proximity from blackness. The one drop rule. And a lot of people in positions of power will use that kind of anxiety that black people see to fucking turn it on, to make it seem like, you know, to turn it on them and be like, look, like conservative commentators do that all the time. They try to pin like marginalized groups against one another when the only way towards liberation comes from uniting along class lines. Yeah, there are levels to that as well within the black African American community, especially for black people from other countries. Atlanta covered it really well this season with Kevin Samuels. I haven't seen it, but I have talked about that before. Like, you know, first generation African migrants oftentimes have a negative opinion of black people in America. It changes throughout their experiences once they recognize that they are seen by other people as also black and not as like an African migrant. Okay. But first generation, yeah, there is I don't know. I'm speaking from my own personal experience, being very close to you know, Nigerian families. I false. That is not true. Okay. I think it changes quickly, but that's where you know, it okay. Frustrating when your parents complain about American black people when they're also black. I love white chatters telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about when, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm speaking out. I'm speaking on something that I am very familiar with. Obviously, not for like personal, my personal experience as a Turkish person. I am white, obviously, but literally talking about it from my analysis and my immediate interaction. And that's the reason why so many people are saying no. It's like literally true. Rich bread chatters don't put in challenge impossible difficulty. I disagree that Hispanic people can pass as white because my family's experienced lots of racist situations. Dude, there's literally a separate designation for white Hispanic people. It's literally white Hispanic. It's a Census Bureau term. Like, obviously, maybe you don't fit in that, but that is a real category. As a Nigerian immigrant, it's 100% true. We have a whole slur for black Americans to differentiate them from us. Yes, it's Canadian. Yeah. They literally will call African Americans Canadian. That's the substitute for the N-word. You guys know that? Probably not. Anyway. That's literally a lie. Funny joke though. Wait, this is not a lie or a joke. I was being super serious. What do you mean that's a joke? No, that's my parents say a kata, search the meaning. It's on Google too. It means wildcat. Anyway. American supremacist attitudes are so prevalent that, like, literally you see this in, like, fucking first generation, second generation migrants that now feel like they themselves are fully American, so they want to kick the ladder down. It's just a thing that happens. There's a lot of fucking third generation and second generation migrants in the chat that come from Latin American countries that I'm sure experience this exact same kind of racism towards other immigrants that are coming in from those exact same fucking countries, and their parents are like, yeah, it sucks. It's just it's a weird thing, and obviously the main reason for it is not necessarily I mean, it's not like they're these people are not the number one racists, okay, obviously, but more so that racism is that prevalent, and that kind of like supremacist attitude is that prevalent that you will literally turn around and be like, yeah, I hate illegals. It's like, well, you know, your mother or your dad or your grandparents came here illegally, and now you're like, oh, I hate illegals. It's like, that's okay. Like, how are you that far removed from your own perspective, from your own history? Yeah, there's another school shooting apparently happening. I'm literally a blue-eyed white first-generation Mexican American who speaks Spanish, and yes, I've seen some racism on illegals from aunts and uncles. Yeah. As one of your first-generation black chatters, I can confirm your statement about Africans initially thinking they're superior to black North Americans is 100% true. I mean, that attitude changes. Like, the more you fucking interact, the more you interact with, like, police, the more you interact with, like, regular fucking white folk in society, your attitude changes. It shifts, certainly, okay? From what I have seen, what I understand, because, you know, cops are not differentiating between a Nigerian first generation migrant and an African descendant of slaves. You know, they're just seeing black and they're scared, and it's just like racists are very indiscriminate with their racism. Anyway, you watching season 3 of Atlanta? I haven't. I have not. I've only watched like the first episode so far. I got to get back into it, and that's what white people think as well. They don't understand we aren't one big group. Yeah. So anyway, let's move on to some more serious coverage, and then we'll get to lighter news as well. But serious coverage regarding a CNN investigation about Abu Akleh, Shireen Abu Akleh, the Christian Palestinian. Oh fuck, I gotta run an ad break first. Sorry. Before we get into this, top of the hour, I'm gonna run a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. That's how you get an ad-free broadcasting experience. Also, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. It's the top of the hour. We're gonna run the ad real quick, and then we're gonna get to some serious stuff here. Here it is. So, as you recall, I believe a week. I don't even know. Time passes so quickly. But Bill Vog, thank you for the 5 subs. A week ago, a incredibly important. She died 2 months ago. Wait, what? No. I don't know when it happened. And we'll talk about the Texas school shooting in a little bit, okay? Not yet. It was 11/05/2022. Okay. So 2 weeks ago, an incredibly important Palestinian American journalist by the name of Shireen Abu Akleh that has been doing coverage on Israel to the Arab-speaking world for almost 30 years was assassinated in cold blood by the Israeli occupying force. Okay? The Israeli occupying force was doing a raid, like some of the other raids that they've conducted, into Jenin in the West Bank, which was a refugee camp. This is a UN-recognized refugee camp that they were doing a raid into, which they've been conducting for some time now. And during that raid, they basically openly, as we thought, according to eyewitness testimony of the people who were shot and shot at journalists, during that raid, they opened fire on a group of journalists that were very clearly marked as such. They were wearing press vests, they were wearing press helmets, and Shireen Abu Akleh was killed by being shot in the neck. Meaning, because she had armor on, someone personally, and we don't know if it was a sniper fire or not, but they believe it was a sniper fire, someone personally aimed in a place where they could shoot and kill Shireen Abu Akleh. Okay? Purposely, on purpose. That's what the eyewitness testimony on the ground said. That's what, that's basically what the immediate assumption was. And Israel, of course, did what it does all the fucking time and blame it on Palestinians and said that, like, no, it was a terrorist. It was a Palestinian terrorist that shot at them with no proof whatsoever. And then they showed a fake, or not a fake, but like a video from a totally separate part of the camp that was not even near where Shireen was, claiming that, look at these guys, they're shooting, and this is how they shot Abu Akleh. Okay? Yes, this is the Al Jazeera journalist. And then they quickly went and said, okay, maybe it wasn't, but we need to conduct an investigation. And obviously those investigations are always fucking bullshit, okay? Those investigations are always bullshit. It's like police investigations, you know? Police rarely ever investigate themselves and then find themselves to be guilty when they're doing police shit. And Israel certainly is not going to investigate the Israeli occupying force and find them guilty of doing Israeli occupying force shit. Like, their point is this. Now, the thing is, she was part of the ever-shrinking Palestinian Christian community. She was an incredibly important person for the Arab-speaking world with all of her coverage over the past 30 years. And she was an American citizen. So, this time they shot the wrong person. It's always unjustifiable and horrifying, but this time there was a lot of backlash. So much so that when the funeral proceedings were happening, one of the things that the occupying forces did was beat the shit out of the people who were carrying the coffin. Okay? They assaulted the casket. All on camera. Hasan Hanoun 98. Yeah, but are you going to talk about the fact that Hamas is not inclusive? Oh, come on, dude. Let me read it and then fucking destroy this piece of shit. Yeah, dude, look at this. Look. I love that. I fucking love this fucking dog. You filthy fucking dog, you, okay? You fucking piece of shit, dude. You fucking absolute monster. You garbage person. Yeah. Are you going to talk about the fact that Hamas is not inclusive towards the queer community? The IDF, on the other hand, is making great progress on that front. Yeah, the IDF is doing so great on that when they do their fucking LGBT bombs. You know what I mean? When they fucking indiscriminately fire missiles and have caused like the entire fucking the entire child population of the Gaza Strip, which has like an incredibly high percentage of children, by the way, to have permanent PTSD. Yeah, they're vegan too, bro. Fucking monster. Anyway. Yeah. Didn't the Palestinian authorities release their report into the shooting to the ICC recently in the last few days? I believe they did. Okay. But anyway, CNN uncovered more details on the shooting to basically solidify what we knew already, which was that they targeted the group of journalists deliberately. Okay? Several shots ring out in quick succession, cutting through a clear blue spring morning in Jenin in the West Bank. Crack, crack, crack. The cameraman filming the scene scrambles backwards to take cover behind a low concrete wall. The man cries out in Arabic, "Injured, Shireen, Shireen, oh man, Shireen, ambulance." When the camera operator pans around the corner, Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh can be seen lying motionless, face down on the ground as another Palestinian reporter, Shata Hanaisha, crouches down beside her using a tree trunk for cover. Hanaisha reaches out and tries to rouse her as gunshots continue. There's no response. Both women are wearing helmets and blue protective vests marked press. In the moments that follow, a man in a white t-shirt makes several attempts to move Abu Akleh, but is forced back repeatedly by gunfire. Finally, after a few long minutes, he manages to drag her body from the street. The shaky video filmed by Al Jazeera cameraman Majdi Banura captures the scene when Abu Akleh, a 51-year-old Palestinian American, was killed by a bullet to the head around 6:30 a.m. on May 11th. She had been standing with a group of journalists near the entrance of the Jenin refugee camp, where they had come to cover an Israeli raid. While the footage does not show Abu Akleh being shot, eyewitnesses told CNN they believe Israeli forces on the same street fired deliberately on the reporters in a targeted attack. That's what the Palestinian and also that's what the Palestinians said. That's also what the journalists that were shot at said. And yet Israel was like, no, fuck off. That's not what happened. It's actually the Palestinians that shot them. And people were upset for like half a day. And then they went back to fucking, I don't know, watching Johnny Depp and Amber Heard play out their narcissistic weirdo fucking fantasy on this never-ending, seemingly never-ending court case. Everyone forgot about it. Like you, like me, yeah. If you know anything about me, I always routinely love stopping my coverage of the Palestinian experience regularly. Okay? I mean, the similar thing could be said for personally about he's not even watching. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's why he's confused. As an audio-only Andy, he's confused as to what I'm talking about because I'm talking about literally this. Okay? Fucking covered the court case yesterday. Okay? Take the ban. Go. Do rag all day. Suck my cock. Okay? The amount of times you've tuned out of Gaza coverage to put on long TMZ interviews is insane. Do not lie. Where are these people coming from? Are you being sarcastic or are you... Okay, what is happening right now? I think I really do need to just like fire off on a lot of these. I need to do a culling, I think, all the time. I don't know what's going on. What is happening? Yeah, I need to fucking, you know. Yeah, just ban people you disagree with. Very smart. No, first of all, I'm a dumbass. But secondly, I'm not banning people that I disagree with. I'm banning people that are bringing up complete falsehoods to, once again, just totally turn the attention onto themselves because they're narcissistic fucking pieces of shit. So sometimes I got to pull them out to the fucking middle of the courtyard and put one in the back of their heads, figuratively, so that the rest of the fucking dumbasses realize, like, oh, okay, maybe I will hold my idiotic thoughts to myself because I do like this community. I came in maybe as a troll, but maybe I like this community and maybe I should behave. You know? So yeah, if you're gonna come in and troll, you're just only showcasing your narcissism to be like, hey, I just want everything to be around me, revolve around me. Fuck the 30,000 other people. Anyway. Okay. Fuck the derailing Andes. Okay, we're going to continue. We stood in front of the Israeli military vehicles for about 5 to 10 minutes before we made moves to ensure they saw us. And this is a habit of ours as journalists. We move as a group. We stand in front of them so they know we're journalists, and then we start moving. Hanisha told CNN, describing their cautious approach towards the Israeli army convoy before the gunfire began. Audio and video analysis indicates that Palestinian-American journalist was shot from a distance, about 200 meters. Israel claims she could have been hit by Palestinian militants or an Israeli soldier returning fire during a raid at the Jenin refugee camp. But eyewitnesses say there were no armed Palestinians or clashes in her vicinity. Abu Akleh was shot dead here around 6:30 a.m. Footage from the scene showed a direct line of sight towards the Israeli convoy. Here's the 200 meter distance where the Israeli body cam footage and social media videos place the Israeli army vehicles here, minutes before Abu Akleh is shot. The only recorded positions of Palestinian militants were further south of the camp, where they clashed with Israeli forces earlier that morning. The gunmen were too far from Abu Akleh to have fired the fatal shot, according to a firearms expert. As soon as Shireen fell, I honestly wasn't comprehending that she was shot. I was hearing the sound of bullets, but I wasn't comprehending that they were coming at us. Honestly, the whole time, I wasn't understanding. I thought they were shooting, so we stayed back. I didn't think they were trying to kill us. On the day of the shooting, Israeli military spokesperson Ron Kochav told Army Radio that Abu Akleh had been filming and working for a media outlet amidst armed Palestinians. They're armed with cameras, if you'll permit me to say so, according to the Times of Israel. Armed with cameras. Exposing Israeli war crimes is a crime in and of itself. You know how in America, like, racists will say, like, oh, you talking about how someone is racist is worse than the actual racism? Same energy. It's just supremacist attitude for a different in-group. They're armed with rocks. Palestinians are armed with rocks. They're armed with cameras. I mean, what else can they be armed with at that point? Israeli military says it is not clear who fired the fatal shot. Well, originally they didn't say that. Originally they said it was the Palestinians. The army said there was a possibility Abu Akleh was hit either by indiscriminate Palestinian gunfire or by an Israeli sniper positioned about 200 meters away in an exchange of fire with Palestinian gunmen, though neither Israel nor anyone else has provided evidence showing armed Palestinians within a clear line of fire from Abu Akleh. The Israeli Defense Force said on May 19th that it had yet not decided whether to pursue a criminal investigation. On Monday, the Israeli military's top lawyer, Major General Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi, said in a speech that under the military's policy, a criminal investigation is not automatically launched if a person is killed in the midst of an active combat zone, unless there is credible and immediate suspicion of a criminal offense. United States lawmakers in the UN and the international community have all called for an independent probe. You know how well those independent probes go, for the record. But an investigation by CNN offers new evidence, including 2 videos of the scene of the shooting, and there was no active combat nor any Palestinian militants near Abu Akleh in the moments leading up to her death. Videos obtained by CNN, corroborated by testimony from 8 eyewitnesses, an audio forensic analyst, and an explosive weapons expert, suggest that Abu Akleh was shot dead in a targeted attack by Israeli forces. Shocking. Actually, it is shocking. It's shocking that CNN would be doing visual investigation, uncovering the truth about this assassination. It is shocking to think. It is shocking to think that a liberal mainstream media outlet, which normally serves a propaganda machine purpose, they killed children aged less than 10 years and no one moved. Do you expect them to move for a journalist? Yes, I do. And the reason why is because she was an American citizen. And that's why I think that, and she's a famous person. I think that's the reason. It's sad, but it's the truth. When another 11-year-old is like murdered viciously alongside their family in yet another crazy attack, like missile strikes in Gaza, that's just a statistic. But when you're talking about a journalist who was shot directly by Israeli sniper fire, and there is plenty of evidence to show that they did this. Going to be a little hard to lie about it. On IG Live, AOC suggests cutting military aid to Israel in the wake of killing of Shireen Abu Akleh. She was killed by Israeli forces. You know we can't allow this stuff to be happening with our resources. We can't even get healthcare in the U.S. and we're funding this. That's what she said. Which, they're going to eat her ass on the fucking QRTs for sure. They're going to fucking... Even that alone is AOC on criticism that she's singling out Israel. You know, like a lot of times people say, oh, like you are picking them out and treating them differently. Our tax dollars are part of this. Our resources are part of this. They try to make it seem as though believing that Palestinians are human beings that deserve human rights is like somehow inherently anti-Semitic. It's not, and it's insulting to the actual profound amount of anti-Semitism that our Jewish brothers and sisters are confronting right now. Yeah, they'll use this as a be like, yo, look at how anti-Semitic she is or some shit. Abi Kılıçdaroğlu son tweet'e bakmalısın. RT'nin yolsuzluğu hakkında video USA Türkan Vakfı Türkiye gündemi şu an. Okay, bilmiyorum. Bakarız sonra. I'm covering something else, Turks. Calm down, okay? How depressing is the lukewarm take like AOC has is going to piss off so many people and create a shitstorm of controversy? Yeah. Israel has been busy. Yeah, and kill the top Palestinian journalist, kill the Palestinian boy, bomb Syria's international airport, killing 3 people, and now very likely assassinated an Iranian colonel in Tehran. Typical Israel, bullying people, picking on others, and playing the victim. I don't know the other stuff, but I mean, it's not surprising that is happening. If this was anywhere else in the Middle East and an American was killed, this would be blowing up. It would be blowing up way more than it is right now. For sure. But this level of coverage is new, even then. I'm going to talk about Texas in a little bit when I find out more information, okay? There's an active shooting happening in Texas. Please stop coming in here and fucking constantly saying this. There was a frisson of excitement as the veteran journalist, a household name across the Arab world for coverage of Israel and Palestinian territories, arrived to report on the raid. About a dozen or so men dressed in sweats and flip-flops had gathered to watch Abu Akleh and her colleagues at work. They were milling around chatting, some smoking cigarettes, others filming the scene on their phones. In one 60-minute cell phone video shared with CNN, the man filming walks towards the spot where the journalists had gathered, zooming in on the Israeli armored vehicles parked in the distance, says, "Look at snipers." Then a teenager peers tentatively up the street. He shouts, "Don't kid around. You think it's a joke? We don't want to die. We want to live." Israeli raids on the Jenin refugee camp have become a regular occurrence since early April in the wake of several attacks by Palestinians that left Israelis and foreigners dead. Some of the suspected assailants of those attacks were from Jenin, according to the Israeli military. Residents say the raids often lead to injuries and deaths. On Saturday, a 17-year-old Palestinian was killed and an 18-year-old was critically injured by Israeli fire during a raid, the Palestinian Ministry of Health said. Salim Awad, the 27-year-old Jenin camp resident who filmed the 16-minute video, told CNN that there were no armed Palestinians or any clashes in the area and that he hadn't expected there to be gunfire given the presence of journalists nearby. There was no conflict or confrontations at all. We were about 10 guys, give or take, walking around, laughing, joking with the journalists, he said. We were not afraid of anything. We didn't expect anything would happen because when we saw journalists around, we thought it would be a safe area. But the situation changed rapidly. Awad said shooting broke out about 7 minutes after he arrived on the scene. His video captures the moment that shots were fired at the 4 journalists, Abu Akleh Kanaisha and another Palestinian journalist, Mujahid al-Saadi, and the Al Jazeera producer Ali al-Samudi, who was injured in the gunfire. He was one of the witnesses, one of the key witnesses who was shot himself, was himself shot by the Israeli military that so many people in Western media didn't even fucking listen to, or at least didn't take seriously enough to fucking add his eyewitness testimony as someone who was a victim of Israeli gunfire to take the consideration, take his words into consideration when covering this and writing headlines like, writing headlines like, famous Palestinian journalist dies. during Jinin raid and clashes, you know, shit like that. So just remember that when you think about like the Associated Press and everyone else. Today at public transportation in the morning, I was starving and realized I couldn't even afford the cheap bread street vendors were selling. Why could I ever care about what's going on in the world? Why would I ever have sympathy for anything? I don't know. The same powers that be that that subjugate you is also hyping up this dominant force of evil. There's plenty of people that are also not able to fucking get bread in fucking Palestine. I don't know. What a stupid take. I mean, it's not a serious one, for the record. I don't believe that that person is actually saying that. I think that person is not really in that situation. I think they're using this as an opportunity to just like move the conversation away. I don't believe that. Their entire post history is cringe as fuck and not real. Let me look it up. Dude, that's a new Nazi talking thing? What do you mean? I do want to see it now. Hold on. What did he say? They're fucking at? I can't remember. Oh, it's just like, oh fuck. I thought there was like a weird PFP, but it's not. It's a weird PFP, but it's not like how can a god like HasanAbi be reduced to the situation of labor and be forced to waste his time cooking when he has important things like saving the world? Oh god, this guy is fucking so broken. Went from talking about marketing tricks with Subway to like all right. Being a doomer leftist must be so nice, man. They really live in another world just to complain to Twitch streamers and get in the way of actual change. I mean, dude, like, I'm not making real change here. I'm doing my best to cover something, to cover an issue that rarely ever gets, like, honest coverage about some of the most marginalized, oppressed people on the fucking planet, okay? And if your goal is to, like, come in here to be like, dude, fuck you, like, you fucking piece of shit, how dare you cover this when I'm suffering or whatever, as though I don't cover, you know, scarcity, artificial scarcity created by capitalism so that like food producers can, you know, improve their bottom line and numerous other things that probably pertain to your personal experience if that's truly something that you are going through. I don't know what to tell you. You're a weird, selfish person. We saw around 5 or 4 military vehicles on the street with rifles sticking out of them, and one of them shot Shireen. We were standing right there. We saw it when we tried to approach her. They shot at us. I tried to cross the street to help, but I couldn't, Awad said, adding that he saw that a bullet struck Abu Akleh in the gap between her helmet and the protective vest just by her ear. A 16-year-old who was among the group of men and boys on the street told CNN that there were no shots fired, no stone throwing, nothing before Abu Akleh was shot. He said the journalist had told them to not follow as they walked towards Israeli forces, so he stayed back. When the gunfire broke out, he said he ducked behind a car on the road 3 meters away, where he watched the moment she was killed. The teenager shared this video with CNN, filmed at 6:36 a.m., just after the journalist left the scene for the hospital, which showed the 5 Israeli army vehicles driving slowly past the spot where Abu Akleh died. The convoy then turns left before leaving the camp via the roundabout. They were like, yeah, we got our kills for the day. Let's move on. CNN reviewed a total of 11 videos showing the scene and the Israeli military convoy from different angles before, during, and after Abu Akleh was killed. Eyewitnesses who were filming when the journalist was shot were also in the line of fire and pulled back when the gunfire started, so do not capture the moment she is hit with a bullet. The visual evidence reviewed by CNN includes a body camera video released by the Israeli military, which captures soldiers running through a narrow alleyway holding M16 assault rifles and variants as they spill out onto the street where the armored vehicles are parked. An Israeli military source told CNN that both sides were firing M16 and M4 style assault rifles all day. In the videos, 5 Israeli vehicles can be seen lined up in a row on the same road where Abu Akleh was killed. To the south, the vehicle close to the journalist, emblazoned with a white number 1, and the vehicle furthest away, marked with number 5, are both positioned perpendicular across the street. Towards the rear of the vehicles, directly above the numbers, is a narrow rectangular opening in the exterior of the vehicle. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna there's VOS there. The Israeli military referenced such an opening in a statement about its initial investigation in the Abu Akleh shooting, saying that the journalist may have been hit by an Israeli soldier shooting from a designated firing hole in an IDF vehicle using a telescopic scope during an exchange of fire. Several eyewitnesses told CNN that they saw sniper rifles sticking out of the openings before shooting began, but that was not preceded by any other gunfire. Jamal Huwail, a professor at the Arab American University in Jenin, who helped drag Abu Akleh's lifeless body from the road, said he believed the shots were coming from one of the Israeli vehicles, which he described as a new model which had an opening for snipers because of the elevation and direction of the bullets. They were shooting directly at the journalists. While a former parliamentarian and a member of the Palestinian Fatah Party in Jenin first met Abu Akleh 2 decades ago when Israel launched a major military operation in the camp, destroying more than 400 homes and displacing a quarter of its population. That's just a regular old experience for Palestinians, by the way, as the world fucking turns as the world looks away. Just remember that. That's just how it is. That's just how it be. You know? She had showed him a video of one of the early interviews. The next time he saw her up close, she was dead. Yeah. Pretty conclusive that the original assessment that we had here on this broadcast, along with, by looking at the firsthand accounts, eyewitness testimony, and the images itself, was true. That Israel personally targeted journalists in this manner. And, I'm just going to let you guys know, there will probably be, not to be too much of a doomer, but there's probably not going to be justice in this particular instance. If there is justice in this particular instance, that doesn't change the reality of the occupation and the apartheid state that Israel has carefully crafted through a sequence of brutal actions against the Palestinian people as the entire world turns a blind eye, and in some instances, like the United States, actually offers material support to the state to continue doing its genocidal actions against Palestinian people. Israel Army on May 23. Oh, nice. Israel's army said Monday that if an Israeli soldier fired the shot that killed the Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, it did not appear that the soldier was guilty of criminal misconduct. Yeah. Just remember that. The reason why they do it is because they can. Okay? It's because they can. There is no justice for Palestinian people Okay? There is no justice. I mean, how is this any different than we didn't do this murder? It was probably the Palestinians. But if it's not the Palestinians and if it's us, it's actually not even a murder and good. Like that was the line of defense that they ran as they fucking, as they atrophied public interest once again on yet another brutal act of violence against the Palestinian person. Great. And now, as many as 14 dead, including several children, in Texas elementary school shooting. Yes. There is an active shooting, ongoing active shooting.
Active shooter
happening
may or
in
may
Texas.
not be available in those settings. Getting qualified.
Moving on
or
to
experienced
what's going on here
investigators
in
to a
Robb
scene.
Elementary School.
This scene probably cries out to have the
Multiple
FBI's
people are
evidence
dead,
response.
including several children, after an active shooting incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Law enforcement sources told ABC News. Multiple sources told ABC News the suspect is dead. Uvalde Memorial Hospital has confirmed to ABC News that 2 children died from presumed gunshot injuries in the incident. Additionally, 13 students were being treated in the hospital's emergency department in the wake of an incident, the hospital said. 2 patients were transferred to the San Antonio for treatment, while a third was pending transfer, the hospital said. A 45-year-old was also hospitalized after getting grazed by a bullet, the hospital said. University Health in San Antonio said it had 2 patients from the shooting incident, a child and an adult. The hospital said the adult, 66-year-old woman, is in critical condition. It did not have an update yet on the condition of the child. Uvalde Mayor Don McClellan did not confirm the casualties, but told ABC News in a text message that this is a very bad situation. He said the office is trying to contact parents before releasing any information. State officials were told as many as 14 students are feared dead, but we don't know. Only two have been confirmed thus far. But these are according to the preliminary reports provided to top state officials, as well as the shooter, who is thought to be 18 years old. This is unfolding in Uvalde, Texas. Here is Tony Gonzalez, who represents the district. I voted no on 2 gun control measures in the House today. I'm a proud supporter of the Second Amendment and will do everything I can to oppose gun grabs from the far left. The far left will never stop trying to take Americans' guns. I am proud to fight for the Second Amendment in Washington. The radical left wants to take away your guns, not on my watch. Proud to defend your Second Amendment. Awesome. Right. Of course. Ted Cruz hitting us with the prayers in record time. I mean, they're going to fucking say, don't make this political, and they're going to say thoughts and prayers. Heidi and I are fervently lifting up in prayer the children and families in the horrific shooting at Uvalde. We are in close contact with the local officials, but the precise details are still unfolding. Thank you to heroic law enforcement and first responders for acting so swiftly. Oh, I'm praying all right. According to CNN's Omar Jimenez, over a dozen are injured, 2 are dead after a shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. A spokesperson told from Uvalde Memorial Hospital told CNN the hospital received 13 children at the facility who are being treated for varying injuries. Suspect is in custody. Now it says the shooter killed 14 students. Update Texas Governor Greg Abbott now says the shooter killed 14 students and a teacher. The shooter is also dead, he believes, from responding officers. Here's the ABC News. We're tuning now into the ABC News live coverage of the
killing a teacher, and I guess we'll wait to see the condition of those students, but my God.
Yeah, unimaginable. Thank you for that correction there on the name again, Salvador Ramos. is the name that Governor Greg Abbott has ID'd.
Just another
this
day in
student
America,
who,
dude.
Again, 18-year-old Uvalde high school student there. We are going to work to wrap our heads around what is happening there in Uvalde, Texas, with that number and the amount of young life lost at this hour. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Bro, I love when people are like, man, this is so unimaginable. It's so unimaginable. Really? Is it unimaginable? I got family in Texas and upstate New York this month has been fucking heavy for me. Is it really that unimaginable when you think about it? It's like the most imaginable thing. Sorry, I'm tweeting something. Meanwhile, Greg Abbott this morning. Sandy Hook was 9 years ago. This country will never do anything to put a stop to this without radical change in who holds power. Yes. In before they somehow make this about gun crime in Chicago. Yeah, no, that's coming. Get ready for that. All of that. I mean, we know what they're going to say, but Texas Governor Greg Abbott confirms that 14 children and one teacher were killed in the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde today. Governor Abbott also says the gunman is dead. I mean, yeah, third world country with a Gucci belt. It's just straight up. It's just straight up how it is.
An 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into. The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him. The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle.
Dude, I don't know what to say about this other than here it is. A secret tape made after Columbine shows the NRA's evolution on school shootings. Soon after the Columbine high school shooting in 1999, which was like one of the biggest, most famous ones out of these that are now commonplace, obviously, senior leaders of the National Rifle Association huddled on a conference call to consider canceling their annual convention, scheduled just days later and a few miles away. 13 people lay dead at a high school. Dude, I'm going to fucking like put every Turkish person in the chat that is like frantically and hysterically fucking coming in here to be like, dude, you have to cover Turkish news right now, on a rocket ship, okay? Gideceğim belanıza ha. Bilmiyorum Kılıçdaroğlu'nun ne yaptığını, Erdoğan'ın ne yaptığını. Şu anda Amerika'da 14 tane çocuk öldü Texas'ta. Hala gerizekalı kalıp burada. Abi hemen bakman lazım Kılıçdaroğlu. Ölecek mi amına koyayım bakmazsam şu anda? Ha? Ne olacak hikayeye? Hikaye bir yere mi gidecek geri zekalılar? Salak mısınız ya? Oh. 13 people lay dead at a high school in Colorado. More than 20 were injured. Images of students running from the school were looped on TV, and the NRA strategists on the call sounded shaken and panicked as they pondered their next step into what would become an era of routine and horrific mass school shootings. Hey, guess what happened, actually? The NRA realized that school shootings are actually really good for them. You want to know why? Because in the aftermath of school shootings, the Republicans will say thoughts and prayers and say, don't make this political. And the Democrats will say, well, it's time to do something about gun violence. And then they will never end up doing anything about it. But in that fucking panic, you will see, in that panic state, people go and purchase more weapons. This is a known secret at this point. Okay? This is a known secret that you know who sells guns? Democratic leadership and Democratic, having a Democrat president. That's what makes guns. That's what fucking motivates people to go out and buy even more guns, because they think, oh man, Democrats are coming for our guns, and that fucking kind of attitude, that fear, has been whipped around over and over again. The only time where gun sales actually go up under a Republican administration is when there is so much severe unrest that that people actually turn around. Wait, hold on. People actually turn around and stockpile weapons like it happened during COVID. I mean, here, look at that. Greg Abbott. I'm embarrassed. Texas #2 in nation for new gun purchases, behind California. Let's pick up the pace, Texans. This was all the way back in 2015. My mom's from Newtown, and I have family who work in the school system there. We were at Thanksgiving down the year Sandy Hook happened. The way Republicans and the news media just fucking handwave all this shit is unthinkable and unpreventable. I'm fucking sick of it. It's just another fucking example of political apathy Dems have. I mean, yeah, still feel that way even now. This is like different times when shootings have happened. Think about that. Like Jordan, friend of the show, Jordan Ewell, replied on November 5th, 2017, in the aftermath of another shooting. And then someone else, climate crisis actor, replied to him on August 3rd, 2019, even now. And of course, the cycle will continue, as always. But given the shooter's background, from what we understand as a Hispanic person, I suspect that this is going to turn into illegal immigrants are responsible for this real quick.
To do that. And it really does boil down, as John Cohen said, you can certainly monitor social media the best you can, but that has its real limitations because of the number of people that are online. The key really is getting communities to tell you what's going on. I guarantee you there is information about this 18-year-old, whether it's at the high school or other kids that he associated with, or maybe even the teachers have picked up bits and pieces of information. But there's a thing called leakage where people spew out information that becomes very telling once you go back and look at a case. and they're going to be, attempting
Robb
to
Elementary
collect
is a
that.
public school located.
But
Is it Robb Elementary where the
we
shooting
could
happened?
Sadly, have this conversation every day. I don't even like saying that, but that's kind of where we are with firearms availability and the anger and rage that's going on in this country.
Here's the
really
overview
doesn't
of Robb
help
Elementary.
When you get into subjects like immigration, minorities, people of color.
Here, let's take a look at the demographics of Robb Elementary. First and foremost, the first thing you should probably look to is this number right here. 3,335 out of the 4,406 4,446 elementary schools. This school ranks 3,335th. The grades are 2 to 4. It's a public school. Total enrollment is 576. Okay. Here's the overview. Robb Elementary is a public school located in Uvalde, Texas, which is in a remote town setting. The student population of Robb Elementary is 576, and the school serves 2 to 4. At Robb Elementary, 29% of students scored at or above proficient level for math, and 25% scored at or above level for reading. 25%. Only a quarter of the fucking student population is scoring at or above a level of comprehensive reading and also proficient level for math. The school's minority student enrollment is 91%, and the student to ratio is 17 to 1, which is worse than that of the district. The student population is made up of 50% female students and 50 male students. The school enrolls 84% economically disadvantaged students. There are 34 equivalent full-time teachers and 1 full-time school counselor. That's the reason why it's ranked 3,335 out of 4,446.
I agree with John. John and I both worked at the Department of Homeland Security.
I'm dumb. I'm gonna look dumb, but fuck it. Why does the academic performance have to do with the school shooting? The reason why I'm bringing up the demographics of the school and the academic performance of the school, where it is literally one of the worst schools in reading proficiency ranking, is because funding. That's how racism works. Racism is not when someone says, hey, fuck you, and then use a slur. Okay? This is a school that is underfunded, like many of the underfunded public schools, especially in black and brown neighborhoods. Okay? That's what this is.
Deploying that training widespread in other countries. There are other places where they're doing this much better than
This is a consequence of systemic racism.
Community awareness to scale. And then we need a safe referral mechanism for people to call if they feel uncomfortable calling law enforcement.
How do you think America could effectively help prevent guns from getting into the hands of troubled youth and troubled adults? I grew up in a rural town in Texas, so I grew up around guns in a positive light, but even now I'm noticing that guns are not as great as need for American people was taught me. I'm a baby leftist. Just trying to learn more. I mean, guns are fine. Like I have never shied away from openly admitting that I enjoy firing weapons. Okay, I do, but they're also created with the express purpose of ending life. Okay, ending organic matter life. That's what guns do. They have no other purpose other than shooting someone and killing them. So, understandably, there should be a level of responsibility that you need to demonstrate when purchasing something like this. Okay? That's it. Obviously, there needs to be significant rollbacks. But America refuses to do that because the gun manufacturing industry is incredibly powerful. Small arms sales are pretty important.
Taking ownership of this concept of prevention because it can't get run out of Washington, D.C. This is inherently about communities.
The death penalty should be applied in all states so that criminals are afraid. What?
Of making sure that their communities are.
Yeah, dude. As in Texas? Is that what you're saying? A Texas that doesn't have the death penalty? That's why criminals are not afraid here? Is that what you're saying? Are you familiar with the state of Texas?
You see certain signs and indicators in a loved one or in a colleague. Ask how they're doing and get them help if you think they're not doing okay. Getting them help may actually end up saving lives. And we have got to be having a more frank conversation about this. This can't be all on law enforcement. There's too much of it. There are too many people that are struggling, especially after COVID, especially after the polarized conversations we were having in this country. We need to be engaging with people in civil discourse and getting people help
The NRA and gun makers have successfully made gun ownership into a major part of culture and people's personalities. Absolutely. This issue is pretty much unsolvable.
You said it takes time, but John Cohen, as this country tries to get its act together, and it takes time, in the meantime, our children are dying, our elders are dying in grocery stores, our children in the halls of schools, and here we have another mass shooting at a school with double-digit numbers.
That's right, and as Brad said, we will likely, based on the current threat environment, be having the same discussion within the next few weeks. It's, you know, on the same weekend that we had the shooting in Buffalo, we had mass shootings in other cities in the country as well.
I'm curious to hear any possible defense of widespread gun ownership in a country where kids are literally dying what seems like every week to gun violence. It seems indefensible.
Communities across the country, as Elizabeth indicated, need to organize themselves. It's not so much was the person on the radar screen, the question we should be asking is the radar screen tuned the right way to pick up on an individual who may be in the community, who may be traveling down the path to violence? I think that there's a lot of work that can be done in that area, and whether it's an educator, a coworker, a student, a family member, or somebody who's seeing something online, we need to make sure people understand what are the warning signs. And then communities across the country have to take
death
stock
toll
of
has risen
what
to
resources
16.
they have and what they can do to prevent an act of violence. I will say one other thing, and Brad said something that I totally agree with. We are an angry country, and in some cases, it's anger that's very individualized, and that can at times manifest itself in an individual using violence as a way to express that anger. But it's an anger, it's a flame of anger that's being fanned sometimes by our public discourse. And something that we could do immediately is to have our public figures, whether they be in government or in the media or, you know, in other parts of our society, work to reduce the temperature of the anger that's way too prevalent in our society. Because our adversaries, they look at the societal fractures, whether it's on issues, as Brad said, on abortion.
Seems like they targeted a minority school. No, according to the details that are readily available immediately, and obviously it's a breaking news story, so you need to be very careful with your analysis right now. But the shooter himself was, I believe, Salvadoran. And so it's not like this wasn't like targeted to like kill Hispanic children or whatever. The shooter is probably from the community, and the suspicion originally is that it might be that the grandmother of the shooter was there, but I don't know, and I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not gonna. The only reason why I'm bringing that up is because. The only reason why I bring that up is so that you understand and you're not making like you're not launching ridiculous conspiracies. Not Salvadoran, his name is Salvador. Oh, I thought he was also okay, his name is Salvador, sorry. I thought they said he was maybe I'm wrong. I must have misunderstood. But I mean, he is Hispanic. The shooter is Hispanic. So that much is. Wait, what the fuck is going on? ABC News coverage is like going crazy. They already nuked his Insta, only had one selfie and some gun pics. CNN used over 3 minutes to list all cities and such events have happened. It took CNN anchors over 3 minutes to list all cities that have had mass shootings this year. It's only May. That's awesome. So far, there have been 201 mass shootings in the United States, and it's only May. Yeah, in 144 days that have passed by in 2021, there have been more than 200 mass shootings that have occurred in this country. The Republican talking points are going to be teachers need to be armed to prevent these shootings. Also, more anti-immigration laws and building the wall, just to let chat know what's going to happen on Twitter and YouTube. Oh yeah, the shooter is Hispanic. They're going to say that it's illegal immigrants, even if it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to say you need more guns, and they're going to try to do like a pilot program like the one that they tried to launch in Florida, where they offer teachers subsidies for getting training on how to use a weapon, and try to make sure that like try to arm teachers, basically make schools like turn schools into an open carry or like allow people to concealed carry even. I mean, here, this is Texas. Like, Texas literally passed a fucking no license or training needed to carry a gun in Texas bill. They passed an open carry firearm bill this last year. Texas safeguards the Second Amendment. Today, constitutional carry goes into effect. Texans who legally own a gun are now allowed to carry it in public. No license or training is needed. Like, that's insanity, dude. The only country on the fucking planet where, like, our leaders are flexing that you can just buy a murder weapon without any sort of fucking... The only country on the planet where... The only country on the fucking planet where the governor is like, oh yeah, you can buy a murder weapon with ease without any kind of fucking training necessary. Isn't that nice?
But Shauna must make this very important point, because you talk about how Title 42 still remains in place, but we still see people coming across the border. It was only a year and a half ago when President Trump was still in office, and when President Trump was enforcing Title 42, people were not coming over the border.
That's so wild that he's saying this, because like Joe Biden's administration has arrested more people under Title 42 in this past year than fucking Donald Trump did. Like, that's not even, I mean, Title 42 is dog shit to begin with. It's still in place. His administration has fought back to preserve Title 42. A majority of Americans believe that Title 42 is good, unfortunately, and they are using that to fucking purge, like, literal lawful asylum seekers and stop them from claiming asylum and seeking asylum in this country without any sort of fucking legal process. It is completely inhumane and unjustifiable to do such a thing. And yet here you have this fucking monster talking about it like Joe Biden is not going hard enough on Title 42. It could not be further from the truth, but it doesn't even matter, because ultimately, just the only thing that matters is like what you can cut as propaganda from this. Don't believe your lying eyes, okay? Don't believe exactly what you're seeing in front of your fucking eyes. Believe the party line instead. Democrats love immigration, and they are bringing in a flood of migrants into this country, and Republicans hate immigration, and they want to stop the flood of migrants from coming into this country, when the truth is super far from what they are suggesting. That both Democrats and the Republican Party despise immigrants and do horrific things to horrific, unjustifiable things to immigrants in this country. They just don't care. And that two-tiered labor system, or that two-tiered immigration system, is specifically created in that way so that they can justify having a never-ending supply of an underclass that they can abuse and exploit, and oftentimes use against the rest of the labor force to drive down wages. That's just how it works. Now, of course, if undocumented immigrants were treated as human beings, allowed to participate in society, allowed to also join the same unions, and if unions were able to easily form in this country, then all American and all undocumented or now documented immigrants and their wages would go up. That's the real problem. But we won't let that happen ever, because the current way that it works with respect to like immigration is that it's better to keep a certain group of undocumented migrants and use them and abuse them and cast them aside when they want back pay, or like they want their wages back, or they speak out against sexual harassment, like the case in the chicken factory, Purdue. You just call in ICE on your own fucking undocumented migrant labor force. You get slapped. You get hit with a fucking slap on the wrist, like a baby fine. that is built into your profit margins to begin with, and then you immediately go back and cycle in undocumented immigrants again, immigrant workers again to your chicken factory. That's how it works. The reason why agriculture is so cheap in this country, aside from the government subsidies, is because we have a never-ending sea of undocumented migrants that we abuse and exploit, okay? In May 2002, the Secret Service published a report that examined 37 school shootings. They had the following findings. What? 20 years ago, among the 10 findings, mostly involving mental health, bullying, etc., is finding number 8. Most attackers had access to and had used weapons prior to the attack 20 years ago. Salvador Ramos heist their Tater photo? What? What is heist their Tater? Do you think people are actually doing this on a major level? This is crazy to propose. Wait, what? This channel is propaganda drive down wages? Do you think people are actually doing this on a major level? This is crazy to propose. Do you think the two-tiered immigration system that has relied on specifically Mexican and Latin American labor since the Bracero program was like codified into the and then safeguarded in the 60s by creating another two-tiered immigration and like migrant status is not built with the express purpose of capitalist profit margins in mind? You think it's just something else? You think people are just like purely racist? That's why they're doing it? It's not. Aviva Chomsky actually has written extensively on the matter, one of Noam Chomsky's daughters, if you want to understand it further. I forget what the name of her book was, but that was really good on the history of how immigration became illegal. Undocumented is another. Undocumented is the name of the book, How Immigration Became Illegal, where Dr. Aviva Chomsky, Noam Chomsky's daughter, talks openly about America's history and how they created this two-tiered immigration system. Starting off with, of course, the Bracero program. You know damn well that Chatter didn't know a single thing you just mentioned. My parents have been in agriculture since they moved here. They would tell stories of how when they were at work, ICE would be called and everyone would run away and try and hide. Why are we talking about immigration? I don't know. I don't know how we like switched over to immigration here, but here.
With Salvador Roma, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that has not yet been confirmed according to the most recent report. The governor there, Aaron, giving a few more details.
Part of the reason why we're talking about it is because the shooter is Hispanic, and I know that like in the coming days, this is going to turn very quickly away from like preventative measures that revolve around taking like gun safety courses or rolling back some of the deregulation around such matters in the state of Texas into, oh, it's Mexicans. It's just a Mexican person and they're violent and they're criminals, and that's why we need to stop that's why we need to stop the flow of immigrants into this country. So that's going to happen. I'm just letting you know. I'm precogging it. I'm pre-watching it, but that's literally what is going to happen. No, Abbott didn't say that with respect to like what is going on currently. He is going to say that though. They're all going to say that. They're going to say, here, I'll tell you a couple more things. They're going to say it's a hate crime when a white person does it, but it's like, but when a brown person does it, it's like, we can't say. Tucker Carlson's literally going to say, when a brown person shoots up a school, Democrats protect that brown person. When a white person shoots up a school, they say this is white supremacy. This is this is the fault of white supremacy. But when a brown person does this, the right can't even say that like all brown people are violent criminals.
And killed his grandmother. Authorities are now
Basically.
trying to go through his background to see what connection he may have had to that elementary school. They're also trying to run down social media and find any potential friends or acquaintances just to see if there were any accomplices or anyone else who may have had an inkling that this shooting was about to come, David.
All right, that is the major headline coming in right now. The suspect, the image of him just a short time ago made public. Again, an 18-year-old believed to be a member of that community and a student at the high school there. Governor Abbott, again, confirming that
Yeah, that is the fastest mugshot I've ever seen on the news as well. That's wild how quickly they fucking slapped the mugshot on there. God damn, dude. The news is on it.
Now, sadly, the governor has confirmed those numbers along with just a few more details of what played out this afternoon. Let's listen to the governor now.
First, I want to tell you that what happened in Uvalde is a horrific tragedy that cannot be tolerated in the state of Texas. And there is swift action being taken by local law enforcement as well as the Texas Department of Public Safety. They obviously now know who the shooter was, and the shooter is no longer alive. Let me give you some details, and then I'll give you a summation about that. The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased and is believed that responding officers killed him. It appears that 2 responding officers were struck by rounds but have no serious injuries. The Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department is the investigating agency, and we will provide them and the city of Uvalde substantial investigative and patrol assistance. We're in the process of obtaining detailed background information on the subject, his motive, the types of weapons used, the legal authority to possess them, and conduct a comprehensive crime scene investigation and reconstruction, and identify and interview all witnesses and provide victim services and other support as needed. Victor Escalon is the Texas Department of Public Safety South Texas Regional Director. He is on the scene, and everything that can be done will be done. In addition to that, it is being reported that the subject shot his grandmother right before he went into the school. And I have no further information about the connection between those 2 shootings. And the subject is reported to be a student, to have been a student at Uvalde High School, and is a U.S. citizen. Bottom line is this, however, and that is when parents drop their kids off at school, they have every expectation to know that they're going to be able to pick their child up when that school day ends. And there are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them for the reality that these parents are not going to be able to pick up their children. Our job is multifold. First, to make sure we address exactly what happened at this crime scene, and then second, to make sure we take that information and do everything that is necessary to ensure that crime scenes like this are not going to be repeated in the future, and that we're going to be able to ensure the safety and security of our schools.
You were listening to Texas's governor just a short time ago confirming those awful numbers playing out this afternoon in Uvalde, a small rural town in Texas. Fewer than 20,000 people live there. Those numbers, 14 children killed, a teacher shot and killed as well. You heard the governor there talk about the suspect's grandmother also prior to this shooting, though the governor said, I can't give you more information on how those shootings are linked, though presumably he killed his grandmother and then headed to the school, though we'll wait for authorities to confirm that when they do come before the cameras this afternoon. As you've been watching with us throughout our reporting this afternoon, the size of law enforcement, the presence on the scene continues to grow. Our Maria Villarreal
Here's some fun stuff. This is from Rebecca Entralgo. Rebecca Entralgo Fernandez, the managing editor of Inequality.org. Greg Abbott is slated to speak at the NRA convention in Houston this Friday alongside Ted Cruz, John Cornyn, Dan Crenshaw, and Donald Trump. These are, some of the heaviest hitters of Texas politics, including Donald Trump, the heaviest hitter of the Republican Party. Just, this is NRA's event of the year, boys. So that's pretty cool. We know, I'm sure they'll have a great time with this. I'm sure that this is not going to be postponed or anything. I mean, come on, it's the biggest NRA event of the year. It's
towards the school. A couple of them stopped us. We spoke with one family who said they were looking for their 10-year-old niece. They had contacted the hospital. They had contacted the school. They had reached out to people in San Antonio as well because they've heard that that's where victims were taken, and they could not get any information. We connected them with some contacts that we have in San Antonio, and they are right now in touch with them. I got closer to the school, and I was stopped by a dad who asked if I knew how to get to the funeral home because he couldn't find his 10-year-old little girl.
Maria Villarreal. Go ahead.
Sorry, David. I just it's a really tough situation to be here, and to see this dad, who I know is stoic in most situations. The funeral home is a few blocks from where this school is. He did tell me as of right now he was.
Listen, boys, Sandy Hook was white kids, okay? When Americans showed that they were comfortable with like white kids being murdered, white elementary school children being murdered, it was a wrap. I hate to break it to you, and this is gonna sound really fucking sad, but this is a school that's 92% Hispanic, and the shooter is also Hispanic. They're gonna fucking turn this into an immigration conversation immediately. Republicans are gonna swap away the conversation away from like lack of funding, lack of adequate mental health treatment spending, or anything like that, which is something that they only talk about when it comes to white shooters, where they're like, oh, it's a mental health problem. Okay, fix mental health. Nope, we can't do that. Fuck you. Fuck off and die. They're going to use this as an opportunity to dunk on immigrants and say that immigrants are responsible for this.
Killed in this shooting, a teacher killed as well, and Governor Abbott adding to that word that the suspect, he said, shot and killed his grandmother right before the shooting at that school. I want to bring in Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice correspondent in Washington. And Pierre, as I mentioned just a moment ago, law enforcement, the presence growing by the minute there on the scene. And I know federal authorities have been watching this since first word.
David, they have been confirming the information that the governor just recently spoke of. And David, I can tell you that there's growing concern that we are in the midst of a surge of these kinds of incidents. Just last week, as you and I were in Buffalo, an 18-year-old there accused of murdering all those black people. Now we have an 18-year-old in that community, believed to be a part of that community, killing so many young people and a teacher. Sources are, in fact, telling me about concern. They're trying to run down this information that he may have, in fact, killed his grandmother. They are doing a deep dive on social media posts by this young man to glean what he was thinking, what he was writing, what he was posting in recent days. This is a full court tilt right now to make sure no one else has knowledge. There are some additional people that they have some questions about. David.
Pierre Thomas tracking this in Washington. We are set to hear from authorities there on the ground in Uvalde. Their first time before the cameras addressing what's played out this afternoon. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point, we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. The school has children that are in second, third, and fourth grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone.
No, they did not
during
take the
this
shooter in alive. He
heinous
shot at
crime.
officers. That's the main difference here, okay? The white shooter in Buffalo did not shoot at police officers and was actually,
As far as the rest of the district
quote
is
unquote, trying to
concerned,
kill
safety measures
himself,
were
but he
taken
wasn't really.
to make sure that we had
Whereas
a safe
this dude
release
shot
for
at
the rest of the
officers.
district.
So they killed him.
Throughout
I know
our
that
city
people
of Uvalde.
want to
And
say like,
we,
oh
had
well, you know,
numerous
when a
law
brown
enforcement
person does
officers
this,
and
like
agencies that assisted
you
with the
fucking
safety
kill,
release for
you
those
killed them or
students.
whatever. But from what I
We do
understand,
want to keep all our
cops were,
families in their prayers. I
you
hope
know,
you do as
cops
well.
were
And we
shot
also
at.
want
Two
to
police,
respect the
two
privacy
cops
of
were
the
shot at.
family.
They
Everything is
didn't
still
have
being
like
worked
severe
on.
injuries and
again,
whatnot,
we'll
but
notify the
it
parents
doesn't
and the
matter.
families
They
as
were
soon as we have some news
they
for
were
them.
shot at.
Thank you
If
so
you
much.
shoot at a cop in America, you're gonna get killed. It doesn't really matter what
We
your
greatly
background is.
appreciate your understanding and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information.
The likelihood
as the
that you're going to be
investigation
killed, even
continues.
if you don't shoot at a cop, if
We
you are a
appreciate
shooter
your
as a black
courtesy.
person, is
At
significantly
this time,
higher.
concludes our press
Obviously,
conference.
I don't
Thank
want to
you.
talk about it yet.
All right,
Hold on.
authorities
Let's
there
just,
on the ground beginning to offer more of what played out this afternoon, though they were very careful there not to actually give any numbers. Though the governor has provided those numbers, at least what we know.
It's
And
okay,
at
you
this
muted the
point,
update. Shut the
investigation
fuck
is
up here.
leading, to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district. Throughout our city of Uvalde, and we had numerous law enforcement officers and agencies that assisted with the safety release for those students. We do want to keep all our families in their prayers. I hope you do as well. And we also want to respect the privacy of the family. Everything is still being worked on, and again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate your understanding and patience with us. Please know at this time, we are only making a statement. We will be releasing more information as the investigation continues. We appreciate your courtesy. At this time, it concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Here you go. Are you
All right,
happy?
authorities there on the ground, but confirming the grandmother of the suspect was shot and killed before the shooting that played out at the school. Unclear exactly when or how that played out, but obviously the suspect being tied to that as well. Let's bring in our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Kotursky. Aaron, what more do we know about the suspect at this hour? I know the governor was very careful when talking about the
minimize
shooting
when
of
they
the
show the shooter's
grandmother,
face?
but obviously
No, I don't,
authorities are
dude. I don't do
pointing,
that,
to
okay?
these two
I'm not.
shootings as clearly linked to this lone suspect.
We
as
don't know
just heard from
anything.
authorities.
We do not know anything about. What do you think about what Mark said about guns? Dude, are you fucking stupid? Is this like your immediate reaction is like, oh, let's talk about what Karl Marx said about fucking guns. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Fuck Karl Marx. He can suck my cock, okay? And you can too, you fucking idiot.
Continued inside the elementary school where the governor said
Some of you are so
14
fucking brain
elementary
broken.
school
I mean, I guess
students
it's like just the consequence of being American, where this is so normal. This is so normalized at this point that like you can literally move on immediately to like, well, 14 dead fucking children in an elementary school, okay? But like, what about Karl Marx's takes on fucking arming the proletariat, dude? Yeah, great, man. Thank you. Let's talk about that right now. Let's just move on to that already. Let's move on to that stage of the conversation.
Said that it's believed he acted alone, but David, they are scouring social media posts of his and running down any known accomplices to see if he may have given any hints about whether this was coming, why he may have done it. All of that remains under investigation. Still a very active scene.
Aaron Kotursky, stay with us here as we continue our coverage. I want to bring in Elizabeth Newman, an ABC News contributor, formerly with the Department of Homeland Security. And Elizabeth, when we were on the air about an hour ago together, you talked about the threat in this country and the warnings, quite frankly, from federal authorities that there could be more of this. And just look what's played out in the last week and a half here. 10 days ago, we were standing in Buffalo at the seat of that horrific shooting at the grocery store. 9 days ago, Laguna Woods,
This
California.
all happens with so much regularity. We know exactly what every side will say, what order they will say it, and what it will end with.
At the scene of a school shooting where we have now learned 14 children and a teacher have been killed.
That's right, and
yeah, I already told you exactly what the
fuck
fuck they're gonna do.
All of the
2,000 to 3,000 people dead per day for like the last 2 years. Why wouldn't it be numb, to be honest?
agencies
Yeah, I mean,
have
I
been
already told
warning
you
that
what
we're
they're
in a
gonna say,
heightened
what they're
threat
saying
environment
already.
That is.
Here, let's look at a freak. You want to see a fucking freak? Here is Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's immediate response to the latest gun massacre of the elementary school children. He moved on from the thoughts and prayers to like, we need to defend the guns in this circumstance real fucking quick.
Today we've had individuals already weighing in on the left wing, Mr. Paxton, talking about this being evidence of having to take away firearms from law-abiding citizens, as if that type of
This dickhead is like wearing his own fucking shirt. That's awesome.
remedy would have somehow prevented this tragedy. When you hear the instantaneous politicization of an incident like this, what goes through your mind as the head attorney of the state of Texas?
Well, look, you know, people that are shooting people, that are killing kids, they're not going to follow. They're not following murder laws. They're not going to follow gun laws. So.
Yeah, that's why no laws should actually exist. I'm very smart. As the attorney general, I'm incredibly brilliant. Yeah, I mean, of course people are going to still violate the rules, okay? That shouldn't prevent you from trying to put existing rules in place to make it as difficult as possible. Like, the idea that you should go YOLO on fucking no rules because people are going to violate it anyway is really fucking stupid. Also, ask them about abortion. People are going to have abortions anyway, right? Like, so why put fucking laws in place to stop people from having abortions, right? I mean, exactly. Just think about that. And abortion is something that's happening within your body, whereas being able to purchase a murder weapon is not exactly something that is happening within your body. It's not like a natural phenomena. So the idea that like these fucking dickheads can say this and then turn around and do everything they can to basically criminalize a natural process that occurs is, you know, pretty fucking clear cut where their opinions lie on negative and positive incentivization structures, and also their attitude about, you know, the violation of laws. They don't care. It's all about this idea that like they care about fucking laws and people will violate it anyway is such a stupid one. It doesn't matter. It's about making it as hard as possible, dude. It's about making it as hard as possible. People are going to violate the rules anyway. That would never work for murder, right? You can't turn around and be like, well, people fucking murder. Murderers are going to do murders anyway. So why have a law around it? That's an insane fucking take. If I said that, you would be like, okay, you're a psycho. Do you want to do murders without any fucking like legal recourse? Is that why? Is that why you're saying this? Sorry, people violate the fucking speed limits. We should literally not have speed limits. YOLO.
This idea that somehow if you ban guns from law-abiding citizens, somehow these people that kill people, they're going to follow the gun law, but they won't follow the murder laws. This is somewhat ridiculous, but it seems to be the argument that they
Yeah,
make.
I gotta fucking run a 60-second ad break here, by the way. I apologize, but I forgot to run it. It's now 2:27. And I'm late, so I'm going to run it right now. You already know the deal and the spiel. If you want uninterrupted coverage, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. But here's the 1-minute ad break now. Is he saying murder law shouldn't exist? Yeah, ask them. Ask a Republican. Do you think that, like... well, don't ask them if they think that, like, there should be no age of consent laws, because they will very quickly say, yeah, actually, there shouldn't be. I'm a libertarian, by the way. But, you know, ask them how they feel about murder laws. Like, should people still murder regardless? So what's up?
If you ban guns from law-abiding citizens, somehow these people that kill people, they're going to follow the gun law, but they won't follow the murder laws. This is somewhat ridiculous.
They won't follow the murder law. You just defeated your argument. So should there be no law for murder? This guy's the attorney general, dude.
Ridiculous, but it seems to be the argument that
What a fucking
that they
sick freak, dude.
That kill people from law-abiding citizens. Somehow these people that kill people, they're going to follow the gun law, but they won't follow the murder law.
How would you respond to someone saying, well, murder laws exist so we can punish murderers? Gun laws just punish law-abiding citizens? I don't think this is that way, by the way, but I have heard this, and I want to be prepared, I guess. Why? No, it doesn't. Laws change. Gun laws won't punish law-abiding citizens. You will quite literally be not abiding the law in that situation. How would you be a law-abiding citizen? Right now, you can make that argument for fucking having an automatic rifle. You know what I mean? And that would be an insane thing to say, right? Well, sorry, I should have a fucking automatic rifle, as a matter of fact. I should be able to use my automatic rifle whenever I want to. That's a law that's preventing me from doing so. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Okay, great. Who cares? Like, the fucking thing is that it's convenience, okay? It's a matter of convenience. Whenever people say this hurts law-abiding citizens, they're just talking about, like, it's not going to be as convenient for me to be able to buy my fucking 8th AR-15. Like, that's it. The overwhelming majority of guns are still in the hands of, like, the psychotic collectors, okay? The collectors that have fucking a shitload of weaponry in their arsenal, okay? But that's it. It's literally about making it more convenient to be able to buy it. And then they use a constitutional interpretation to make it seem like these slave-owning weirdos who got fucking owned by smallpox and died at the age of like 25 knew exactly what the fuck was going to happen, and that like everyone should be able to have an AR-15 if they want to. And that's like one of the most fundamental values of America. When even our constitutional interpretation of the Second Amendment was not what it is currently. Like in 1985, the NRA used to be a hunting club, okay? It was exclusively for hunting. The NRA originally was created by a New York Times journalist in the North because they recognized that people in the South knew how to shoot weapons better than they did. So they literally fucking started the NRA. They were like, maybe we should know how to shoot guns too. And then a Yankee, exactly. And basically what it turned into was simply a hunting club, okay? The NRA's current iteration and the subsequent misinterpretation of the Second Amendment is a relatively new phenomena in America at a time when mass shootings are incredibly fucking prominent. I wonder why. My personal speculation on the matter is that the weapons manufacturing industry became super successful in small arms manufacturing, and they wanted to sell a surplus of the weapons in the aftermath of America's like endless fucking imperialist endeavors overseas to American citizens. So they had to find a way to really pump up gun culture and gun ownership, a fundamental value of being an American. So they started selling it, and then when there were these pesky, hurdles against being able to sell whatever the fuck you want to American citizens, they started lobbying the government to change that. And they did change that. They changed it successfully. That is the materialist analysis of how like gun manufacturers operate. A lot of our gun laws are just poor tax on low-income gun owners. To be clear, I think we should have a licensing that you can recertify every few years, but our current accessory-focused laws don't stop shootings. Yeah, I know our gun laws currently don't do shit, but you can literally say that about automatic weapons. You could technically purchase an automatic weapon handling license for like, what, 15 grand? Or you can literally say that about a Beretta 50 cal. A Beretta 50 cal is $14,000, right? That's You're literally just stopping the poor from having a Beretta 50 cal. Why? Isn't that fucked up? I think poor people should be able to fucking shoot a Beretta 50 cal as well. Beretta, not Beretta. Sorry. Fucking shut up. Gun nerds, shut the fuck up. You guys are so fucking annoying. I mean, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, right? It's crazy that you know, you're stopping the poor from having it. I need a 50 cal for hunting. Yeah, what are you hunting? Tanks? Who are you hunting? Tanks from a mile away? Is that who you're hunting? Anyway. My MAGA uncle is pretty much celebrating the fact that you can walk in and out of a store with a gun in like 15 to 20 minutes in Texas. Exactly. This is, what do I always say? In the absence of real fucking political movements and a real sense of community that we can feel, in the absence of having like any kind of political movement or political power that we can enforce upon the government, people seek a sense of community in our commodity consumption, okay? We are the #1 consuming force on this planet. So we look for a shared purpose and we look for cultural signifiers in our consumption. That's why people lose their shit when they can't get a $5 jalapeno popper at Applebee's. And that's why people lose their shit when they can't buy their fucking little guns, all right? This is very much like a single issue for plenty of Americans. This is it. This is, you buy a gun, you're a gun guy, that's your entire life. You buy the fucking gun magazines, you're wearing gear that looks like gun gear, that shows everybody else, that signifies to the rest of the world that you are, this is you. You have reduced your entire identity to one singular purchase. And by the way, that purchase, according to the price points at the very least, is no fucking different than a Gucci belt or a Gucci bag, okay? So make no mistake. When people act like guns are somehow different than purchasing the latest fucking Gucci belt, do not misunderstand that. It is the exact fucking same, okay? Except the Gucci belt can't kill someone, whereas the gun can. And that's the only reason for a gun, okay? But it's made into somehow something else. It's like it's a beacon of masculinity. It's a figure to show everybody else that you're a big badass, okay? Are you sure about that? Yes, I am sure about that. I need it for CSGO. Exactly. And like, I say this as someone who enjoys shooting guns. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, I've never shot a gun. I don't want to shoot a gun. I think guns are fucking icky and wrong or whatever. I shoot guns. I get it. It's like, it's a fun exercise, a fun activity to do with friends. Okay. But make no mistake, those things still murder, you know? It's ridiculous. No matter how much you normalize doing it in your day-to-day experience, like, you have to have some level of regulation around it, okay? It is fucking insane that people can use a piece of paper, point to it, and turn around and basically fucking state, that, like, hey, there should be no rules around this because the piece of paper and my current interpretation of said piece of paper is that there should be no rules around it. That's the reason why you can have driver's licenses, but you can't have any kind of gun license pushed for at the federal level. Do you want to know why? Because the Constitution doesn't state that every American has a God-given right to own a fucking vehicle. That's unironically it. That's the point. That is the modern contemporary interpretation, okay? That is the modern current interpretation of why we have no fucking gun laws, why we can't have any gun laws whatsoever. Do you think this is a turning point? Fuck no, dude. Like I said, Sandy Hook was white kids. White children were murdered, okay, in a mass shooting in an elementary school. And Americans said, nah, it's fine. Thoughts in Paris, baby. You think America is going to turn around and be like, wow, a bunch of Hispanic kids were murdered? Now it's time to really change it. No, dude, another mass shooting happened at the hands of a white supremacist psycho literally 10 days ago, dude. When a white supremacist psychopath drove over to a town that he knew had the highest density of black people in Buffalo, and every dumbass motherfucker looked at that and went, oh man, that's so crazy, and then moved back on to the fucking Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial or whatever the fuck, okay? He live streamed it too, yes. No, it's not changing. None of this shit, no, it's not changing at all. It's never going to change. It's a fucking privilege, just like owning a gun. You don't instantly get a fucking gun when you pop out of your mother's vagina. I mean, I don't know. Not if Texas has anything to do with it. I think a lot of leftist gun owners agree with you on this. Even folks in my SRE chapter agree that gun laws here are feckless. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane that, like, you know, there is so much more that you need to do. This tweet, check the date. What? In retrospect, Sandy Hook marked the end of U.S. gun control debate. Once America decided killing children was bearable, it was over. Yeah, but you need to understand, this is not a, I mean, I've said this a million times over. It's a very common fucking attitude from people. And you need to realize that, like, those were white children, dude. Remember, those were white children, okay? We were comfortable with white babies getting murdered. It's done. After that, it's over. And, oh, there's another NRA convention that's slated to occur, for the record. Greg Abbott is slated to speak at the NRA convention in Houston this Friday alongside Ted Cruz, John Cornyn, Dan Crenshaw, and Donald Trump. The NRA's 1999 convention was held in Denver 10 days after the Columbine shooting, just miles away, which we covered earlier in the day. 13 people had laid dead at a high school in Colorado. Columbine shooting. More than 20 were injured. Images of students running from the school were looped on TV. This was one of the first instances. This was a game changer for America. And it was a game-changing moment for the NRA. The NRA strategists on the call sounded shaken and panicked as they pondered their next step. Oh, what the fuck? Please. Okay. Sorry, I just got to grab something. And in those private moments, the NRA considered a strikingly more sympathetic posture towards mass shooting than the uncompromising stance it has taken publicly in the decades since, even considering a $1 million fund to care for the victims. Then they realized mass shootings are really good for their business, which it is, by the way. Remember, make no mistake, mass shootings are really good for the gun manufacturing industry, because in the aftermath of the mass shooting, they can pump up the fucking fear-mongering and act like, you know, Democrats are going to take your guns away, and then they sell more guns. They sell more guns after the mass shootings, okay? People make more money after mass shootings. Profits rise up. Pretty good for your channel also. Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, I cover the news day in and day out, regardless. And you are the dumbass that only comes in here just to say this when a fucking shooting happens. Can you imagine being the dumbass who creates an account and explicitly comes in here the only time when a mass shooting happens just to say this? This is your fucking take on this matter? I'm covering the news regardless of whether you're in here or not. You are the fucking idiot that comes in here exclusively to say that in the aftermath of a fucking, you know, breaking news story. That says significantly more about you than anyone else. You could say that to any number of streamers that normally never cover the fucking news. I cover the news every fucking day. That's my job. That's what I do. And offer analysis on said news stories every fucking day, day in and day out. Why did you come in here right now to say that? Fucking piece of shit. Look at the ammo stock price when Biden got inaugurated. The stock price has almost doubled since January 2021. Yeah, of course it did. NPR obtained more than 2.5 hours of the recordings of the private meetings after the Columbine shooting, by the way. Let me see if there is anything that... Can we just... I want to watch, like... I want to watch this. He's mad you have viewers because he disagrees. It's just so fucking stupid. I hate it when people do that. It's like, dude, you're the fucking idiot that doesn't watch on other days. What do you think? I'm like a fucking... Do you think my job is like playing League of Legends otherwise, but then only when a fucking breaking news story is happening that I cover the news? It's your fault that you don't care about it on other days, okay? Like I'm taking advantage of this. You only exist when they watch you. You don't get it? Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking stupid. And yeah, I don't even have like an abnormally higher view count right now, you fucking dingus. No one gives a shit. People don't even give a shit about this. Anyway. Biden will address the nation about the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas this evening at 8:15 from the White House following his return from Asia. Okay, let's before we get into that and before we talk about the Ken Paxton thing, I want to see okay, here. At stake. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Okay, covered this. We covered Ted Cruz. I want to show you the attitude from
about the families in that community. Our coverage will continue on ABC News.
Oh, this one is like later than okay. I wanna show you guys the NRA attitude in the aftermath of Columbine. Okay. No hot takes, please. From Matt Walsh. Really not in the mood to hear hot takes about the mass slaughter of elementary school children. Save that shit. Please try to at least pretend you have a soul. This guy literally is a theocratic fascist, dude. How fucking sick. NRA called members hillbillies and fruitcakes.
Days after the Columbine High School shooting, talking about canceling their annual convention
Oh.
scheduled days later nearby in Denver.
Remember, when people fucking say, hey, will the NRA actually continue on with their Texas, with their designated Texas convention? Remember that they didn't fucking cancel it after the Columbine shooting. And that was like a big deal back then because it wasn't something that was in our, colloquial, cultural understanding of like something that happens all the time. It wasn't like as commonplace. Now we know, it's such a fucking meme that like British people make fun of us when they say at least our schools are not fucking shooting galleries. You know what I mean? That was like the first time. It didn't happen like once a week. and Oh, here it is. Code of Vets. There you go. I fucking called it. Pray for the victims, families, and community. The killer, Salvador Ramos, was 18 years old. Did he cross the border illegally? Look at that. It's coming in already. They're already using this to say it's like fucking, a problem with undocumented immigrants. Oh, my fucking Lord. Just wait. It's going to get so much fucking worse, okay? Just fucking wait.
Tim Mack, who obtained the tapes of the private meetings. Columbine was at the time one of the worst mass shootings
illegal
in
border
modern
crossing
US history,
site
with 12 students and 1 teacher killed. Here is the NRA's top lobbyist at the time addressing the dilemma that the organization faced.
At the same period where they're going to be burying these children, we're going to be having media within 10 miles of our convention center, the world's media, trying to run through the exhibit hall looking at kids fondling firearms, which is going to be a horrible, horrible, horrible juxtaposition.
The NRA leaders can also be heard disparaging some of their own members, the hardline gun activists.
The other problem is holding a member meeting without an exhibit hall. The people you are most likely to get in that member meeting without an exhibit hall are the nuts.
That's right. That made that point earlier. I agree. The fruitcakes are going to show up.
You're going to have the wackos with all kinds of crazy resolutions, with all kinds of dressing like a bunch of hillbillies and idiots.
CNN reached out to the NRA and the people in those recordings that you just heard. We have not heard back. Joining me now is the reporter who obtained those tapes, NPR's Tim Mack. His new book is called Misfire: Inside the Downfall of the NRA. I wonder, Tim, if you're a dues paying, I'm just not saying you are, but if someone is a dues paying member of the NRA and they hear that kind of talk from the leadership, wackos, hillbillies, idiots, how do they feel about that?
I imagine they're not feeling great about listening to those sounds. I mean, the NRA has always had an issue with some of its most passionate members also having more ideological views. But here you have, for the first time, you can kind of enter the room and hear what some of the executives and officials of this organization really think about those members behind closed doors.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really. Just clearly they thought no one would ever hear this. Can you tell us how the NRA is responding and also how NPR authenticated the tapes.
Yeah, so one of the ways we were able to authenticate the tapes were we checked with multiple sources about the identities of the tapes, as well as listening.
For the record, like, they still feel this level of disdain for the fucking working class American hillbillies, okay? It's like, it's rich motherfuckers in suits that literally just manipulate all of these fucking hogs. Remember that. At least I have the decency to call you a fucking hog straight to your goddamn face. These motherfuckers sell you shit and put on a fucking vest, a denim vest, and come into your town and say, yee, brother, we love shooting guns, don't we? Come on. And they whip you up in a fucking frenzy. And you think like they're different. You think that they are, like you. They don't give a fuck about you. Go and kill all of yourself. You can kill everyone in your fucking neighborhood. They don't give a shit as long as it, impacts the bottom line of gun manufacturers in a positive way.
To publicly available audio to check against the sounds. And of course, we reached out to all the players on the tape as well as the NRA for a response.
They didn't deny that it was them.
We did not provide them with the original audio. We provided them with transcripts of the audio.
Okay, so I want to listen to, there's more, right? So let's listen to this. This is the internal deliberations about whether to cancel the NRA convention in the wake of Columbine.
I got to tell you, we got to think this thing through, because if we duck tail and run, we're going to be accepting responsibility for what happened out there. That's one very good argument, Jim. On the other side, if you don't appear to be deferential in honoring the dead, you end up being a tremendous head who wouldn't tuck tail and run.
What actually strikes me here, having covered now school shootings, is that back then there was actually a debate.
Bro, they didn't know. They didn't know that school shootings were so good for gun sales. That's the thing. When they found out, this is how you make even more money. This is before they realize this is the kind of their bread and butter. They're super active in this in situations like this. For that reason now, the Democrats are coming after your guns. Dude, guys. To all of my international watchers that are tuning in right now, trying to comprehend what the fuck is going on in America. Oh my God, another mass shooting that happened. Let me describe something to you. Under the wonderful leadership of Donald J. Trump, when the Parkland school shooting happened in Florida, what kind of legislation was pushed through in the state of Florida, you think? Was it gun control? Was it, banning a specific kind of like high-powered long barrel assault rifle? Was it even a conversation that revolved around gun control at all? Like, maybe lowering the amount of guns on the streets? Of course not. The only measure that passed in the state of Florida in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting was a pilot program that actually gave teachers a financial incentive in the tune of $500 so that they would arm themselves and learn how to fucking use guns. They armed the teachers after Parkland. At a time when you literally cannot even fucking get money to pay for school supplies, when teachers in the state of Florida were paying out of pocket for school supplies, Florida found a way to give them $500 extra immediately, as long as they went and purchased a gun. That's America. The only fucking place where the problem is made worse.
Well, what's so interesting about this tape is you can see in real time the NRA's leadership making these decisions and trying to figure out what their strategy is going to be after Columbine. And that has echoes for years and years to come in the other shootings that happen. What you hear in these tapes and what you read in my book Misfire is what really happened behind the scenes in NRA headquarters as the decline of the NRA begins.
Yeah, and your book is fascinating, by the way. I also want to listen to something else from these tapes where they're talking about the potential for a victims fund in the wake of Columbine.
Is there something concrete that we can offer, not because guns are responsible, but because we care about these people? Is there anything, does that look crass or?
Like a victims fund, or
we create a victim fund and we give the victim $1 million or something like that. Does that look bad or does it look?
Well, I mean, that can be twisted too. I mean, why are you giving money? You feel responsible?
Well, you're true. It can be twisted, but we feel sympathetic and respectful.
You mentioned this sets the scene for how the NRA deals with things in the wake of these mass shootings for years to come. In the end, the NRA really turns away from any sort of balanced approach, or even really considering a balanced approach as we go into Sandy Hook and other shootings.
Yeah, you hear them talking about a victims fund here. That's certainly not the approach they end up taking. It's a softer tone, but they end up going with a more defiant one in which they want to make sure that they don't even have the appearance of responsibility for anything related to these shootings. So they feel that if they were to cancel their convention or make some concession in some way,
this CNN video is from November 10th, 2021.
That they'll be admitting some sort of complicity in shootings like this. So they end up pushing a much harder line, one in which they...
Teachers having guns sounds like a necessary bandage for the time being if we can't get real gun control. No, dude, you are so fucking dumb and American. It's awesome. You're literally just the average American dumbass, dude. What necessary bandage, you fucking idiot? Even in Parkland, there was literally a cop there. He didn't do shit. It's not a Band-Aid. It makes it... No, it's like chopping off your arm because you got a little boo-boo on your finger, okay? That's what that is. How fucking demented are Americans, dude? How fucking insane are Americans? Now I feel bad because he has a cute fucking PFP. God damn it. There's an abundance of gun crime. Let's add more.
Criticize the media and say, hey, if you're discussing gun legislation after a shooting, that's an inappropriate politicization of the issue. This becomes a big pattern in the years to come.
And again, the NRA spokesperson, you provided transcripts, and their response was?
Their response was that they thought that this was a quote-unquote hit piece.
It's their words, I will say, Tim, and I really appreciate you sharing them with us. Tim.
Mystery tapes of us being fucking animals. Damn, the menopause mood swings are hitting you hard now? Yeah, dude, I have menopause. You know why I have menopause? Because I fuck your mom who has menopause. And it just like fucking, I guess I have menopause too now because of her. Idiot. Yeah, I got menopause through osmosis, okay? We covered the NRA thing. Okay, hold on. All right, let's get back into what...
Some additional people that they have some questions about. David?
You heard Thomas tracking this in
Going
Washington. We are set to hear from authorities there on the ground in Uvalde. Their first time before the cameras addressing what's played out this afternoon. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. As she mentioned, I'm going to make a statement, and at this point we won't take any questions. We will give you a time when we'll be addressing the media soon. At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. The school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should. As far as the rest of the district is concerned, safety measures were taken to make sure that we had a safe release for the rest of the district.
Am I crazy, or do they not normally show like a mass shooter's face this much?
privacy of the family. It is still being worked on.
They always do.
And again, we'll notify the parents and the families as soon as we have some news for them.
They
Thank
didn't
you so
used to
much.
do that. They showed the fucking white guy in Buffalo a lot too. I don't know. I feel like I thought that there was like a media consensus on it where they wouldn't really show the shooter in order to like stop copycats or whatever from, doing it. Republicans have blood on their hands. Gun culture and NRA are bad, but the primary obstacles of passing gun legislation in America today are two members of the Democratic Party and a media that valorizes bipartisan governance when it's not mourning these shootings. Oh, fuck yeah. Osita spitting hot fire once again. I'm sure people will yell at him for that. He's over 18, so it's fair game. They can release the kid's shooter's name and face. Oh. That's right. 54 votes, including a few GOP. Didn't matter. You need 60, unless you get rid of the filibuster, which Manchin opposes putatively because it prevents bipartisan governance. Difficult to believe he's too stupid to note the contradiction. Isn't that just aestheticism? Not showing the shooter's face doesn't change the underlying issues of why shooting happens. I'm not making a statement about it one way or the other. It's something that I have noticed and I asked a question on. Maybe I'm not right. You know what I mean? Okay, here is Senator Murphy giving an emotional speech once again.
What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority? If your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing. What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America.
Greatest
and
country
it is
on
a
earth,
choice.
baby. Wealthiest nation on
It is
earth, baby.
our choice to let it continue.
Nothing's going to change.
What are we doing? In Sandy Hook Elementary School, after those kids came back into those classrooms, they had to adopt a practice in which there would be a safe word that the kids would say if they started to get thoughts in their brain about what they saw that day. If they started to get nightmares during the day, reliving stepping over their classmates' bodies as they tried to flee the school. In one classroom, that word was monkey. And over through the day, kids would stand up and yell monkey. And a teacher or a paraprofessional would have to go over to that kid, take them out of the classroom, talk to them about what they had seen, work them through their issues. Sandy Hook will never, ever be the same. This community in Texas will never, ever be the same. Why? Why are we here? If not to try to make sure that fewer schools and fewer communities go through what Sandy Hook has gone through.
Bro, he's right. But remember the NRA video I showed you? For those of you who are just tuning in, understand that NRA video I just showed you about how they were dealing with this in the aftermath of the first time this like became a big a matter of like large public consciousness changing news. They still had that fucking convention, and while he's spitting on the floor of the Senate, there are Republican senators like Ted Cruz from Texas that is going to appear at an NRA convention in Texas, the largest one of the year, literally on Friday, this Friday. Donald Trump, Dan Crenshaw. They are going to be at the NRA convention on Friday in Texas.
What Uvalde is going through.
And as we're having this conversation, there are real PR people that are working actively at the NRA and in numerous other think tanks that work for the Republican Party, trying to come up with the next way to deflect away the attention from guns to immigrants, probably, is what they're going to use, I assume. Or mental health. But, you know, the shooter is brown, so probably immigrants. So remember that.
Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely. I understand my Republican colleagues will not agree to everything that I may support, but there is a common denominator that we can find.
Nope.
There is a place where we can achieve agreement that may not guarantee that America never, ever again sees.
You know how we would never need this? Common sense and, you know, shared sense of responsibility. If we abolish the filibuster. I'm just saying. Having to be at the whims of the Republican Party, unless you have a 60-person supermajority in the Senate, a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate, is psychotic. It's not happening. And of course, we won't even have the 50 because Joe Manchin is a gun nut. Joe Manchin in the Democratic Party famously shot a cap and trade bill with a gun. With a rifle. Here, this is Joe Manchin. He also shot Obamacare with a rifle. Where is it? Hold on. The first video released Friday, focus on Manchin's.
I was born and raised in Farmington, West Virginia, and this is what I'm fighting for. A strong military, securing our borders, and keeping our promises to our veterans and our miners. Skills and technical training to create good-paying jobs, decent, affordable.
Wait, this is not the right one.
And the Second Amendment, always. I approve this message because I'll work with both parties and any president who wants to get things done for the people of West Virginia.
You know, unless.
That's me, shooting the cap and trade bill, because it was bad for West Virginia. Hey, I haven't changed. I might be a few years older, but I'll still take on anyone that messes with West Virginia. Now the threat is Patrick Morrissey's lawsuit to take away health care from people with pre-existing conditions. He is just dead wrong, and that ain't going to happen. I'm Joe Manchin, and I approve this message because for me, it's all about West Virginia.
Ted Cruz already workshopping his NRA speech. Who's on new gun laws? Inevitably, when there's a murderer of this kind, you see politicians try to politicize it. You see Democrats and a lot of folks in the media whose immediate solution is to try to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. Yeah. That's a repeat, bro. He's not even doing something new this time. He's just saying like, oh man, they're just, you know, they're politicizing this tragedy. Dog, it's a political issue. It's literally a political issue. What is this? These guys have fucking gamer brain, dude. It's like, oh, only there's two genders, dude. There's a normal default men in a video game and then political. Everything that is not like, you know, everything that the Republicans are not already like established as like the clear winners is political. How do we get here? The most psychotic bullshit. Do constituents buy this stuff? Of course they do, because as I described already, Americans associate like a big part of their personality with their commodity consumption choices, and guns are a really important commodity. Guns are a really, really important cultural signifier for so many people. It's like all their fucking, it's everything they believe in. PP enabled in Texas so hard that you're going to soon see technicals on 150. Yeah, I mean, Internet Hippo is correct. Can't believe I'm saying that. It's wrong to politicize tragedy by trying to address one of its main causes. It's true.
He's a mass shooting that may not overnight cut in half the number of murders that happen in America. It will not solve the problem of American.
No, they're not going to say he's mentally ill. They're going to say he's Mexican. The shooter was brown. They're going to say he's Mexican, and this is a border town. There's a border crossing town for undocumented migrants. And they're going to say this is why we need to stop undocumented migrants. And then because of that, more fucking brown people are going to get murdered in the hands of like psychos. Like literally.
And our ability to bring information forward.
They're not going to say mental health. Mental health is only a fucking defense mechanism when the shooter is white, even though mental health is part of the reason, of course. Yeah, obviously, like no one who has like full-blown sanity is going to commit a fucking act of, you know, mass shooting.
To watch this case, the pieces of this very early still come together. Brad, thank you for what has become a familiar pattern.
And by the way, mental health is simply a deflection, because they never actually pose solutions to address mental health. If you wanted to solve a problem with mental health in this country, you would at least like have some form of Medicare for all. And allow people to be able to get free mental health therapy and treatment.
Elementary school where he then shot and killed 14 children and a teacher there as well. I want to bring in Isaias Melendez, an eyewitness at the scene. And Isaias, first of all, I'm sorry that you have to join us under such horrific circumstances. Can you tell us what you saw, what you heard, and where you are?
Yeah, well, it was just this morning I was sitting with my friend and we were just hanging out at his house, and I got a call from my mom asking if I heard the gunshots, because we do live in the same area as the school. And I said no. And as we were on the phone, we could just hear more gunshots. And then she walked outside and got in the car to go see what was going on, because, well, I wasn't home. And there was cops driving, so many cops, like, speeding towards the school. And she told me to go see what was going on at the school. And, well, I told my friend if he wanted to go check it out. He said, yeah, so we went to go check it out. And that's whenever the Border Patrols, there was just any type of law enforcement just there trying to see what was going on, trying to help out. Everybody just going crazy, parents running up and down, and the helicopter hovering over the school. And we heard the gunshots, and they were saying that the shooter was actually shooting out the window and having to shoot out with the cops broad daylight in front of our eyes. Parents going crazy because children were scared and they were running out of the school.
You could actually see some of the children from the other classrooms running from the school?
Yeah, running out of the school.
And Isaias, what else can you tell us about the community? I know it's a small town. I'm sure most families are familiar with everyone else who lives there, a community that sort of relies on one another, depends on one another.
Yeah, a very small community. I mean, every single kid that got shot, there's some kind of relation. I know every single one. Either it's some of my friends or some of my friends' cousins, or, I mean, actually 2 of the kids that got shot were 2 of my girlfriend's cousins.
And without naming any names, we certainly don't want to do that on the air here. We want to wait for law enforcement to do that because they have the painful task of notifying the family. So we don't want names on the air, certainly, but can you tell us anything more about what age range we believe that some of these victims are, what grade the classroom was or classrooms that were targeted?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure on that.
And what can you tell us about help for these parents that you described running to and from the scene, help with them trying to find their loved ones? Were you able to see if any of those parents were in fact helped, consoled? Are they getting what they need?
No, you could just see the fear in their eyes. I mean, we were all told to step back. I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We were just all told to step back. And I mean, as a parent, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. You're going to put your life in jeopardy for your kid.
Why don't you talk about the fact that California legislature decided to kill a bill for Medicare for All? Because I did talk about it. Why are you bringing it up right now? What's wrong with you, dude? The Dem Party controlled California, didn't even want to put a bill for Medicare for All. Why don't you talk about that? What's wrong with you? Are you fucking brain diseased? Are you mentally ill? That's your coverage here? Like, I have talked about it.
Their own loved ones waiting for word from authorities.
Dude, this is the issue with debate perverts, okay? Though I'm only going to address it right now. Debate perverts do not care about like 14 dead children. Debate perverts do not care about any of the actual issues that they claim to care about. The only reason why the only thing that debate perverts care about is like functionally winning a debate. That's it. And that's why I despise them. I think they're horrible monsters, and I fucking ban them from my community regularly. I believe that even a fucking racist person can actually redeem themselves, can learn not to be racist, can unlearn white supremacist values that they were basically born into from their families, from the social conditioning. But debate perverts have decided full well that this is going to be their entire personality, which is why I never unban them, okay?
They cannot find at the Civic Center, where evacuations were happening, at the hospitals nearby and in San Antonio. The children's ages that are still missing are 10 years old, which puts them right around 4th grade. Now, again, school district officials are not releasing a whole lot of information at this time, but this is information we are getting directly from parents. These are parents we saw running to the school to try and find their kids. One father I spoke with, as you just mentioned, not more than about 15 minutes ago, stopped me in the street, and he asked me if I knew where the funeral home was. That funeral home is about 4 blocks away from us down this street. As you can see, there is a heavy, heavy law enforcement presence here right now. We have a Department of troopers, DPS here on site, local law enforcement as well, Border Patrol agents. And for those of you that might be wondering why there might be a heavy Border Patrol agent presence, that's because we're not too far from the border. I've spoken with the mayor's office as well. He tells us right now this is a very flexible and fluid situation. But one thing he could tell us was this is a community that is very strong, very connected, a community of
you never know,
farmers
you know,
and ranchers.
you might find some fucking like DACA recipients or something
for them.
that
I mean,
you
this
could
town
arrest.
has less than
Opportunity,
20,000
you know?
people in it. So this is an extremely, extremely difficult situation for them. A lot of these family members are lingering right behind us. They are waiting to hear any information they can from not just law enforcement, but even school district officials. Just about a minute or two ago, we did see FBI SWAT vehicles go right through here, larger vehicles than what we are normally used to seeing. A lot of times when these vehicles come on site, it is for 2 reasons. One, to try and check the location for any sort of explosive devices that may have been taken on by the suspect. That is not the case in this situation. These vehicles look like vehicles that will be used to try and take victims out of the school. Again, David, we're very cautious in the information that we're releasing right now because, as we heard just a bit ago, both the governor, law enforcement, and school district officials are being very limited in what they're telling us, and that is because they want to make sure they get in contact with all of the parents before giving us that info. David?
Maria Villarreal, we appreciate your reporting, and we know as a mom yourself, it's not easy arriving at the scene of these awful, awful shootings and having to interact with family members, just as you simply report out the story and the pain that you describe from that father. We could all feel in your description. So, Maria, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Lee Waldman is with KSAT, our ABC station that covers that region. And Lee, thank you as well for joining us this afternoon. And what more can you tell us about, obviously, a very early investigation at this point?
We just got out of the Civic Center that's behind me. This was initially just a reunification center. Parents were told that their students were evacuated into this center here and were told to wait until all the students were accounted for and then they could be picked up here. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now here at the Civic Center is there's families that are getting some of the worst news of their life, and you'll see families passing behind me, even coming this other way as they're going inside to learn more about this tragedy that happened here. We did just get a briefing from the Uvalde Police Department from Pete Arredondo. He's the police chief here, and he couldn't give us a whole lot of information. Most of our information actually coming from Governor Greg Abbott, but he said this is a school filled with second to fourth graders, and they confirmed there were deaths, they confirmed there were injuries, and they said they're working on notifying all of those families. And we know that's a lot of what's happening in a lot of these rooms in the Civic Center here behind us. We see families coming out, holding on to each other and crying because they're getting news that they never anticipated they would get after dropping off their children at school today. They fully anticipated bringing them back home, and even that teacher
Dude, what
who
the
we
fuck
have learned
is
at
this?
this point who has passed.
This is not confirmed.
She anticipated coming home from work today, and that's not going to happen because of the act of just one person. So we're here. We know that there's going to be an additional press conference happening soon where we're able to ask some questions, get additional details about what happened at the school today. We know that the shooting started, the first call came in around 11:32 this morning. We're hearing that the shooter was involved and maybe possibly killing his grandmother before he went to this elementary school. There's still a lot of law enforcement in this area, so we're just waiting for that additional press conference where we're able to ask more questions to school officials, also to law enforcement officials. But you can really feel the sadness as you step inside that Civic Center as families just hold on to each other and try to hold themselves together after something like this.
Lee Waldman, KSAT, and Lee, we really do appreciate your reporting right outside the Civic Center there in Uvalde. And Lee, thank you. Lee reporting on the pain from parents.
I saw those DMs, okay? I saw those DMs on possibly the shooter DMing someone, like a random girl or something. I don't know. It's not confirmed. I'm not going to, it is very likely to be fake. Even if it's real, we don't know anything about it. Please stop. It's 100% real. Dude, you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. Stop. Stop jumping on unconfirmed shit on a breaking news story. Part of the reason why I half the time I fucking cover this shit when it's during breaking news is because there's so much like misinformation flying around.
Children repeatedly said to Maria, among the other questions they were asking her about where to find this information, saying we're just looking for information on our 10-year-old. That was the age that continued to be asked about with Maria right there on the scene, which just is heartbreaking to wrap your head around. But again, in America, 14 children shot and killed.
What do you mean, bro? Did he
Robb
fucking post his own DMs to a random girl's story on his own Instagram? Is that what you're trying to say? He tagged the girl in a story? Oh, because he did tag the girl in a story, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you think there's anything else average people can do about it to help change shit? On this issue, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. More lighthearted story when you're done covering this? Okay.
Your local news now. Until then, I'm David Muir in New York. Good day.
Look, without additional confirmation, just because a shooter, the possible Instagram account of the shooter, added some random Instagram account, and then that random Instagram account decided to fucking post like the DMs or whatever, doesn't mean that it's like fully confirmed. Before there's full confirmation, I'm not gonna fucking use that as a source.
I also was talking to some of the people that he shot at after he got out of the car. People thought that he was in trouble, and so they jumped out to help him, and he came out of his vehicle and started shooting at them. After the law enforcement came in, they locked down the school really quickly, and they started evacuating children out through breaking windows and pulling children out through the windows and getting them to safety. It was amazing how fast law enforcement responded. They were here in practically no time. They locked down the school and started pulling the children out as quickly as they could. It was great to see them acting that fast.
Suspect is not in custody. He's dead.
Uh,
The suspect is not in custody. He's dead. He shot at cops, and the cops killed him. Pay close attention to how quickly the media shifts their messaging from potential white supremacy to gun control after learning the last name of the shooter. If you're attempting to politicize the senseless murder of 24 innocent children right now, you should probably stop. Pray in the families of the students in the community. Oh my God, he literally did exactly that. He noticed that the shooter was like, he noticed the shooter had a Hispanic name and immediately was like, well, what's up? I mean, there is no perfect sequence of events. There's no perfect sequence of events of like the conservative mindset, the alpha brain that conservatives hold on to. Then this, okay? He's just a fucking grifter, dude. It's perfect. He doesn't give a shit. He's just gonna use whatever talking point he can to advance the conservative agenda that'll get him the most retweets. It's fucking dope. It's great. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. Wonderful. Took like potential white supremacy. Motherfuckers literally will go out there and be like, I want to kill black people, and write it in their fucking manifesto. And then people will still be like, I don't know. Potential white supremacy? Potential? What's the potential? He literally fucking wrote about it. That's not a potential. We don't know what the shooter's reason was this time. But what do you mean potential? Oh, fuck, I forgot to run the ad break again. I'm running it now at the top of the hour. There's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Get one free Prime subscription. Guy had "here's your reparations" on his gun, but they're questioning it. Yeah, literally fucking 14 words. Like, he had the N-word. He had the N-word on the gun and the number 14. I mean, there's no... Dude, he went to Buffalo specifically because he wanted to find the highest density of black people. It's crazy. It's crazy that these people are so fucking disingenuous that they can make it seem like that was, you know, not 100% certainty there. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. It's your entire worldview. Here's the woman ad break now. Sorry. What does the number 14 mean? 14 is a little like fucking nod that Nazis, white supremacists give to one another. It is about the 14 words, okay? We must secure a meaningful existence for our white children or something like that. Basically, it's just it's a dog whistle. The 14 words. Just Google the 14 words and you'll know what it is. '88 is 88. It means Heil Hitler. If you see 1488, that's where it's coming from. He's describing the consensus conservative position. Hire ex-cops to arm up guard schools. Theory being that is This would dissuade, prevent school shooters, potential shooters.
Individuals, even in rural communities. Every sheriff's office in the state of Georgia, I think, has reserve sheriff's units. These are individuals who are unpaid volunteers who would be happy to volunteer their time to go safeguard schools when it's needed. Put the call out, and individuals, in my experience, will step up and meet the call. They will do it for free. Sometimes it doesn't take money to solve problems. It takes human beings with skills.
They need to put either police or military in schools. I'll happily pay more in taxes. That's ridiculous. We already have cops at schools. We had cops at Parkland. We had a cop at Parkland, and he didn't do shit. No, real issue is structural. We need to take better care of mental health, but more importantly than that, we need to make it as hard as possible to actually fucking allow people to go and purchase a weapon. Okay. The idea that we need to put more fucking guns in schools is not the adequate solution. Parkland literally had an armed police officer on scene, and he didn't do anything. And the worst part about having cops in schools is that they beat the shit out of the fucking students. And they literally there's a concept called school to prison pipeline. Police presence in schools is actually really damaging the mental health, specifically of black children that they regularly fucking mistreat and treat like full-blown adults.
Sets who are willing to volunteer their time.
And people saying like, ex-police officers working on the scene will save people is a ridiculous take, because the security guy at the Buffalo supermarket who had a gun was an ex-cop and he got killed. So like the good guy with a gun always saves the situation take is really stupid, especially when like cops are supposed to be the quote unquote good guys, right? They're supposed to be the good guys. They're the best guys. They're the most trained. Cops in the New York Police Department have a 17% hit rate in active shooting situations. 17%. These guys who get training to shoot when they're under fire all the time have a 17% hit rate. You think that more guns is good in that situation? Motherfuckers are out here like stormtroopers, dude. Yeah, they're worse than me, dude. They're literally worse than me, like, when I fucking play. Yeah, the ex-cop who was a security officer in Buffalo actually ended up shooting the shooter, but the shooter had body armor. And it dinged him. And then he turned around and killed the ex-cop security officer.
They are out there, and we should use them.
All right. Thank you very much, Phil Holloway. He sure gave us a lot to think about, Judge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A lot to think about, dude.
For free. Sometimes it doesn't take money to solve problems. It takes human beings with skill sets who are willing to volunteer their time. They are out there, and we should use them.
All right. Thank you very much, Phil Holloway. He sure gave us a lot to think about, Judge.
Yeah, he did. And I think the idea of not just hardening the perimeter, but having someone who is in a position to protect the children. I mean, these children they're babies. They really are babies. And I think that you've got a lot of people now, retired cops, retired sheriffs, who'd be more than happy to protect kids. I think right now, and I don't want to get into the politics of it, but we've got to make sure that people understand, especially the schools. And
it's not the guns that are the problem. Let's not get to the politics of it, but also guns are not the problem, okay? I am not being paid by the NRA as a speaker, as I get $125,000 in speaker fees over the course of multiple seminars that I will be attending that to say this. I'm saying this, but guns are not the problem.
And the teachers that we need this. It is a crazy world today. It's very different than it was 5 years ago.
Actually, we need more guns. Guns are not the problem. Guns would be the only solution in this situation.
But we need to do something about it. And I think this is one of the only ways is to actually protect the school and the children.
Individuals, even in rural communities. Every sheriff's office in the state of Georgia, I think, has reserve sheriff's units.
Mass shooting, thoughts and prayers, Facebook debates. Everyone forgets Congress does nothing. Crickets chirping, mass shootings. Yeah, I mean, that is how it works, yes. Before trolls start with a gun-free zone, in 2021, the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office stationed armed deputies at district schools citing parental concerns over immigration issues in the area. In 2018, 2 Uvalde teens were arrested for planning a school mass shooting. AP update, police say shooter that prompted elementary school lockdown is... wait, what? I thought he was dead. No, now it says gunman dead. No. They changed it. It's from 4 hours ago. See, that's what breaking news. There's a problem with fucking breaking news that the tweet itself is old, but the story has been updated. Yeah. They thought that he was in custody back then, but what? Hillary Clinton. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. After years of nothing else, we're becoming a nation of anguish screams. We simply need legislators willing to stop the scourge of gun violence in America that is murdering our children. I just like, dude, honestly, I think at this point it's just like everyone's like playing a role. You know what I mean? Everyone's just playing their role. And Hillary Clinton is playing her role. This is they're just repeating. This is from the earlier coverage from earlier in the day, by the way. That's basically what they're repeating. But everyone has a role to play in this situation, and they're just repeating the fucking talking points that they have repeated time and time again at this everyone kind of knows that you just gotta play the song and dance at this point. Like, even myself included, I give coverage, I offer analysis, I try to describe to you that, like, these things are going to happen, and they start happening immediately. The shooter at Robb Elementary School in Texas was exchanging fire with the Border Patrol before entering the school. He was an illegal alien wanted for murder from El Salvador. This is not real. Like, this is not real at all. This motherfucker has no idea what what happened. Rumors are saying it was an illegal alien. Like, that's not true. But it won't stop dumbasses from repeating it. It won't stop dumbasses from liking it, right? Just like Code of Vets, I called this earlier, and immediately this became like a thing. Pray for the victims, families, and community. The killer was Salvador Ramos, 18 years old. Did he cross the border illegally? Our nation has a serious national security crisis evolving. God help us. It's not taking any time for people to be like, yeah, this is actually about undocumented immigrants. They don't even know that. Here's an older vid ABC did. If you want to prove arming people is not the best. Proof that concealed carry permit holders live in a dream world, part 1.
By gunfights, and they get that warped sense that this is true. This video game is exactly what I can do in real life. That's not reality.
Police investigator Chris Benton, firearms instructor Glenn Dorney.
Bro, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, as someone who's shot guns and as someone who's like played paintball, even, I'll tell you this much, okay? Even when you're playing fucking paintball, when you start getting hit with pellets, the fear that you're going to be in pain is going to stop you from like moving around in the same way that you would in a fucking video game, okay? Like, literally, even when you play like, even when you shoot like airsoft or paintball pellets, even if you're getting shot with like paintball pellets, like that's gonna, especially the first time you're getting shot with it, you're gonna be fucking terrified. You're not gonna be able to move around and aim accurately. You can't strafe in real life. Exactly. You also are not going to be able to shoot straight regardless. It's very difficult.
Along with the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Police Department, agree to work with ABC News on an experiment to test the ability of average people without crisis training to react and protect themselves with a gun under stress. It was inspired by a real incident at Northern Illinois University last year when a former student opened fire in a lecture hall, killing 5 other students and wounding 22.
Door just kicks open like a movie. Boom! Shocking glass.
So with that in mind, we came to Muhlenberg College in Pennsylvania and sent out word that police were offering free gun training. From the interested students, we chose 6, with gun experience ranging from none at all to more than 100 hours. The gun, by the way, is real. It's a Glock, but the bullets are not. They're a kind of plastic filled with a kind of paint.
Okay, good. A holster?
The police go over the basics, getting the gun out of the holster, getting the target in sight.
Left foot should be.
And you should know that our basic course is already more hands-on training than almost half the states in the country require to carry a concealed weapon.
Which hit is mine?
And by the way, this was filmed when? Hold on. I don't know when the original video was filmed, but it's not 2010. It was uploaded in 2010. But the original video is probably even older than that, okay? And since then, our gun laws have gotten worse in this country. Understand that since then, since this video came out, there have been a fuckload of mass shootings that have happened. And also, it's become easier in the United States of America to be able to purchase a weapon. Specifically in the state of Texas, there's no fucking, you can just walk into a store and grab one. Texas laws are virtually non-existent. And also, not only are they virtually non-existent, but Greg Abbott has flexed about how it is so incredibly easy to just go buy a weapon immediately, put it in your fucking pocket, and concealed carry legally.
Now it's time to begin our experiment. First up, Joey Dolan, who loves action movies and has spent countless hours firing a gun that shoots plastic pellets called an airsoft gun. Joey thinks he'll be good at deploying a weapon.
Okay, you're the only person in the group that has a weapon.
We tell Joey that he has the gun to defend himself and others, but later in the day.
All right, let's get rolling here, guys.
For now, he's to attend a lecture class on protective gear. He has no idea what will happen here, nor that there are hidden cameras in the lecture hall. We notice he's nervous. He can't seem to keep his hand off the gun.
No. Do you have a gun on you? No. I'll tell you because I'm sorry. Are you serious?
He also doesn't know that these other students around him are in fact cops or people working for ABC who will replicate the chaos of real people in real crises. The lecturer casually begins talking about protective headgear.
Okay, I cannot stress enough that if you told you I'd be back.
Suddenly, the room is under attack. The instructor is down. A student hit. Joey struggles to get his gun out, but it's stuck in his shirt. He can't even get it out to aim it.
Stop, Axel, stop, Axel, stop.
Had this event been real, Joey would have been killed in the first 5 seconds. Or there's the chance the bad guy would simply have taken his gun from him.
Okay, I don't want to say anything that is unrelated to what we're watching right now, but I'm going to do it. I have to. Is this Alexandria Daddario?
Nor that there are hidden...
I know it's not, like, important.
Later in the day.
All right, let's get rolling here, guys.
It's so stupid, I know, but like...
For now...
That.
He's to attend a lecture class on protective gear. He has no idea what will happen here, nor that there are hidden cameras in the lecture hall. We notice he's nervous. He can't seem to keep his hand off the gun.
No. Do you have a gun on you? No. All right. I'll tell you because I'm sorry.
Are you serious?
He also doesn't know that these other students around him are in...
I'm sorry, but... What the fuck? Okay, this was, again, unrelated, but, you know, I saw it. Not your finest hour, man. I was one who sent the vid. It was in 2009. Okay, thank you.
In fact,
different, like, it's ridiculous.
Don't get discouraged with these. It takes practice.
and it's not just Joey. Police tell us that even for them, handling a gun in a holster can be tricky if you don't stay in practice.
I'm going to be honest. Cops, it should be a little bit harder for cops to pull their gun out of their holsters, you know? It doesn't seem like they have a problem in that situation. It feels like they're very good at pulling it out, like, early, you know?
This video is a police officer giving a safety demonstration to some kids at a local school.
I'm the only one in this room professional enough that I know of to carry this Glock 40. I'm the only one. Is everybody all right?
He literally shoots himself in the foot while placing the gun back in the holster. So how much...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Bro, literally, no one should have a gun, dude. Oh my fucking God, dude. No, I've never seen that before. What the fuck? I've never seen that before.
More difficult is all this for Danielle, a novice who did very well in our basic training.
Pull the helmet on.
Same scenario. She thinks she has the gun for later. And suddenly an armed intruder bursts into the room.
I told you.
Piers Morgan has the correct take on this because he's fucking British. This is one area where, like, British people are actually smart, and it's America's lack of gun laws. What is, of course, wild, however, what he's correctly pointed out is that he says there's Texas has twice the amount of fucking gun owners than any other state. He doesn't get it, though. You just, until every fucking baby in Texas is armed to the goddamn teeth, you know, the NRA is not going to stop. They're going to say, no, more guns are needed. More guns are needed. 15 kids dead, Texas shooting. Wait, no way, dude. Are you serious? Is that why do you think we're watching fucking concealed carry permit holders living in a dream world? I know. We already covered it, like, a lot.
Danielle has no trouble getting her gun out and shooting.
Actual stop.
But here's Danielle's problem. A weapon alone won't save you if your body's in the wrong place. Take a look. When Danielle starts to shoot, she stands up.
Did you get me at something?
Yeah, that's
How'd you get
to
me?
show you.
Oh, wow.
She took a deadly hit to the head.
I thought I was in the middle of like a murder scene. Like I literally thought like I was came straight out of a movie.
Okay.
And that's.
Was it realistic?
It was very realistic. Yeah. My heart is still pounding.
Okay.
She's also confused about whether her shot hit the intruder.
I think I hit you in the head.
You think it was the head?
Wasn't it at the top there? Oh, I got you there.
Nowhere near the head. And it was even worse for Brian, our third student. We have two shooters enter the room.
Had it with you.
Brian freezes in his seat, hands on his desk. Police aren't surprised. In seconds, Brian is peppered with bullets, one to the head, one to the heart, two on the shoulder, one in the arm.
If no one ever gets hit in the movies, obviously. Real life, I got hit like 5-6 times.
What happens is when you get so jacked up that you tend to forget how to do the simple things because your body elevates, your fine motor skills deteriorate, and you can't get that gun out. And you're thinking, oh, there's a gun, I'm getting shot at, you know, and you're not going to be able to do this.
Take a look at the way your own body undermines your decisions, your accuracy with a gun in crisis. Under extreme stress, your blood is actually pulled from your skin toward your muscles in case you need to flee. Your heart pumping 3 to 4 times the normal rate. Your hands have less blood, they're less dexterous, your reaction's delayed.
Okay.
When police show me a video used with real police trainees,
You have just arrived at an unknown trouble call.
my task is to watch the policewoman who's my virtual.
By the way, I've been reading up a little bit on this on the side while this video is going on, but from what I understand, like the fucking school district for Robb Elementary has a fuckload of cops, partially because of its proximity to the border. So the idea that like more cops will prevent the shooting or more cops would have prevented this violence is also a silly one. Just so you understand, like it's a cop dense area from what I understand. The city of wait, hold on. I'm just gonna send this to myself really quickly. This is actually someone from Orlando DSA, but yeah, most school districts in Texas have dedicated cops. All that more cops does is ends up useless fat fucks milling around the crime scene after the fact. But too many examples of cops in schools don't help. Of course, I mean there's no. It is cops in this circumstance, like talking about how cops at a school is going to prevent school shootings from happening. In this circumstance, is just simply another extension of the good guy with a gun attitude. Yeah, we already covered this. Before trolls started with the gunfire zone in 2021, Uvalde County Sheriff's Office stationed armed deputies at district schools, citing parental concerns over immigration issues in the area. In 2018, 2 Uvalde teens were arrested for planning a school mass shooting. And also, that like a fat chunk of the budget in Uvalde goes to their police force. Perhaps another reason why, you know. I'll just say this much. Okay, I'll just say this much. I personally believe that it's a 100% guarantee that if that school district was funded adequately and funded better, that person who tried to do or the person who facilitated the school shooting maybe could have gotten the necessary treatment. I don't know. But it's certainly a hell of a lot better of an idea to try to address some of the structural problems that create mass shooters than constantly trying to throw more money at the police force and constantly trying to fucking run with the argument that more people should have guns. More people should be armed, especially in a place like Texas where Texas has a fuckload of guns. Like everyone's armed in Texas. And that hasn't stopped shootings from happening. So what's up? I don't know if I don't know if giving 40% of the entire town's budget to the police force is the adequate way to deal with this. This is what people say. This is what people actually mean when they say like we need to defund the police. We need to fund. We need to take some of the percentage of the funds that go to the fucking police force. That's why they were able to fucking bring in that that gigantic fucking tank basically into the crime scene immediately. Instead of having that be the norm, why don't we try to address the issues where they begin? My brother-in-law, Texas, literally has guns on the ground just in case of an intruder. The Buffalo shooter literally had an ex-police armed guard who actually shot the shooter. Good guy with a gun literally didn't matter because it was readily available to the shooter, armor, etc. Yeah, no, I know. I talked about that as well.
Partner check out a suspicious car and react if there's a need for self-defense. The first time, I don't get near firing, but on the second time, even when I know what's going to happen, I'm 2 seconds late.
The interesting thing is, even the second time around, knowing exactly
you knew what was going to happen.
The timing of everything, you still can't get there in time.
Which is why police can spend months and months speeding up their reaction time until it's no more than 1 second, and building muscle memory that overtakes all that racing blood.
Yeah, maybe that's why cops are trained to fucking shoot first, ask questions later. You know, mag dump every time. Every time some shit happens, mag dump. This is the reason. So they don't have any fucking. They eliminate the attitude that you have that prevents you from pulling the trigger so quickly in this situation. But because there are a million fucking people with guns in the country, cops are trained to fucking mag dump immediately. They need to be you are a degenerate and you're correct. Wait, why am I a degenerate? It's like there's a very human part of your brain before you turn into a fucking thumb, like a full-blown thumb, the human part of your brain says, maybe I shouldn't pull out my gun and shoot this person immediately. You know? It's the same issue with, like, if you've ever boxed or whatever, if you've ever fought someone, there's something that holds you back from, like, fully fucking putting your entire back into a punch when you're punching a human being, because you're like, I don't want to hurt this person. Even if you're not, I mean, even if you aren't thinking about it, there's a part of your brain that stops you. You have to kill that part of your brain as a cop. Yeah, but good thing, according to the governor of Texas, the gunman who killed at least 15 people in Uvalde is an 18-year-old who lives in the community. He had a handgun and may have been armed with a rifle too. Good thing in 2021, Texas lawmakers lowered the age to carry a handgun to 18. Americans ages 18 to 20% commit 18% of all gun homicides, while making up only 4% of the U.S. population. Not only does the NRA think teens should be able to buy semi-automatic rifles, they're trying to lower the federal age to buy a handgun to 18 too. Besides violating the laws of some states and cities, long gun bans on adults 18 to 21% or 18 to 21 age also violate the Constitution. Penn GOP governor nominee Mastriano on his plans on voting reform. Wait, what? I don't know what this is. Can shoot other humans but can't buy a vodka soda? Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. The age argument is quite stupid. "18 kids have died by gunfire this year. 20 cops have been killed in the line of duty by gunfire." Holy fuck. No, I think it's 44, though. I don't think you're right about the cop thing. 2022 cop deaths. Let's see. I mean, we know a hell of motherfuckers died of COVID. I mean, obviously, that's the number one thing, right? Oh my God, you were right. 20 cops have been killed in the line of duty by gunfire. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. School shootings this year. Hold on. How many and where? Developing situation. On May 21st, 15 kids were killed. 27 school shootings with injuries or deaths. 61 people killed or injured in school shootings. 21 people killed. 19 students or other children killed. 2 school employees or other adults killed. Wait, oh, this doesn't even include Uvalde. So 19 students plus... 19 students plus Uvalde. It's not updated yet. So it's gonna be more cops. "44 is average year. Only the starred one isn't updated." Oh, okay. There have been 119 school shootings since 2018, when Education Week began tracking such incidents. The highest number of shootings, 34, occurred last year. There were 10 shootings in 2020 and 24 each in 2019 and 2018. No, this is updated today. So they're saying, like, there have been 27 school shootings this year. No. This is updated. It's Uvalde. More kids have died in classrooms than cops have died in the line of duty. That's so fucked. I mean, yeah. The only number was starred is the number of injured. So yeah, it's 19. This is wild. Actually fucking insane, dude. It's not Uvalde, it's Uvalde. Okay, Uvalde. 33 is the number with the Uvalde deaths. Yeah, the only reason why school shootings were significantly lower, the number of school shootings were significantly lower in 2020 and 2021 is because of the pandemic and because of remote learning. Not yet updated. No, the injured number is not yet updated with information from Uvalde, Texas. $19 with Uvalde. The people injured hasn't been updated. Yeah. Right? Everyone has a role. I've compiled all the takes. Save yourself some time. We must find out more about the killer and motivations. Fuck Obama and the inevitable legislative response. Ban all guns. AK-47 clip has too many magazines. Extremely nerd voice. Technically, it wasn't an assault rifle. It was a HK P90 made in the Czech Republic. How convenient that the shooting happened in a gun-free zone. There should have been more guns there to prevent it. So sick of toxic masculinity. Show me the Constitution where it says a well-trained concealed carry weapon holder can identify the source of gunfire, assess the threat, and neutralize it in 30 seconds or less. Religion of peace, they should chop their heads off, see how they like it. What we need is better mental health. In the time since the shooting, over 1 million babies lost their lives to abortion. That's the real tragedy. What's up with Sony at E3? Huge fail there. Yeah. No, I mean, this person is basically just showing all the most common, I mean, in a humorous way, but showing all the most common fucking... The line of duty deaths concept is insane, though. I mean, this is crazy. This is actually fucking insane. That in 2022, 19 students died in school shootings. That's a wild. It's a wild fucking take, dude. They ever say why it was targeting 10-year-olds? They don't know what the motive is, but the suspicion is that, like, more cops died of COVID than gunfire. Hello, that's every year, by the way. Gunfire inadvertent is probably accidental misfire. That happens a lot. Not in 2018. What? Real story. 2 armed people recently got robbed in downtown Chicago. They fired back at the robbers, so much for duty to retreat, as they were running away and got hits. Problem is, the hits were innocent bystanders. Guns for self-defense is just a myth. Nobody ever defends themselves successfully, but it's the #1 reason people cite for owning a weapon. Yeah, I know. And everyone always loves using the first, like, the one instance where there is a fucking person who was successfully able to, like, shoot down a shooter or something. There was no COVID in 2018? What are you talking about? We're not looking at 2018. Every fucking year since COVID began, COVID has been the #1 murderer of cops, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone loves talking about how dangerous the job cops have. Here are some numbers in 2022, 19 students. Sorry, I'm joking, Hasan. I'm just super bored in the hospital. All the stories, stick to thumbs before wash your hands. Yeah. Oh, by the way, before COVID, there was still so much. When talking about like cops, it's like still gun violence. I don't think has ever fucking been the #1 reason. Oh, my favorite chatter, dude. My favorite fucking chatter. Look at that. Look. What do you think this guy's take is? Will you donate tonight's proceeds from tonight's stream to victims of gun violence? Yeah, dude. I'll send it to the families. I'll find out. No, this motherfucker's not in here to actually like make a change or to actually say anything meaningful. He's only in here to be like, come on. It's just drama. Can you imagine being that person, dude? Imagine being that person where your immediate fucking thing is like, how do I fucking make drama out of a school shooting? He only comes in during school shootings, dude. Thanks, man. I will donate $100 to you now if you agree to donate it. What? No, don't give me fucking $100, you fucking idiot. Donate directly to whatever cause is out there. You fucking weirdo. You're not making a good point here. Just donate directly, you fucking moron. What do you mean? I'll donate $100 to you right now if you donate it. Go donate on your own. The fuck is wrong with you? No, you know he's like, this is a clip. This is a clip that's coming to be like, look, I got him. Hasan doesn't fucking donate money to charities when he knows full well that not only have I fundraised, but I've donated like personally to every fucking cause that I've spoken out against. Every cause. But it doesn't fucking matter. He's looking for a gotcha. Yeah, donate $5 into the fucking stream by subscribing instead to avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. How about that, you fucking idiot? Pig. And I encourage others to do as well. Thanks for the publicity. Oh, God, you're such a pig fuck, dude. Go back to your fucking dickhead hole that you crawled out of. And you know, when I do inevitably end up donating, motherfuckers are going to turn around and be like, ha, I did this. No, you didn't. I've been doing it before you fucking came in and tried to promote yourself. And we'll continue to do so. You gave that dude what he wanted? Okay, shut up, dude. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Thanks for the exposure, dude, he said. No one fucking knows you. What exposure? Fucking rat. Insufferable. Yeah, I ran the ad break. Yeah, I'm a goddamn monster, I know. Senator Joe Manchin says he would do anything I can to move common sense gun legislation forward, but still refuse to eliminate the filibuster to get gun legislation through the Senate. There you go. There you have it. Okay, it's not so he won't do everything he can. I literally don't even remember the fucking chatter's name.
What they did, what they do, the way they politicize guns. and violence.
Dude, structural issues and America's gun culture, America's lack of adequate mental health care, these are all things that play a significant role in why we have, and of course, no gun regulations or restrictions whatsoever in this country. These are the things that play a significant role in causing America to be a powder keg for mass shootings. Chatters, some of them understand this, some of them don't. My job is to describe to you what these issues are, okay? Even no matter what happens, whenever stories are coming out, right? Chatters know this, some of the chatters know this, and they still come in here and be like, yeah, you're a bad person, actually. Like, here, I'm going to show how you're a bad person. Because, like, that person's goal wasn't to solve a problem. That person's goal was to just straight up be like, look at you, you're fucking making money off of this or some shit like that. Can you ignore the NPC hater? I ignore thousands of them in this chat all the time. But sometimes after a fucking sea of idiotic fucking takes, I have to, you know, I have to make an example and show you, at least the normal people with not completely broken brains, why a lot of people behave this way. It's because they don't care about the issues at all. They only care about the fucking drama that they can cut, which I'm sure this will be clipped out of context and cut and posted on numerous fucking forums.
Led us to this day where, and I don't know what the latest number is. I think we have 14 dead parents, loved ones, who their world is spinning, who right now have to think, how am I going to plan a funeral? Who right now have to think, what kind of casket? Who right now have to think, all I did was send them to school. And I have to plan their funeral. And I have to write a eulogy. I have to comfort those who I love, my other children, my spouse, my friends, my neighbors. I have to figure out how to go forward. I'll be honest, Nicole, it took me a good solid 24 hours before my world stopped spinning to the point where I really kind of grasped what was happening. I am simply going to say this to the families there. You're going to go through pain. It's not right, and it shouldn't be. But I am here for you, and others will be here for you. You will be okay. You will find a path forward. But for the next bunch of days and weeks, you have to get through this, this horror, because people failed. I'm done. They fucking failed our kids again. Okay, I'm done. I've had it. You know, how many more times? Are we, and we're going to sit back. I'm going to listen to that governor of Texas talk about why he pushed to fight laws for laws in Texas that made it easier for the guns to be had by those who want to kill? How many more times? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. You know, but you know what? Tomorrow, I'm going to wake up. We're going to keep fighting, because as long as there's people like you and people like Senator Murphy, and, you know, I look on the House, they're trying to pass things. I look at a president who will sign legislation that makes it to his desk. This was predictable, but it was also preventable. Sadly, the next one that's going to happen is also predictable if we keep doing.
Yeah, except Americans literally treat gun violence and mass shootings like it's a fucking naturally occurring phenomena, like it's hurricanes. At this stage in the American consciousness, in the American experience, the attitude immediately is just like, yeah, there's just no way to prevent this. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what we can do. There are legislative solutions to this, starting with like gun buyback programs mandated at the federal level, ensuring that there is a severe restriction of trading guns, okay, which of course will hurt the bottom line of gun manufacturers. We have too many guns already in the market, okay? And even leftists will then turn around and be like, well, that's only making guns more expensive for the working class to purchase. The only people that won't be able to purchase guns is the working class individuals, right? That's what they'll say. I don't give a fuck, okay? There should actually be some kind of fucking restriction. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Only the rich will get to, own guns and the poor won't. I don't care. There should be some level of restriction at this point. And it's already a broadly popular idea. Okay? It's already broadly popular. 90% of this country has historically been in favor of universal background checks. Okay? 90%. 90%. In the aftermath of Sandy Hook, 90% of the country said we should have universal background checks. And we couldn't even get that. Am I wrong for having a concealed carry weapon as a socialist? No, I don't. No, dude, I don't have a problem with guns. Okay? But I also understand the seriousness and what the gun's intention is to kill people, okay? I don't mind shooting guns. I'm not one of those people that's like the cartoonish portrayal of a liberal who like hates guns or whatever. I have openly shot guns on the stream. The issue in this situation is that we do not have any kind of fucking restriction, okay? We do not have any kind of restriction. We do not have any any common sense gun legislation in this country. It's psychotic. What did Matt Iglesias say? For all of its very real problems, one shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the contemporary United States of America is one of the best places to live in all human history, and there's a reason tons of people have all kinds of from all around the world clamor to move here. Yeah, because we made other places on the planet uninhabitable, dude. What the fuck kind of take is that? This is just the same as every conservative take, by the way. Oh, a lot of people love coming to America. I wonder why, dude. I wonder why people from Latin America love coming to America and try to desperately come here, like Haiti, Guatemala, fucking El Salvador. I wonder why, dude. Guys, come on. I know we're the only fucking like OECD nation where like kids are getting fucking murked in school. Like routinely, okay? But also at the same time, keep your eye on the prize. We're living in the best place. Yeah, my dad left Nicaragua in the 80s because he heard the beaches in California were bussin'. Yeah. Wait, the death toll is now 18? Well, that would mean that there are now officially, in the United States of America, officially in the year 2022, more students have been killed in school shootings than cops on the line of duty. We did it. Congratulations. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's more dangerous, being a student or being a cop? It clearly being a student is more dangerous than being a cop. Does this mean you're more likely to die being an American student than a cop? You were always more likely to die being an American student than being a cop. Sample size Andes come out? Wait, how many cops are out there? the number of students in this country are significantly larger than the number of cops in this country. There are 49.4 million public school students enrolled in pre-kindergarten through grade 12 in fall 2020. 49.4. There's like what? 800,000 cops in the country? 800,000, like not only just like cops. Yeah, they're gonna say there's the per capita death number is higher for cops than it is for students. The sample size is smaller. The sample size, Andrews, are gonna argue the percentage is lower. Doesn't matter. Mass shootings of these kinds seem to come into existence since 1999. Columbine, unless I'm horribly misinformed, do you think there's something about the past 2 decades that's causing them to happen so much more than they ever used to? I used to go with that question a lot. Although the per capita deaths for cops is much higher than the student per capita deaths, obviously, the number in a normal country. Classic Himbo doesn't understand statistics. Wait, what are you saying? No, I recognize that the per capita argument for cops makes it so much larger for the likelihood of a police officer to die in the line of duty than students, except students should not be dying at all. 0 students should be dying at school in gun violence. Some cops are going to die, of course. Yes, it is the 17th most dangerous profession in America. I know this comes across as a hot take, but there's a higher per capita injury and death rating for 16 other fucking jobs in this country. What are they? Roofers, delivery drivers, landscapers, numerous other fucking truck drivers. It used to be 22, but COVID bumped it to 17. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Remember that a lot of these guys dying on the line of duty are also dying as a consequence of COVID. A big chunk, 2/3 of the cops that die on the line of duty, at least in the past year, have died as a consequence of COVID. They use that as a fucking reason to claim that they use it as a reason to like fucking claim the cops need more funding or whatever the fuck. Isn't this like police recognition week or something? The reason why I'm mentioning this, 60% of the deaths by gunfire also don't specify it's self-inflicted. I mean, there's that too. But I just need people to understand, okay? I just need people to understand one important factor here. And that is everybody talks about how unsafe policing is as a means to justify further funding police. Nobody's talking about like there's no and that legislation does get passed, especially at the state level. Okay? Localities spend an insane amount of a gigantic percentage of the funds raised from local taxes directly by offering it in like some instances like 40% of the funding goes directly into police, the police budgets. Okay? Cops are 25% of Kissimmee, Florida budget. Cop dog got killed and they had multiple day morning parade. The arm the teachers discourse is already happening. Fuck yes, of course. That's the one thing that Texas needed was more guns. Here's Ken Paxton with another fire take. We already talked to him, or we already listened to him deliver his insane perspective earlier, where he talked about how, you know, laws don't stop people from getting guns. You know, people are going to get guns regardless. They're going to violate the laws. You know, as the Attorney General of Texas, you always got to do a fuck laws approach to everything, I guess, except for criminalizing abortion, criminalizing drugs, all this other stuff.
Help them. The second, no, we need to continue to try to focus on.
Right on track, dude. Right on fucking track. He's ready to with the blistering hot takes.
Preventing this, we can't stop bad people from doing bad things. They're going to violate murder laws. They're not going to follow gun laws. I've never understood that argument. But we can harden these schools. We can create points of access that are difficult to get through. We can potentially arm and prepare and train teachers and other administrators to respond quickly, because the reality is we don't have the resources to have law enforcement at every school. And so it takes time for law enforcement, no matter how prepared, no matter how good they are, to get there. So having the right training for some of these people at the school is the best hope. And nothing's going to work perfectly, but that, in my opinion, is the best answer to this problem. Help them. The second, no, we need to continue to try to focus on preventing this. We can't stop bad people from doing bad things. They're going to violate murder laws. They're not going to follow gun laws. I've never understood that argument. But
if they're going to violate murder laws, they're never going to follow gun laws. The point is, it's hard. It should be harder for them to do the violation of murder laws. It's so dumb, especially whenever they fucking turn around and say, like, well, knife crime is a thing in countries where they do have strict gun laws. It's like, okay. It's such a stupid fucking take. Like, what? Okay, use knives then, you know? That's if you can kill as many people efficiently with a knife as you can with a gun. Just, you know, why isn't the American military using knives when they fucking invade Iraq? Why were they using guns then? I don't understand. Knives are incredibly efficient as a weapon of, you know, mass murder. So weird that the American government is using an M4 instead of knives. The point is, it should be harder to get a gun, right? Exactly. The entire point of laws in general is the understanding that people are going to violate them, but you still fucking put some kind of safeguard. You still put some kind of like preventative measure that stops someone from being able to easily purchase a weapon and use it.
We can harden these schools. We can create points of access that are difficult to get through. We can potentially arm and prepare and train teachers and other administrators to respond quickly, because the reality is we don't have the resources to have law enforcement at every school. And so it takes time for law enforcement, no matter how prepared, no matter how good they are, to get there. So having the right training for some of these people at the school is the best hope. And nothing's going to work perfectly, but that, in my opinion, is the best answer to this problem. Help them. The second, no, we need to continue to try to focus on.
Congressman calls Ted Cruz a baby killer. Wait, what? Just to be clear, fuck you, Ted Cruz, you fucking baby killer. What the fuck? Okay, I mean, I agree with the energy, but like, you know, what are they going to do about it? Why do we need cops at school, fucker? We already have cops at school. There's cops at that school. School districts have cops assigned to them. Hello, there was a cop at Parkland. It's so fucking stupid. There were cops in the subway in New York City. Exactly. I don't understand how at 16 you can get a car that can kill people and there's license and restrictions on it, but you can go to Texas at 18 and walk out with a military rifle with no training or testing. The conservative will respond to you by saying, cars are, or the right to a vehicle is not a constitutionally protected right. Because these fucking psychos actually treat the Constitution like it's a fucking Bible, okay? That's it. That's literally the argument. They're like, oh, we all decided, we in our fucking psychotic hallucinogenic state decided that, like, you know, this piece of paper written by fucking slave owners who were dying at the age of 35 actually addressed this. They said everyone should be able to have an AR-15. Texas really wants 60-year-old English teachers to go out in the hallway and blast another student for shooting up the school. This country's batshit. Hey, remember when before Attorney General Ken Paxton came out and said that? I told you that, like, that was the fucking Florida, that was the Florida solution, and that they were going to do that in Texas as well. Yeah, I mean, they are. Because in America, the most batshit, most insane fucking take that you think someone's going to conjure up is going to be said at some point by a Republican person, okay? By a Republican politician, by a Republican attorney general. They're going to say it. If you imagine it, they're going to say it. There are plenty of cops there today. School district had its own police department. UCISD, yeah. What is what's up? Where is the Marjorie Titan Green take on this? Our nation needs to take a serious look at the state of mental health today. Sometimes meds can be the problem. America is failing our youngest generations from decades of rejecting good moral values and teachings. You don't need more gun control. We need to return to God. Wait, God is going to provide mental health? Yeah, exactly. In America, the only way that you can get fucking mental health therapy is if you fucking pray to God that you might get one for somehow. Might as well just put your fucking hands up in the air and pray to God. Because let me tell you something, you're not going to be able to get it regardless. Great. Didn't God let these kids die in the first place? Yeah, no, it's just those kids, they didn't pray hard enough, I think. She's on that God shit and she's bat shit. People are going to commit crime. Why have cops? Instead, we should defund them. Is that the take? No, of course not, dude. No, I'm not a fucking police abolitionist. Some people get very mad at me when I mention this, okay? No, I understand that there needs to be a fucking... I understand that there needs to be some form of policing, okay? To create a semblance of law and order. Defunding the police is not about fucking abolishing the police anyway. Defunding the police is just about taking some of the funds that are currently getting pumped into the police forces all around the country, which is clearly not stopping crime, okay? Cops don't stop crime. And instead, Chatter saying that because that's the Republican logic with gun control? No, I'm not. I get it, but I think Chatter was trying to do a gotcha. Teachers are expected to be teachers, childcare, mental health care providers, and gun trained? Yes. How do we feel about training the children like in Viet Cong, like the Viet Cong, and having them watch over school in trees during recess? Yeah, that seems great. NRA hard to swallow pills just 3 days ago. AR-15 is America's most popular rifle used for self-defense. Dude, you know what's really funny about this, by the way? Anyone who's ever fucking shot a rifle, or anyone who's like an actual expert in self-defense or gun safety, will unironically tell you that AR-15s are actually dog shit for self-defense. AR-15, like, this is the NRA demonstrating that their understanding of weapons is similar to, like, the most hysterical fucking liberal that has never touched a gun. Are you insane? Not a single fucking person Not a single person would like openly state this, okay? Like, you need to recognize that this is a ridiculous fucking take. I know they're saying the most popular and not the best gun for self-defense. Okay? But it is fucking idiotic. Yeah, it's the best gun. It's the most popular rifle used to fucking murder your neighbor accidentally when you think someone is actually breaking into your home and your neighbor is just sleeping in the fucking... your neighbor's just sleeping in his house across the street from you, but now he's dead because you shot him through your wall and his wall. The best gun for that. And to be fair, you never know, brother. You never know what kind of activities your neighbor's engaging in. You know what I mean? Maybe you just precognitively murdered your neighbor. Yes, shotguns are better. These guys know what the fuck is better. They know that. Aren't you slated to headline a speaking gig for the NRA in 3 days in Houston, no less? You can do more than pray. Faith without works is dead. What did Felix say? There isn't a singular person why we're unique and how often people just snap and kill school children, but I certainly think part of it is that we've inflicted the Fourth Reich on the rest of the world, and we range from ambivalent to proud of that fact. Anyway, here's David from. I wrote this when I heard the news from Texas. Thanks to my brilliant colleagues at The Atlantic for speeding it onto the site. If tonight Americans do turn heavenward in pain and grief for the lost children of Uvalde, Texas, they may hear the answer delivered in the Bible through the words of Isaiah. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. When ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. I mean, if there's any motherfucker who knows what his hands look like full of blood, it's this guy, okay? Isaiah, I don't know how to say it. Okay, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Buttery Buns, you are correct. I don't see why anyone would need anything more than a pistol for self-defense. What are they expecting? A full army to come attack? Exactly. No, but they kind of do, though. An AR-15 is just fun to shoot, okay? It's very easy to shoot. There's very low recoil. AR-15 is good for killing multiple targets, okay, without reloading. That's it. It's good to shoot multiple targets without reloading. It's not good for hunting, and it's certainly not good for self-defense. It is created with the express purpose of killing multiple people in one go. Okay? That's it. That's literally the purpose. Anyone who tells you anything other than that is fucking lying. It's a fun gun to shoot because, and this is how it's built as well, women and children can shoot it with ease. The Chopper guys are pretty pro-gun. Yeah, I mean, I know they're my friends, and we've shot guns literally together. I like shooting guns, but it is psychotic to allow every single person to be able to go out and get a weapon without demonstrating the adequate safety measures necessary. Like, we can't even have like a driver's license type level of safety and regulation around something that doesn't drive you from your fucking commute, something that is not like an absolute necessary thing for you to survive and make money with. Guns are just there to kill. That's the only purpose of a weapon. Kill, murder. That's it. You're allowed to like guns and believe that people just shouldn't have guns, nor do they need to carry them around everywhere. In my opinion, the U.S. should ban the use of full/semi-automatic weapons. Full automatic weapons are already banned. And you don't hear fucking weirdo leftist gun nuts being like, oh well, fully automatic weapon licenses. None of them are in distribution for civilian use, and all of them are actually super old. And the only way to get a fucking procurement license is like if you have $15,000 to be able to pay for that, and that's actually taxing the proletariat away from being able to use AR, fully automatic rifles. Like if someone were to come and say that to me, I would spit on their fucking face. You would see that is like absolutely psychotic, right? You understand that? So apply that to semi-automatics as well. Is it 25K? Fucking Brandon, dude. I thought it was 14 or 15K. Well, you don't even need to, like, you can shoot pretty fucking fast. I don't know if the video is here. I don't know if anyone has that video readily available, but like when I went to the gun range, like I literally was able to shoot, maybe not at the same, like obviously not as fast as a fully automatic weapon, but like pretty close. You can literally do that. There are people who do like fully automatic speeds with a semi-automatic rifle. Yeah, here's the video. HasanIsHot.com. What? No, it wasn't this video. It wasn't my YouTube video. It was someone else's. I think it was like Myths. What the fuck is this? Modernized no recoil AK? What the fuck is this? It was called a bump stock and Trump banned it, by the way. No, I'm not talking about bump stock. I'm talking about even without a bump stock, you can actually fucking shoot a semi-automatic rifle almost at the same like rate of fire as an automatic rifle. It doesn't even fucking matter anyway. What is this? Yeah, because there's no recoil, he's able to fucking shoot it almost at the same like. This AK has a piston that moves in the opposite direction of the recoil. I mean, this is the same principle as a bump stock. It's using the fucking, isn't it? I mean, what bump stocks do basically is just like use the recoil against your body to fucking shoot it like an automatic rifle. This was it. Yeah, this is what
5.6 NATO rounds. Can't see shit. Saying.
Was this it?
Can't see shit.
That's not even a pistol grip either. That's not what this is not it. This is just me shooting. This is just me shooting at everything. I think I did it in the end. Did I do it at the other gun range? I don't remember. It was in the end. Maybe they didn't. Maybe I didn't do it on camera. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. No one shooting a fully auto rifle would do worse than a semi-auto in terms of murking kids. If anything, a semi-auto is better because of control. Yeah, exactly. A fully automatic rifle banned has stopped people from using it, obviously. But a fully automatic rifle would not exactly be super easy to fucking kill multiple people with anyway. How is it the government was able to outlaw automatic guns? Is that the gun lobby /gun nuts would let that happen and haven't pushed back on it since? I'm surprised that they haven't turned it back around. Burst fire in training. Shit is impossible to control if you're an amateur. I tried 6 times and couldn't stop from putting the last round on the ceiling every time. Of course, Republicans are worse on gun policy, yes, but if you live in a Commonwealth/state with a Dem governor, plus Dem majorities in both legislative chambers, yet Dems aren't passing legislation to ban certain rifles, ghost guns, then heads up, Republicans aren't your biggest problem. This is actually a really fucking fire take. Straight up. Except the issue is they will 100% use this to be like, it's unconstitutional and immediately strike it down. But that shouldn't prevent Democrats from trying to do this. That would be a very good way. That would be a very good thing to do. Democrats should do that. If anything, that would cause the Republicans to focus on that and you know, turn that into a fucking issue than anything else. I work at a gun store. You will never truly understand the need for gun control until the left is working at a gun store in Indiana. Oh, no. Oh, that's sick. Texas State Senator says school shooting suspect brought 2 assault rifles on his 18th birthday. Fuck yeah, dude. Nice. Dude, America, baby. The second Uvalde press conference is starting. Okay, here. There's more updates. I think the death toll has risen, unfortunately.
I don't see you.
Here you go.
Would you like for me to do this? Let's do this.
I qualified on an automatic weapon in the Army. You were trained to fire on burst, 8 rounds max.
I apologize. I did not realize we were not on, and you probably could not hear what I was saying. I am Anne Marie Espinoza, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing for Uvalde CISD. This is a tragic time in our district, so please know the investigation is not complete. We will only be sharing a statement with you, not providing questions. We greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Here to share a statement and not take questions is our Uvalde CISD Chief of Police, Pete Arredondo.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, briefly, as of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers. Thank you so much.
Here to provide a statement and not take any questions is our Superintendent, Dr. Hal Harrell.
Good evening. This was a tragic and senseless event today, and my heart was broke today. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all our families as we go through this day and days to come. A few announcements that we need to make is beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will have grief counseling and support at the Civic Center for our students, our staff, community members, anybody that needs to come at that time. And we may be there more than one day, may be there several days. Our Robb staff will meet at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center as well. We'll begin with visiting with them and seeing what those needs are. School will be closed. The school year's done. We'll have no school tomorrow or Thursday. All activities are canceled throughout the district. No graduation is on people's mind. We will come out with a notice on that at a later time. All the staff members they will report to their campuses, other than Robb campus, which will come to the Civic Center. Again, my heart was broken today. We're a small community, and we'll need your prayers to get us through this. Thank you.
Again, this is a tragic event in our community. We are very sorry that we cannot provide you more information, but greatly appreciate your patience and understanding during this very difficult time. We ask that you pray for all of the families affected. Thank you, and be safe.
Okay, so we just heard a press conference.
Biden is going to be speaking, and Biden is going to be speaking soon at 8:15. So in the next.
For more information on a motive or victims, but he didn't give us too much. But then we did hear from Dr. Hal Harrell, who is the superintendent of UCISD, and he did call this a tragic and senseless event. He said starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. there will be grief counseling services at the Civic Center for students, teachers, staff, or anyone in the community who may need it. They also would like Robb staff, so that's the teachers and staff, to report there at 8 a.m. at the Civic Center. And as of now, the school year is over for UCISD.
Right. He said graduation will be rescheduled and all teachers are to report to their campuses, but students, the school year is over. And of course, there'll be grief counseling for everyone in the community and everyone there at the Civic Center, beginning with the Robb school staff. And the school police chief really did not give much information. He said they are still getting information to families. It is an active investigation and they cannot release any information right now until they speak to the families, which of course we can all understand. And right now we have a confirmation of 14 dead, children, 14 students, and a teacher.
And right now we also want to go to...
The thing I want to mention once again and time again is not that like guns are the end all be all of this solution, okay? It's not. Obviously violent acts such as this one are more complicated and it's a multifaceted problem. Okay, you have a nation of people that are suffering, you have gross wealth inequality, you have a lack of adequate mental health care, you have a lack of future prospects for so many people. People feel alienated. Okay? But at the very least, making it a little bit harder, just a little bit harder to fucking get guns is just the starting point. Okay? It's just it's not the solution. It's the starting point of the solution. But we can't even do that. We can't even like enter the fucking door. We can't even open up the door. We can't even have that conversation. No school shootings in other similar economies. Yeah, because they don't have guns, man. Like, I'm simply stating that America has a lot of fucking problems, okay? And having guns readily available makes those problems worse. You get it? Like, it's not going to stop violence from happening when you ban guns or whatever, which we're never going to do anyway. Wolf City. The TTS is on, and you can probably see it on stream, but the speech part of the TTS is not on. I have, however, read your fucking donation. You personally want me to stop covering this mass shooting so I can talk about what's going on in China, or rather, not what's going on in China, but instead the Uyghur cultural genocide and the Adrian Zen's leaked, information from like some fucking police conversations. You are not here. You are not here to actually fucking talk about anything. You're just here to be like, oh yeah, look at him. He's not covering this, or I want him to cover this other thing. Okay? I have talked about the Chinese treatment of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang many, many times over. Go watch any of those other videos if you want to simply fucking find out what my take is, okay?
Darren, you just heard the latest 18...
Bit of a stretch is one question, because you're not here 24/7. You're not me. You're not in my brain. You're not even watching my stream from start to finish, so you don't know how people operate, okay? That's why the TTS is off, by the way.
18 children now deceased. Your thoughts?
This is a very unfortunate narrative. However, it keeps repeating itself. It's somewhat repetitive. As modern-day law enforcement, we're really great on the response. However, the problem that we have is fortification and omnipresence on soft targets such as this school. As you made mention to earlier, Jesse, the school resource officers on many occasions are not equipped with firearms for these elementary schools. That needs to change. The dynamic of these mass shootings is becoming more and more prevalent in our society. However, we have our elected officials that come on television, they jump up and down, but there's no execution strategy because we have a flawed purpose in how we protect these elementary schools. It goes back to, why did we not have a police officer, meaning an armed resource officer at the front of this school? When we look at a lot of these mass shootings that have happened in many places throughout the country, it's the same thing. Oftentimes, bad guys.
Bro, when another fucking school shooting inevitably happens and there is an armed resource officer there who doesn't do anything, or he gets killed immediately, okay, then they're going to turn around and be like, well, there needs to be 2 armed resource officers. Actually, when the 2 armed resource officers don't do anything, they're going to be like, okay, we need fucking turrets. We need to put up like a machine gun outside of the fucking school, okay? You know, that immediately opens fire on whoever the fuck is coming towards the school. Like, you're never going to solve this problem. You're never going to solve this problem if your perspective on the matter is just flawed from the jump. Like, more guns actually means more likelihood of gun violence, not less, okay? There has never been a situation where more guns have actually made anywhere safer. If that was the fucking case, then America, having the most guns in circulation, okay, out of any fucking country on the planet, would literally be the safest place on the planet. Nobody would be shooting each other, right? An armed society is a polite society. Isn't that what they say in Texas? If more guns made things safer, America would be the safest fucking country on earth. Except it's the exact opposite. Out of all the other comparable OECD nations, America has the highest rate of gun violence. Like, not even close, okay? Number 1. It's so strange that we know that this is not the fucking solution, and yet we just, it's a lie that we tell ourselves, I feel like. I don't know, man. So fucking bummed. It's just like, it's fucking ridiculous. I can tell you right now, no student feels safe with a PO always on campus. Seeing somebody just constantly walk around with a weapon is unnerving. I know. Your main problem is ease of access. There's a shit ton of guns in Finland, Switzerland, and 20 million in France. Yes, a lot of that being hunting rifles. Also permits a national file of everyone who owns one, etc. Yeah, I know. Except even in Switzerland, which has the highest rate of gun ownership in, highest rate of civilian gun ownership in the rest of the continent, in Switzerland, the gun violence rate is also higher than all of the other European countries, which, again, proves my point, which is the more you have guns, the more the violence is going to occur. That's just how it is. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to act like this is not the case. It's so weird. It's so weird, man. It is so odd. New Zealand has a lot of guns. Allows 16-year-olds to buy guns. They own 1.5 million guns in a population of 5 million, but a typical year, first of all, that's not 1.5 million guns in a population of 5 million might seem like a lot of guns until you realize that America has more guns in circulation than there are people. That's right. America has more than 330 million guns in circulation in a country with a population of 330 million. Just pointing that out really quickly. So when you think about like other countries with a lot of guns, just remember. Just remember how that shit works, okay? That's how fucked up we are. Okay, but in a typical year, 10 New Zealanders are murdered with a gun, a tiny fraction of the USA's rate. What do they do differently? A lot. Step 1, to complete the application form, be able to supply names and contact details for referees who will be interviewed by police as your sustainability to possess or use firearms. Pay your application fee. There's an application fee as well. Pay the application fee at the New Zealand post stop and attach a copy of the receipt of your application. This can be a scanned copy. When you need to make a payment, you'll need to tell the post shop staff the amount that you need to pay. Fee for one or more endorsements if you apply them at the same time, allowing you to have target pistols, a collection of pistols and restricted weapons, bona fide collectors and museum endorsements. Pistols are restricted weapons for performing a play, film, reenactment, theatrical endorsement, prohibited items. Pistols are restricted weapons for hire or sale. That's a very different kind of background check than in the USA. Other people have to vouch for your fitness to own a deadly weapon and be interviewed by the police. You have to be interviewed by the police, storage equipments, classes, tests, and so on. I know that there's some fucking psychotic leftists in the chat that are going to be like, well, I have no friends. I would not be able to buy an AR-15 if that was the case. Good. I'm saying good. Yeah. Yeah, if you have no friends, you shouldn't get a gun. How about that? Do you like that? I like it. I think that's a good idea. That's one solution. Any kind of restriction on this is good. In the state of California, you can't go to a fucking gun range by yourself if you don't have a gun license and if you don't have your own gun. You can't go to a gun range and rent a gun if you go alone. You know why? Because motherfuckers go to the gun ranges and kill themselves. That's also part of the reason why our suicide rate is so fucking high. That's part of the reason why the male suicide rate is so fucking high in comparison to the female suicide rate. Why? Men have a tendency to use weapons when they're committing suicide. Way more likely than women, which I guess the preferred thing for women is like, what is it? Pills. Yeah. That's one of the reasons. That's not the reason. That's not the reason. That's not the reason. That's not the reason why there's so much gun violence in this country. Like, what's the percentage of gun violence in this country that's just straight suicide by gun? It literally is the reason. What is wrong with you? I don't care what fucking Jordan Peterson has told you about. What do we do without men? Okay? But like the majority of fucking, the majority share, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to look it up. But the majority share, if I'm not mistaken, is literally guns. Guns are making suicide easily accessible. In 2018, the most recent year for which data is available as of 2021, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention National Health Statistics reported 38,390 deaths by firearm, of which 24,432 were by suicide. How? How are you going to come in here and say I'm wrong about this? How can I respond to people that say anyone could buy guns from the black market if they wanted to anyways? It's such a stupid fucking take. It's a really dumb take. It doesn't matter. Laws can always be violated, okay? You can go out and murder someone right now if you wanted to, you know? A law doesn't create an automatic barrier against murder. A law against murder, criminalizing murder, doesn't automatically or magically put a force field around you when someone tries to murder you, okay? It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop murder from happening. It just makes it harder, okay? It makes it less likely when you're like, I wanted to do a murder, but fuck, man, these laws are stopping me. I'm just trying to do it in the, like, I'm just trying to explain this in the most baby brain way possible, okay? For all the conservatives that are listening right now. Okay? Murder is illegal. And yet people still do it. Okay? Just like Ken Paxton mentioned. So what's up? Should we abolish laws around murder then? Fuck it. It's happening anyway. Steve Kerr has a take on this.
Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting.
Bro, did Chatter film this? Like, personally? What's going on? There's a mic in front of him, but I'm hearing it from your phone camera. What the fuck's happening, Chatter? Were you there? Did you film this with your phone? Like, actually doesn't make sense. Were you in the room? What the fuck?
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Nothing's happened with our team in the last 6 hours. We're going to start the same way tonight.
Are you saying that anarchists are right? What? No, I'm not saying abolish laws around murder, dude. That's not what I'm saying at all. Also, anarchists don't say that either. I'm saying that, fuck, I got to run an ad break. I don't want to fucking do a segue here, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. You already know. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I'm running the ad break now. I apologize. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. This shows suicide statistics, means of suicide. Here's a suicide prevention and resource center. Means of suicide. 53% of suicides happening in America happen by firearms. Means of suicide among males. 58% of means of suicide among males is by firearms. As opposed to 33% of suicide by women, which is firearms. Which I assume this is the successful, like this is the, actual committed suicide, not attempted. Bruce Wayne's 10 speed, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And K Coles, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Damn, ads during talk on suicide prevention. What do you want me to do, man? I'm fucking, I have a contractual obligation, which makes the numbers higher for men, right? Yes, that's what I said. A means of suicide or preferred method of suicide is part of the reason why men are way more successful. It's like if your sink is overflowing and flooding the rest of the house, some people don't even want to shut the faucet. Yeah. I was a teaching assistant in Connecticut for a few months. We had a lockdown drill, but didn't know it was a drill. I was in the kindergarten room, and I legit thought there was a person in the building and was looking at these kids terrified. We have PTSD as a country. Well, I think the point is that the majority of gun crime is committed with stolen or black market guns. I live in Chicago, and we have some of the strictest gun laws in the country and the highest rate of gun crime simultaneously. Stricter laws are just kind of something for Chicago Democrats do to satiate the public without addressing material conditions. No, it's a really brilliant take from you, actually. It's really, really smart. Because Chicago famously is in space and not connected to multiple states where you can easily fucking acquire a weapon. And that all black market weapons are originally sold as like a legal gun that you can purchase and then, get or straw purchase, if you will, if you want to get a friend to buy it for you. But, you know, that's not something we should be talking about at the federal level because, once again, Chicago, Illinois specifically, is literally just completely disconnected from the rest of the country where you can walk over the fucking state line and get a gun with ease. Who put the gun on the streets, man? Where did the gun come from? Are we just going to act like Indiana's not right there, dude? Are you doing a Ohio? Are you doing Indiana erasure, dude? What the fuck? %50 of gun crimes in Canada are committed with guns from the U.S. 100% of gun crimes in Mexico are committed with guns from the U.S. Maybe there's a problem with the fucking neighbors of these two countries. I don't know. Majority of guns used in Chicago crimes come from outside Illinois. That's crazy. What the fuck? Why do we act like... why do we fucking act like these guns are not super easily accessed, okay? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I don't understand it. Chicago doesn't have the highest rate of gun crime either. St. Louis does. Where does the gun come from? Can someone explain to me where the gun comes from? Can someone tell me where people are getting the guns originally? Do you think that like guns magically just you go to a fucking like a video game, you go to like a black market shady dealer guy and he just has guns, you know? Where did he get the guns from? In the real world, it doesn't work that way. You don't spawn the gun in. Okay? You don't like take a bullet, plant it in the fucking ground, and then a gun tree creates a bunch of guns that you can use now. Someone bought a gun. Someone bought a gun legally and then illegally gave it to someone. Now that gun is an illegal gun. An illegally acquired gun. Now it's a black market gun. Why do you think this is a good argument? It's one of the most mind-boggling takes from gun lovers. One of the most insane takes from lovers of guns is this idea that like this is a naturally occurring phenomena. You know what I mean? Or that like guns are fucking spawning randomly in Chicago. I don't understand it. Oh, actually, you want to know how a very common procurement method is for guns? When you, a gun pervert, go and buy a gun, okay, and then someone who's a bad guy wants to steal that gun from you, so they come up to you and they steal your gun. They take your gun away from you because you are a gun pervert and you have no intention of like actually using it. So when they steal that gun from you, oops, now you have a free gun. That's one way of that's one way that, you know, people get fucking guns. What the fuck? No, stealing is illegal. Oh, look at that. Before the shooting, he was posting guns and he tagged a random person in this picture. Yeah, I saw this. Again, not entirely certain of the legitimacy of this. I watched this earlier. But yeah, the person is like a random individual. They don't live in the same, like I don't even know if he lives in Texas, if she lives in Texas or not. No, guns only are found in loot crates if you live in Ukraine, okay? That's the only place on the planet where guns are found in loot crates. Okay? Now, let me tell you another thing. So, I just want to point something out. If you want to know, if you're in Europe, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, well, these Americans are so crazy. They have guns everywhere. They're doing shootings. Oh my God. But we here in the European country, in the European Union, we're so free from this gun violence, right? Well, wrong. Look at that. The Trump administration proposed to change the small arms export regime. This was something that I covered heavily all the way back in fucking 2019. Guns are coming to a store near you too, motherfucker, whether you like it or not. Guess what? Keep allowing right-wing reactionaries to win elections, okay? And this will happen quicker, sooner rather than later, because the one thing we export, aside from guns, both small arms, hopefully in the future, fingers crossed, and also, rockets and defense systems, helicopters, planes, and the like, and missiles, especially, who can forget missiles, is going to be small arms eventually. Because you cannot stop gun manufacturers from making more money. There's an entire marketplace of people who are not fucking shooting themselves with guns right now in Europe. And that's really unacceptable. I mean, downright unacceptable. We export our brain rot. That's what I was going to say. Actually, this doesn't even need to happen because the small arms, what do you think is going to happen to guns coming in from Ukraine? Guns going into Ukraine. Shit's going to pop up in your doorstep anyway. So, get excited for that, Europe. Bro, they will just make their own guns that are better than ours, just like Formula. I mean, they do make guns. They do sell guns overseas. They just don't sell it to themselves, to their own people. America is a little bit different. We like to do things differently. What, you think Germany doesn't fucking make guns? Of course they do. You think the Oibrovs don't make guns? Of course they do. They're just not psychotic enough to literally fucking give it to their own citizens, like a modified, less deadly, but still incredibly deadly version of it. That's the difference, okay? That's the main difference, because we have a bunch of psychos that will purchase all the guns anyway. Motherfuckers will be like, Sig Sauer? What do you think? It's an Ohio brand, dude? Heckler and Coke. What do you think? What do you think Heckler and Coke? Where Heckler und Coke? Where do you think Heckler und Coke comes from? Huh? Kentucky? Is that what you think? Do you think Heckler and Coke is coming from Kentucky, yeah? Motherfuckers are like, yeah, brother. Yeah. Meanwhile, you don't even realize it, but you're buying pussy-ass European guns, dude. You're buying the guns that these European pussies are making. Strum, Ruger, and Co. Well, I guess that one is American, technically. Doesn't sound American, but it is. Let's see. What else? Wait, I always thought Rugers were German. I thought Ruger was German. I did not know it was American. Wasn't Rugers used by... I thought Rugers were used by the German military. Or is that a... Oh, that's a Luger. Oh, my bad. Like, I always... Because of this, I always thought that this was a German company. Those are Lugers. You're thinking of the Luger pistol. Yeah, this is a mistake. My mistake. Sorry. The shooter had body armor. Wait, this shooter had body armor too? Are you fucking kidding me? Sergeant Eric Estrada of the Texas Department of Public Safety tells innocent contributor the shooter crashed his car near the school, got out with a gun, and wearing body armor was engaged by law enforcement, made his way into the school anyway, and went to the classroom to what? Boys, I gotta be honest, dude. Hey, listen. If we put a ban on body armor, which by the way there is technically a ban on body armor if I'm not mistaken, but if we put a full blown ban on people wearing certain plates, like then all you're doing is letting the bad guys get the plates for themselves. I have a level 3A body armor, and there's no ban on body armor. I thought there was. I thought that this is just casually the third deadliest school shooting now, by the way. Oh, yeah. Sweden has some of the highest gun export per capita, and because it's lobbying, the Swedish people don't want to sell guns, at least not the countries like Saudi Arabia, but we still do. Yeah. They give you guns to shoot each other with, which helps your backwards healthcare system profit too. Bro, I know you pay an Indiana resident to purchase you the gun with an Indiana FOID. They scrape off the serial number and sell it at a profit, or they're stolen from a legal gun owner, usually a family member. Of course, I understand that. I'm just saying that these laws on a local level don't actually address poverty in the South and West Side that causes crime in the first place. Love you, dude. I don't like it when you yell at me. Heart. Yeah, I mean, obviously, no one is trying to fucking solve the underlying material inequalities, but clearly, if you recognize all that, why would you say that the gun regulation at the federal level is not actually an adequate first response measure than just not doing that? Sorry for being mean, but like I already addressed that like crime is a multifaceted crime deserves a multifaceted approach to solving it, and obviously. I'm routinely addressing the underlying material consequence or the material reasons as to why crime happens, but also, it makes matters worse. Please don't smite me, but you can buy Tarkov level shit IRL. I think maybe in California body armor is illegal because of that one fucking bank robbery. Yeah, is Joe Brandon live, by the way? Yeah, I saw this. We saw this already. You can still buy the armor. There are yeah, it was the North Hollywood shootout, I think, that like no, not West Hollywood, North Hollywood shootout that like is the reason. What is this? Heckler and Koch's illegal arms deal with Mexico. Happening with this? Is this like a fucking mobile article or something? Why is this so big? You have chatters traumatized and fear of angering you? Good. I do actually wish that... I wish it wasn't the good chatters that were fearful, but usually good chatters are not fearful. It's the fucking weirdo psychos that I want to, weed out, but unfortunately they're not fearful. They always do. Bro, in LA, normal citizens need body armor to avoid getting popped by the LAPD. Hasan sub over $70 a month for Hulu to watch the news. Yeah. Delete the amp at the start of the link. Okay, well, too late. It's fine. I'm not gonna watch a 57-minute shootout. Okay, here.
Bikes used by the criminals. Now look at this dramatic underwater rescue. Spanish divers freed a nearly 40-foot-long humpback whale entangled in an illegal net off the coast of Mallorca. A weakened whale had been spotted by a ship, prompting Palma de Mallorca's Aquarium Marine Rescue Center into action. They discovered the whale completely trapped in the fish net, couldn't even open its mouth. but they liberated.
Cisneros is looking 84. Behar accounts for 25% of TX28, and in the preliminary, Cisneros won
There appears to
Behar
be a shift in tone from
with an early vote of
Ukrainian
71
leaders
to
as the fighting in the
23.
eastern part of the country rages on,
Oh
amid
my
concerns
God.
over whether Russia may be able to break through Ukraine's defenses. So what's the path forward in this drawn-out fight? Here's ABC senior foreign correspondent Ian Pennell from Ukraine.
Tonight, 200 bodies reportedly discovered under the rubble of an apartment building in Mariupol. An advisor to the mayor confirming what could be one of the deadliest attacks on the city, though it's unclear when it happened. Meanwhile, intense battles raging tonight in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. This video, filmed by a Ukrainian military chaplain, shows the shelling of Liman. Tonight, Russian troops reportedly advancing into the town. President Zelensky saying the Russians have unleashed a bloodbath, trying to destroy everything. The costs and casualties of this war are painful. We visited a hospital treating soldiers and civilians alike. One trooper had just lost his leg when a mine exploded. A young woman with brain trauma after a shell landed in Liman. This is an increasingly difficult situation here for soldiers and civilians alike. The kind of ordnance that the Russians are throwing into the area means catastrophic injuries. They're trying to stabilize them here and then move them on to bigger hospitals in safer locations. Alexei Yakovlenko is the head of the hospital here.
Doctor. What is this? Hold on. What did this guy say? I wanted to say you're bringing up... Hi, Hasan. I'm a conservative. I have to say you're bringing up a lot of good points. Wanted to ask if state cities with higher levels of gun control have more crime per capita than the majority of gun crimes committed there are out-of-state guns. Then does this not mean higher gun control creates a much higher black market for guns and puts a lot more guns in the criminals' hands? Genuinely asking, and I respect you. I already mentioned that, dude. All guns that are in like black market provisions or black market procurement for guns ultimately start at legal guns, okay? So higher regulation for legal guns being purchased at the federal level is an absolute necessity. I already mentioned that, though, but I think you didn't hear that when I did. This is happening as a consequence of a lack of adequate federal measures. A furious, emotional, fed up Steve Kerr pleaded with the senators to do something about the mass shootings. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that in a second. I'm waiting for Brandon to the Mac attack. Or here, I'll just watch Steve Kerr before Brandon comes out. But yeah, new developments are coming in. Like I mentioned, Sergeant Eric Estrada of the Texas Deputy Public Safety tells Anderson Cooper the shooter crashed his car near the school, got out with a gun, and wearing body armor was engaged by law enforcement, as in like there were cops at the fucking school. Okay, there were cops there, as I mentioned. This like every other Texas district this school already had cops. Just understand that the whole like fucking good guy with a gun is bullshit. Okay. But made his way into the school anyway and went to the classroom to do the classroom shooting. Is there any centralized website to find protest information? I live in Austin. I'm trying to find a protest group or something. I don't know. CNN. Here, let's look at CNN for now. We need twice the cops. Yeah, if we did twice the cops, then we could have, twice the failure.
That evening that he'd been identified according to his clothes, and the police came to say that, yes, based on the photo that I gave them, that it was Dylan who was one of the dead. So it's the shock and the trauma and the just sheer inability to have your brain accept that this is reality. So I would expect that could be very much what some of the parents are experiencing right now. For those that have been told and for those that are still waiting to find out, you can't even begin to imagine the horror that's going through their minds and hearts right now.
And we are seeing photos of your beautiful son Dylan, and you have dedicated your life. You are working with schools and other organizations to teach the warning signs of people who are at risk of harming themselves or others. What is the first thing you tell people you work with to look for?
I tell them to just be open to seeing any at-risk sign of someone who could be going into crisis, self-harm or harm to others. And that can be anything from
I'm writing a
bullying
tweet,
and
sorry.
extreme isolation at one end to more overt threats of violence and having means in which to act on that violence. But what I really teach is that this gun violence that we're experiencing on a daily basis in schools and communities and grocery stores and movie theaters across the country, this is not an inevitable part of our life. There are actions that we can take to prevent it if we have the courage and the perseverance to lean in and take those actions and not just be apathetic and accept that this is the way it is. I mean, people said that after Sandy Hook, with 26-year-olds and 7-year-olds dying and 6 educators, that would be rock bottom. And yet here we are again, almost 10 years later, with another elementary school and the thousands of mass shootings that have happened in between. I don't know how much more our country can take, and why we keep going through that same cycle over and over again of thoughts and prayers and lack of action.
If you're comfortable or okay with it, could you tell us a little bit about Dylan, what he was like?
I don't know if I can today.
Okay, understand. I really appreciate your strength in just being able to talk about this and being here today. Is there any advice for parents who are now entering another world of pain and loss? Is there any, what do you tell parents at this stage?
Dude, this is like, we know mass shootings are fucking emotional. Like, I don't know why you're.
Terry, was the argument.
We know it's fucking horrible when I'm sorry, chat. It just like, it feels like fucking trauma porn. Okay, like they literally will just like bring on a parent of a fucking murdered child and like farm their emotion live on fucking TV. I'm sorry, I find it gross. It literally, that's the reason. Okay. It's just like, it is really fucked up. Okay, here, we'll watch Steve Kerr, who actually has a good take on this, or the situation.
Start the same way tonight. Any basketball questions don't matter. Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California. And now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough. There's 50 senators right now who refuse to vote on H.R. 8, which is a background check rule that the House passed a couple of years ago. It's been sitting there for 2 years. And there's a reason they won't vote on it, to hold on to power. So I ask you, Mitch McConnell, I ask all of you senators who refuse to do anything about the violence and school shootings and supermarket shootings, I ask you, are you going to put your own desire for power ahead of the lives of our children and our elderly and our churchgoers? Because that's what it looks like. It's what we do every week. So I'm fed up. I've had enough. We're going to play the game tonight, but I want every person here.
I just want to point out that it's not just 50 senators. Like, no disrespect to Steve Kerr, but like, Democrats can't even fucking whip their own goddamn party to push for common sense gun legislation, gun regulation. Now, of course. Listen, of course, there are also actually fucking Republicans who are on the side in certain instances, depending on what we're talking about. There are even Republicans that are actually on the side of more gun control. Okay, it's just that the filibuster is the main proposal. Okay, the filibuster, or the main hurdle to overcome. The filibuster Funny how he didn't have shit to say about China. All these clowns care about is a $1. Yeah, dude. I wonder why Steve Kerr is not stopping, like, I don't know, fucking the Chinese cultural erasure of, like, Xinjiang Muslims. You're right. Why isn't Steve Kerr... Motherfucker, you're watching him try to plead for anything that the American government, which he's a fucking part of, okay? Like, he's an American citizen, and he's literally begging for the American government to do anything, and you turn around and go, what about China? How fucking stupid are you? Are you in China? Are you Chinese? Why don't you do something about China? You fucking moron. What kind of dumbass fucking NBA Twitter following brain disease is this? I didn't realize you were literally in China right now, dude. Shit, that's crazy. Are you on a VPN? Is that how you're fucking reaching out to me? If you have that level of fucking... I mean, if that's what's going on in your life, maybe you should fucking take care of the Chinese business in China. I swear to God, NBA Redditors need to fucking go to jail, dude. I mean, it's so... They have, like, psychotic fucking brain disease. Like, we are supposed to be living theoretically in a functioning democracy, right? We're not like China. Those guys are bad. They have high-speed rail. Ew, yuck. I hate that, right? You can go to jail for saying Xi is Winnie the Pooh in China. That's so terrifying and bad, right? Like, fuck China, right? Okay. What about in America, dumbass? You're American. You're in America. You're watching another American be like, dude, can we please get some fucking common sense gun control in this goddamn country? After 21 fucking children died at a school in Texas, and you're like, well, what about... These motherfuckers don't want to talk about China. You're so fucking dumb, dude. And it's content in the chat, dude. Holy fuck, you're right.
Been successful.
Okay, Joe Brandon is not talking yet. Let me finish this video.
Every person listening to this to think about your own child or grandchild or mother or father or sister, brother. How would you feel if this happened to you today? We can't get numb to this. We can't sit.
As one of their biggest trading partners, shouldn't we stop Holocaust Party 2 that's going on? Dude, you are literally brain rotted, dude. You are literally brain rotted, okay? What purpose is this serving right now? What purpose is you bringing this up when the Associated Press already fucking said that the cultural genocide was successful, okay? The Associated Press already said, look, the fucking re-education camps are closed now because they already fucking either killed or fundamentally altered the attitude that the Uyghur separatist Muslims had in Xinjiang. So you are behind on the Associated Press on this, and you're still bringing this shit up like an NPC, dude. I'm sorry, I read the BBC article today. Okay, but the BBC article is about the wrongs that already occurred. That doesn't make it right, by the way, but you are a fucking baboon if you bring it up while we're having a conversation about gun control in America, dude. What the fuck is wrong with your brain? What is wrong with your brain?
Sit here and just read about it and go, well, let's have a moment.
By the way, that's why I fucking, for those of you who are wondering, why did you yell at that other chatter? He was just simply asking a question about China. This is the reason why I was yelling at that chatter. Because the only reason why that chatter was bringing up China was specifically so we would have this conversation, so we could derail... We can move away from what's going on in America and like trying to fucking have an honest discussion about what the fuck's happening in America, where America's the villain. We can't have that conversation. We can't talk about like our other fellow Americans and their attitude towards it. Okay. We can do both though. Okay. When the time comes, we'll do both. Dumbass. Also, just go to China and try to fucking solve it. Honestly, how disgusting of you to allow the Holocaust to continue happening. You're saying that the literal Holocaust is happening, and yet you're not doing anything about it. Why don't you go fucking fight the Chinese government? I mean, it's crazy. It's your moral responsibility, right? If the Holocaust is literally happening, you have to go and fight it, right? Go and fight the Holocaust. Why are you in my fucking chat crying about it when you should be taking matters into your own hands, dude? Go solve it.
Silence, yeah, go Dubs, you know. Come on, Mavs, let's go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go play a basketball game. and 50 senators in Washington are going to hold us hostage. Do you realize that 90% of Americans, regardless of political party, want background check, universal background check? 90% of us, we are being held hostage by 50 senators in Washington who refuse to even put it to a vote, despite what we, the American people, want. They won't vote on it.
Take your own advice law, go solve it, solve the gun problem, stop bitching. No, as a matter of fact, solving the gun problem in this country at least comes from addressing it first, okay? That chatter coming in here to try to address it as a chatter is a misdirection, is a deflection away from me actually trying to, at the very least, start the conversation once again in a massive community of 42,000 people who will then go back to their own fucking families, go back and organize in their own communities and try to actually get their fucking, try to get their senators or their congressperson maybe to do anything about this, okay? Maybe do anything about this problem. At the very least, they will be aware of this problem that impacts them, okay? Because, we are living in the United States of America. But there is nothing you can do. There's nothing even Chinese citizens, if they even wanted to do something about it, can do about what is going on in Xinjiang. Okay? Do you get it? Do you understand? Do you understand my point? So if you're coming in here, oh God, oh Jesus Christ, the guy that argues for bigger government is complaining about a police state. Woo! You're making the same argument that dumbass on the View made, saying you won't be killed because your whiteness is a rewrite of history. Appropriation of black culture, besides the legit races, I took it as a celebration of it. Telling 80% of this country not to reference black culture seems odd. Nearly 80% of... Oh, dude, you are so fucking... You literally have holes in your brain, dude. You are... Oh my God, we need to bring back lobotomy just for that guy, okay? Holy fuck, that dude.
Was shot and killed. That's become our mission, so...
Oh my God! Sometimes when I pull up people's like actual fucking takes in the chat, it's just like I want to lobotomize myself in a video game. Biden is live right now. Let's hear what Brandon has to say.
Became president, I would not have to do this again.
Okay.
I had hoped when I became president, I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas. An elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake?
It is sped up.
They'll live with it the rest of their lives.
I'm trying to fucking have the video match.
We do know. The parents who will never see their child again. Never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's the feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents. And
this is what Joe's best at. It's mourning. He's very good at being the best mourner.
Scripture says, Joe and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? It's been 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Since then, there have been over 900 incidents of gunfires reported on school grounds. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Santa Fe High School in Texas. Oxford High School in Michigan. The list goes on, and the list grows. when it include mass shootings at places like movie theaters, houses of worship.
My brother in Christ, you are the
As we
president,
saw
not a
just
priest.
10 days ago at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. I am sick and tired of it. We have to act. And don't tell me we can't have an impact on this carnage. I spent my career as a senator and a vice president working to pass common sense gun laws. We can and won't prevent every tragedy, but we know they work and have positive impact. When we passed the assault weapons ban, mass shootings went down. When the law expired, mass shootings tripled. The idea that an 18-year-old kid can walk into a gun store and buy 2 assault weapons is just wrong. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for except to kill someone? Deer aren't running through the forest with Kevlar vests on, for God's sake. It's just sick. And the gun manufacturers have spent 2 decades aggressively marketing assault weapons, which make them the most and largest profit. For God's sake, we have to have the courage to stand up to the industry. Here's what else I know. Most Americans support common sense laws, common sense gun laws. I just got off a trip from Asia, meeting with Asian leaders. And I learned of this while I was on the aircraft. And what struck me on that 17-hour flight, what struck me was these kinds of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world.
Crazy.
Why? They have mental health problems. They have domestic disputes in other countries. They have people who are lost. But these kinds of mass shootings never happen with the kind of frequency they happen in America. Why? Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act. It's time for those who obstruct or delay or block the common sense gun laws. We need to let you know that we will not forget. We can do so much more. We have to do more. Our prayer tonight is for those parents lying in bed and trying to figure out, will I be able to sleep again? What do I say to my other children? What happens tomorrow?
This motherfucker could literally call in a drone strike on Joe Manchin.
And
Okay,
God bless
dude,
the loss of innocent life on this sad day.
I don't know if a president can do that.
And may the Lord be near the brokenhearted and save those crushed in spirit, because they're going to need a lot of help and a lot of our prayers. God love you.
He could.
President Biden in the Roosevelt Room with Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, speaking to the nation after the deadly mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas today. The president speaking of his time.
Bro, if he's drone striking senators, why Joe Manchin? Like, there's so many Republican senators. Like, you would need to like lower the amount of Republican votes in the Senate and not allow for a re-election to happen, rather than like shoot Joe. I mean, look, I get why. Like, I get why you have this attitude. You want to go after Joe Manchin, but
the lives that were lost, their families heartbroken who were left behind, and you saw for a moment he turned behind him to the First Lady, who also tweeted out her own heartbreak at the news here today. And she pushed, the president pushed for action from Congress, saying it's time to act. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega.
What are we going to do?
Cecilia,
how are we going to act, bro? How is Congress going to act? How could they act? We can't even fucking eat the filibuster. How's that? What's going to happen?
About Buffalo, California, and now Texas.
addressing the nation.
What are we gonna do?
2 times in 1 week over a mass shooting. David lowering the flag.
Why can't the CIA use the Havana syndrome poop gun on, Republican senators for once? Make them poop their fucking brains out.
We're seeing a president who is clearly grieving, a president speaking about the hollowness that comes from losing a child. He, of course, is speaking from personal experience.
Okay, dude, yeah, he was so good at mourning. I know, Jesus Christ. Everyone comes their pants at, like, Brandon's incredibly adequate mourning skill, dude. I get it. I know. He's number one at mourning. Okay, give me fucking Tucker Carlson. I know Tucker Carlson is why are you being so pessimistic? You don't think this is any different? Bro, I lived through Sandy Hook. What the fuck are you talking about? Why am I pessimistic? Those were white babies, okay? These are America did not even care about white children, okay?
And he knows nothing about the details of this crime, and so therefore he knows not what law he could offer that would solve this crime. Exactly. Which reveals it was just simply partisanship. I've been listening to you tonight, Tucker, and I do share this sentiment with you.
Bro, they're saying it's just partisanship. It's partisanship for him to be like, I pray for the fucking parents of the murdered children. We have to do something about guns in this country. And these motherfuckers are like, that's partisanship.
Wallace gave an amazing speech.
Are you a gun?
Said,
are you literally a gun? I don't understand it. Are you a weapon? How is this speaking to you? How did anything he say come across as controversial?
They'll sacrifice anything for their own righteousness, for their own narcissism, for their own partisanship.
I mean, to stand before the image of murdered children and your first impulse is, I can be more powerful if only I leverage this in the right way. That's what the President of the United States, I'm in shock.
Bro,
having seen the president.
Here's the patriotic take, okay? I can't listen to this. Here's the patriotic take. How are you going to sit here and talk about living in the fucking richest nation on earth and not realize that those European fucks are literally lapping us with this, okay? They're owning us in the marketplace of ideas. They're owning us by having literally just like, gun-free schools. None of the fucking European kids have to worry about getting fucking murdered on their lunch break. How? How are you going to sit here and tell me in the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth, okay, the land of the free, the home of the brave, that we have fucking kids that are getting murked, that more kids in this year, in 2022, so far, have died to gun violence, okay? Died in fucking school shootings than cops on the line of duty. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. I mean, Canada is defeating us, dude. Canada is better than us in this regard. How are you going to fucking sit there and tell me you're patriotic and then you have children dying in fucking schools? How? Is the bottom line of the fucking gun manufacturers that important to your existence? It's not. I like shooting guns too. I like shooting guns. Guns are fun, okay? They're fun. I get it. But holy fuck, dude. You are out of your fucking mind. These people like Tucker Carlson are lying to you. They are trying to use partisanship and things that they know you will be angry at to move your attention away back to like how much Joe Biden sucks. And I'm saying this as someone who fucking hates Joe Biden, okay? Let's go Brandon, guys. I'm 100% on board, okay? He's the Mac attack. He is feckless. He's a coward. He's not doing enough. He sucks, okay? But God damn it, in this situation, when he's talking about fucking how America seemingly has this very unique problem that we just cannot figure out how to solve, and you're getting angry at him for openly stating that. That's crazy. The main difference between America, which is a powder keg for gun violence to begin with, main reason for why America has way more fucking gun violence than any other comparable country is because we just have more guns, and it's so easy to get guns.
Multiple others injured in the hospital.
Uh-oh. Elite Bortac Border Patrol agent believed to have shot and killed the subject. Oh my God, they're trafficking. Oh my God, Fox News is doing propaganda for Bortac. Oh my God. For those of you who don't know, BORTAC is a psychotic, unjustifiable, unconstitutional piece of shit group of individuals called the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Oh my God. They're literally using BORTAC. They're doing this to do BORTAC propaganda. Oh, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Oh, wow. That's really fucked up. That is like next level fucked up. Holy shit. He said, let's not do this. Let's not make this political. And he's currently literally using this. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys more. I'm gonna literally fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. BORTAC is the Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Okay. These are guys that are like the SWAT team for ICE. They have operational jurisdiction in what is considered to be constitutional free zones, okay? What that means is within 100 miles of the United States, any United States border or sea level or like a border or beach, BORTAC has free reign to operate. These guys literally go to fucking like Guatemala to get special training, and it is considered to be like a constitution-free federal agent SWAT team, basically. For the record, for those of you who don't know, 85% of Americans live within 100 miles of a border. 85% of Americans live within these constitutional free zones. Here it is. Let's just bring this up really quickly. Nearly 2 out of 3 people live within the 100-mile border zone. This is the Constitution in the 100-mile border zone, where basically BORTAC is in operation and they can work, and that's why they were in Portland, for example. Portland had BORTAC SWAT units blackbagging protesters, like anarchists, in 2020, if you remember, under Donald Trump. And a lot of people were like, oh, wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. Why is that happening? Well, there it is. They know 25 different ways to kill a water bottle left for refugees. No, I mean, it's like a Gestapo unit, basically. Yeah. And who lives in these areas? Democrats or Republicans? It doesn't matter. Everyone lives in these areas, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? 2 out of 3 people live in the 100-mile border zone. Everyone lives in those. Everyone. Pretty much everyone lives in this area. Yeah, it's 100 miles of a U.S. land or coastal border. That's about 200 million people. 9 of the 10 largest U.S. metropolitan areas, as determined by the 2010 census, fall within the zone. And they have outdated legal authority and a lack of oversight. The regulations establishing the 100-mile border zone were adopted by the U.S. Department of Justice in 1953. Border Patrol often ignores this regulation, aside from limiting interior checkpoint locations within the 100-mile zone. They reject any geographic limitation on the agent's authority. At least 2 federal circuits condone Border Patrol operations outside of the 100-mile zone, federal regulations and the Supreme Court precedent notwithstanding. Federal border agents are stopping, interrogating, and searching Americans on an everyday basis with absolutely no suspicion of wrongdoing, and often in ways that our Constitution does not permit. It is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. It's a violation of multiple amendments, actually. They have full reign. They can go in. They can say you are under suspicion of being like an illegal immigrant, and they can do whatever the fuck they want with you. They can detain you. They can apprehend you, and they did in Portland, famously. Border Patrol, according to news reports, operates approximately 170 interior checkpoints throughout the country. The actual number in operation at any given time is not publicly known. The ACLU believes that these checkpoints amount to dragnet, suspicionless stops that cannot be reconciled with the Fourth Amendment protections. The Supreme Court has upheld the use of immigrant checkpoints, but only insofar as the stop consists only of a brief and limited inquiry into resident status. Checkpoints cannot be primarily used for drug search or general law enforcement efforts. In practice, however, Border Patrol agents often do not limit themselves to brief immigration inquiries and regularly conduct criminal investigations and illegal searches at checkpoints. The Border Patrol also frequently pulls over motorists in roving patrol stops, often without any suspicion that an immigration violation has occurred. BORTAC is the Gestapo. ICE is the Gestapo, and BORTAC is like the special Gestapo. I guess the The super special Gestapo. Okay? I don't mind them checking people. If you don't have anything illegal, why care? What a fucking idiotic take, dude. What an incredible take, brother. Yeah, the problem is, I thought this was the land of the fucking free, baby. What's going on? There's a Fourth Amendment for a particular reason, and you're like, nah, erode that, daddy. Erode all of my constitutionally protected rights, daddy. I don't care. Please come in and fuck my ass, dude. I will keep licking your boots, sir. That's awesome. That's great. Fuck it, dude. Yeah, let these fucking dickheads stop you and unlawfully search your vehicle, maybe seize your fucking property. It's awesome because, you know, they only do that to bad guys, right? Famously. Idiot. Fucking dumbass, dude. Holy shit, that's awesome. Search me, daddy. Oof. Let's get back to the Fox News report. It broke down while I was watching. What is the Fox? Oh, here it is. How are you for laws but not for cops enforcing them? Wait, what do you mean? They're not enforcing anything. They're literally abusing it. If laws were followed to the T, BORTAC would not be in operation in like these random fucking towns, dumbass.
And fourth graders. So that is predominantly 7, 8, and 9-year-olds. And as you mentioned tonight, we've now learned there are 18 children who were murdered by a gunman at the school tonight, as well as 1 adult. I want to show you one little girl who is missing tonight. This is a photo provided to us by her father. This is 10-year-old Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. Her dad tells us he has lost contact with her. He is looking for her. He doesn't know where she is. He is desperate to find out if she is okay or not. He provided this photo to Texas Rangers as well. Again, she's a 10-year-old at this school. Take a listen to what that father told us earlier tonight.
I was at work and I got info that my daughter was at school where they were shooting, and I was waiting for more details, and nobody never called me back on detail. And now I've come back in town looking for my daughter, and I can't find her now.
It's so sad.
Now, the video you're looking at right now is video that was posted to social media shortly after this shooting took place. It alleges to show the 18-year-old male shooter, Salvatore Ramos, entering into the school armed with a rifle. We are told by law enforcement that he is a local here, has family here, apparently shot his grandmother before going over to the school, abandoning his vehicle, going inside, and starting to shoot indiscriminately. You take a look at some of the scene video today, children leaving, the massive scene, the medical examiner is on scene here, and what we're being told now by Border Patrol sources is that it was a BORTAC, an elite Border Patrol BORTAC agent who actually went in and shot and killed this gunman. What I'm told happened is that BORTAC agent went in with a team while Texas law enforcement was engaged with the shooter who was barricaded. They essentially went in together at different ends, and that BORTAC agent is the one who shot and killed the shooter. I'm told that agent was shot in the leg, injured in the leg, excuse me. Right now they're trying to figure out if he was shot in the leg or suffered a shrapnel injury in the leg. But Sean, the latest update out here tonight is a grim one. Again, 18 children dead, 1 adult dead, that believed to be a teacher inside. And I can tell you, just a short time ago, I spoke with the mayor of Uvalde, Mayor Don McLaughlin, and he told me 2 of his staffers had just found out that their children had been killed here in this school. And unfortunately, so many other parents may get that phone call tonight, a phone call that could potentially change their life forever.
Bill, I have no words. When you're talking about kids this young, it's so sad, so tragic. How does a parent ever recover from this? Our thoughts, our prayers are with all of them. Thank you, Bill. And we'll circle back and check in with you later in the hour. Here now with more on the background of the shooter and his potential motives. What we know at this point, Trace Gallagher is with us. Trace, what do we know about the shooter?
Let me just piggyback on top of Bill's reporting there, Sean, because Texas Democratic State Senator Roland Gutierrez says the shooter, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, bought 2 assault rifles on his 18th birthday. But we should note that we have zero confirmation of what type of weapon or weapons were used in this shooting. In fact, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the shooter used a rifle and a handgun. Now, for clarity, we should note in Texas you can buy a long gun when you're 18 years old, but you cannot buy a handgun, at least not from a licensed dealer. You can apparently buy a handgun at 18 years old from a private citizen in Texas. Investigators and private groups are now scouring.
It's fine then, I guess.
Every shooting.
So you can legally acquire both. Got it.
Social media footprint, and we have also pulled up sites that certainly match the name and the identity of the shooter, and they do show pictures of weapons and messages taunting a young woman, actually taunting a few young women. We won't show you those posts because we have not yet confirm them. Now, we should also note there are reports, we are getting word that after the shooter shot his grandmother, which we still have not confirmed that she has died, some believe that she might be still alive, that he apparently got into some kind of car accident, and that's when he got out of the car and went in. And as Bill was saying, the Associated Press, everybody reporting the shooter ran into the school, followed by that tactical Border Patrol agent who went in with another team, shot and killed Salvador Ramos. Ramos was hiding behind a barrier at the time. And finally, we should note this now becomes the second deadliest primary school shooting in U.S. history. Remember when Adam Lanza went in, he opened fire in Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. He killed 26 and 7-year-olds along with 6 adults. He also killed his mom before he went to that school. Sean.
All right, Trace Gallagher, we'll check in with you later in the program. Now, let's bring in law enforcement and their perspective. Joining us now is retired NYPD Detective Pat Bronson. Pat, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. I wish under better circumstances. The one thing that you got to give a lot of credit to, once again, is law enforcement. Looked like you had law enforcement and Border Patrol agents that were in the area, tactical teams that they have within their organization, and they were able to successfully take this guy out, but not after 18 kids, sadly, were murdered.
Wow. It's a horror show. It's an absolute horror show, Sean. I've been on a number of times with you on this stuff, and I salute them. They're heroes, and they do it every single day. But unfortunately, there is no complete solution. There's only a series of partial solutions. We can't just throw labor at this. I hear impassioned pleas, Sean, for an officer in every school in America. That's logistically unfeasible and mathematically impossible. What we need to do is utilize smart technology.
Okay, dude. Oh, great. I'm glad that Glenn Greenwald is working on what really matters. You know, talking about how the Texas strategy is already, being politicized. On the same broadcast, Tucker Carlson literally defended Bortak, and I'm pretty sure Glenn Greenwald, as a libertarian, should probably not be a fan of the special weapons and tactics team for the Border Patrol that should not even be in existence. But here he is defending, I guess, or at least like getting some clout off of Tucker Carlson. It's crazy that, you know, cops didn't fucking prevent the shooting from happening because, you know, he still killed a lot of people. And yet, for some weird reason, they're still going to fucking do that. This chat is insane. Why read and yell ACAB right now? Are cops literally the ones that stopped this guy? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Stop this guy how? He fucking murdered like 21 children. What are you talking about? The entire point of like why conservatives argue and claim that cops need to be in fucking schools or that more weapons need to be in schools is so that they can fucking stop the shooter. Okay, he could have killed even more people, I guess, right? Is that what your argument is going to be? How about solving the problem at the fucking root? Nope, systemic changes, legislative changes can't happen, okay? We can't do that. Fox is doing better anti-cop propaganda than the libs. Cops not necessary. It was Bortak law. No, but Bortak is cops. They're like super cops. And from what I understand, cops already engaged with the shooter. They like shot at him, and he still fucking walked into the school and killed a bunch of people. Such a weird fucking cope to be like, oh man, he would have killed, what, like 30 kids then? Is that what would have happened? He would have killed the entire school, dude. And then, you know, he would have been able to walk away without cops. How about, like, he couldn't have fucking gotten the, of course, that chatter spams about Tanky, smartest rad lib. Have you talked about how the suck court is about to further erode gun regulations like any day now? What the fuck is going on here that young men who are pretty uniformly outcast, economically destitute, bullied, and have no friends are constantly snapping and going on killing sprees in the last 2 decades particularly? I don't get it. My parents didn't grow up with this. Well, first of all, we don't even know what the fuck this dude's background is, but like, you know, plenty of fucking people go through that situation and don't actually snap and kill people. So maybe making it harder for people to get guns and doing like some kind of mental evaluation before allowing people to get a fucking murder dildo on their 18th birthday is probably a necessity. You know what I mean? I don't know. Pretty sure cops do stop a number of shootings prematurely. We only hear about it when they don't, and it's still too many. Yeah, totally, dude. Well, in this instance, they couldn't stop it, and we still heard about it. And they're still making it seem like they stopped it. Conservative when you tell Americans isn't the greatest country in the world? What is this?
Am I talking too fast for you or something? You hear me?
Okay, bro, come on.
Politics aside, for 5 seconds and just think of the tragedy and the horror that parents are going through tonight because they lost their children. Their lives will never, ever be the same. We send our kids to school. We expect them to be safe. And it's really not time, in my opinion, to be politicizing something like this. And we don't even know that every parent's been contacted yet. But anyway, Pat Bronson, stay with us. We'll check in with you later in the program. Now, the Border Patrol assisted with the response to the shooting today, and one officer, as we told you at the top of the show, injured by gunfire. And as you heard, both Fox's Bill Malugin and the AP are reporting that a Border Patrol officer fatally shot this suspect. Here with more is National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd, along with Border Patrol Chief Jason Owens, who is in charge of the Del Rio sector. Jason, we'll start with you. As I understand it, within the department, you have an elite force that was actually dispatched because of their location, which happened to be right near the school. Is that what happened today?
Well, first off, Sean, it's good to talk to you, and thanks for having me. So, yes, the sectors along the southwest border have detachments from our Special Operations Group. One of the teams is called the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, or BORTAC. They were thankfully close to the scene, are able to respond and played a critical role in actually neutralizing the threat inside the school.
Yeah, and Brandon, bringing you in here, if we
guys doing propaganda in this situation is not politicizing the tragedy. By the way, it's just we're giving our brave boys at BORTAC a totally unconstitutional, unjustifiable, heavy military unit, special forces unit. Just their props. They're well-deserved props.
And encounters at the border, we have more drugs crossing that border than ever before. Resources are really thin. In that sense, it sounds like we were a little bit lucky that your guys were in a position that they were able to help today. Perhaps many lives were saved because of it.
Dog, any other instance where, like, bro, if you fuck up a food order 18 times in a row, you get fired. Cops can allow a fucking mass shooter that is untrained to kill 18 children, and they still get the dub on fucking news media, on Fox News. Like, oh, dude, you did so great, dude. Congratulations, sir. Why is nobody being like, hey, man, You got like $7 billion, dude. What more do you need? Do you want a javelin missile? Is that how you're going to stop some fucking kid from murking 20 kids? I thought conservatives hated fucking participation trophies. They shot at this fucking dude. And then they watched him walk into the fucking school. There's camera footage of him. What do you need? Do you want fucking landmines, dude? Is that what you want? What do we need? What do we need? Tactical nukes for the cops? Is that what we need? Maybe then they'll be able to fucking prevent school shootings when they're right there. They were right there. What is this, Grand Theft Auto? Throw your fucking bodies at the problem, dickheads. Go die to save some fucking school children, and then I will say, okay, you know what? Gotta hand it to them. They did a good job. Insane. Hasan, these are cops, not soldiers. What the fuck do you mean, dude? We treat them, we venerate them like they're soldiers, even though we shouldn't even do that either. What does that take, man? Stop shooting equals bad person, lol W. Dog, they didn't, though. They didn't, though. Remember when they didn't? Sergeant Eric Estrada of the Texas Department of Public Safety tells Anderson Cooper there's a shooter crashed his car near the school, got out with a gun, wearing body armor, was engaged by law enforcement, but made his way into the school anyway, and then went to the classroom to do the classroom shooting. Do you think that that's a dub? Do you think that this is a dub? Do you really look at this and go, 20 fucking dead babies, what a dub for the police force. Oh my God. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. What if he killed 1 million people? If you hadn't stopped him, he probably would have killed 1 million people. Well, dumbass, your fucking job, if you're there as the best guy with a gun, not just a good guy, not just any good guy, the best guy with a gun, right? That's what cops are. If you're there with a gun and you're shooting at the shooter, how do you not kill him? How do you not stop him? When it comes down to it, cops are so good at fucking brutally assassinating like a 14-year-old black kid with a fucking cell phone in his hand, but they can't fucking kill one shooter? Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking celebrate this shit. The one time when these murder-hungry dildos actually should get a fucking legal kill. Okay? And they're like, oh, sorry, we can't do it. Wild to me. Wild to me to celebrate this fucking pathetic, negligent behavior, dude. They are so good at murking unarmed black kids. They're so good when they murdered Tamir Rice, when they drove up to a fucking playground and ruthlessly assassinated a 12-year-old with a toy gun in his hand without even getting out of the fucking car, by the way. They were so good then. What's up, dude? When it comes to like an actual school shooter, when you're supposed to behave like fucking the psychotic weapons, you can't do that. Ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. Excuse me if I'm not sucking their fucking boots over here like, all these Republican dickheads are. It's an abject failure, dude. It's a literal abject failure if you are failing to stop a fucking school shooting when you are actively engaging the shooter. What the fuck? Why don't you become a cop so you can shoot them how to do the right thing? Yeah, dude, let me go murder black people senselessly, Let me go mag dump a fucking 15-year-old. Yeah, that's how I should do that. What a stupid fucking take this is. Why don't you become a cop? Everybody plays a role, okay? Everyone plays a role in society. I'm not the one with a fucking gun and a license to kill walking around like I'm saving the population, okay? You fucking idiot. Cop dick riders are insane. Yeah, no, literally fucking straight up. Elon Musk's level dick riding, dude. What? Black people are more scary? Dude, I'm black? Wait, what? Black people are more scary than cops? What are you saying, dude? It's easy to be a big man when the police don't have their own life on the line. I mean, police never have their life on the line. That's kind of the problem here, right? Even in a fucking active shooting situation when they're supposed to literally put their life on the line, they're not, because they're fucking terrified. Hey, I know a doctor ripped your throat out in you know, medical malpractice, but if you're complaining, why don't you become a doctor yourself? Exactly. Yeah. As a chatter also pointed out, I'm sorry, I can't become a cop, partially because I'm too busy fucking cop wives. And if I become a cop, who's gonna fuck the cop wives? That's a big duty I take very seriously. Do you understand? Your mom and cop wives. Two people I'm fucking. I'm back in the blue, baby. Woo. Plus, if I become a cop, then I can't run the top of the hour ad break 21 minutes after the top of the hour has passed and tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Chat, it was sarcasm. Move on. That chatter wasn't being serious. Oh, sorry. Sorry to the furry chatter that was saying black people are scarier. They were being sarcastic. But anyway, yeah, at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Obviously psychologically disturbed
Either for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime.
Who walked into a school and shot a bunch of school kids. You really believe like he was sitting there reading a law book beforehand? And I know what you're going to say. Well, maybe we should make it more difficult to do that. But the problem with that is it's a simple-minded solution because you also make it more difficult for the tens and thousands and hundreds of thousands of others
the 1 minute ad
of
break now, by the way.
18-years out there who've done absolutely nothing wrong.
Twitch Prime is free as long as you
to
connect
buy
your
a
Amazon
bike.
Prime
So
account to your
what?
Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month.
So
Here's the 1 minute ad break.
Ronaldo, we live in a free country.
You're 18 years old. Can you buy a beer? Answer no. Why can't you buy a beer? Because society in its infinite wisdom has determined that
you're not
too
answering
young
my point.
at 18-year-old to buy
my
a beer.
question remains.
How can you be too young to buy a beer?
Why do you believe?
An AK?
Why do you believe people that have no conscience, no heart, and no soul, parents lost their kids today? Why do you believe?
What? Shut up, pussy. Yo, there's such libs, dude, immediately going for the, oh, you have no conscience, you have no soul.
That evil are going to obey your laws because I think you're living in a fantasy world.
That's awesome.
Maybe I am.
Oh, dude, they're such pussies, dude. Oh, you have no soul.
President Trump,
you have no soul. Think about the
Senator
children.
Cruz, all scheduled to speak.
People should be able to
Don't
murder
you
more
think that they
children
should
by
try
getting
to
easily
suggest
accessible
some
weapons.
remedy,
Come on.
Be proactive. But what are they going to do?
It's
What are they going to say
feel-good.
other than Second
It's
Amendment,
symbolism.
Second Amendment,
It's not
Second Amendment?
substantive.
Second Amendment. The way the Second Amendment is construed now makes me sick. How did muskets become AKs? How'd that happen? How'd that happen?
You know,
Let me go back to Dan.
Wait, hold on. All right, I know, Geraldo, you've dominated this whole conversation. You're not letting anyone else talk here, Geraldo. You know, for the last 30 years of your life, you've been a very wealthy, successful guy. Nobody disputes that. You can go out tomorrow and buy security if you wanted to. The Second Amendment makes you sick. Why? So the criminals don't care about your gun laws. They love them because it keeps law-abiding people unarmed armed while they don't give a damn.
Dude, that's
about
not
your
true.
laws.
That's
I
not
think
true. That's so stupid.
they're gun laws.
Yeah,
And they-
criminals are always like, they're actually saying like, we need to make sure there's gun regulations so I could kill people easier. That's
go in
not a
high-crime
thing.
communities and prey on innocent people
Why
who can
does it-
never get a hold of a gun. Hold on,
Stay away
because
from
they
the-
actually obey the law.
All right,
Stay away from
guys,
the
I
ad
got to wrap
hominem,
it up.
please.
We got
Dan,
to
I
let you both
respect
go. Dan, thank you. Geraldo, thank you. All right, also tonight we are getting results from primaries in 5 states, including the great state of Georgia. We go to our very own Bill Hemmer. It used to be called at one point the Hannity Big Board, but he took it over. He owns it.
Oh shit,
He's
Brian
the best
Kemp,
at it, so we call it
long
the Hemmer Big
dicking
Board.
Purdue.
Right, Sean, nice to see you tonight.
Yes, sir.
A tough night in America.
Oh,
but I'll tell you
shit.
what's going on in the primaries, trying to keep a track of this and get an idea of what the storyline could be in the fall. Take you through races in 5 different states, Sean, and here's what we have in Georgia. This is the governor's race, and this is Brian Kemp. Keep in mind, in Georgia, you need 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff here, and Kemp has done that easily. A winner over David Perdue.
Brian Kemp defeated Trump-backed David Perdue. Things are not looking too good for Donald Trump. Stinky.
A rematch of Stacey Abrams this fall. Stacey Abrams from 4 years ago thought that the election had been taken away from her. She thought she was the rightful winner of that election. She gets a chance now to prove it this fall. So Abrams against Perdue, Abrams against Kemp this fall.
Hey, Bill,
Now,
by the way, we had a pretty big bombshell from Stacey Abrams yesterday saying the state she wants to run to be governor in is the worst state in the country.
I remember this.
Feeling
This is
that's
good
going to
oppo
be
shit.
a big part of that campaign in November.
I saw a tweet where the language was shifted a little bit today. So,
Yeah, I did.
Point taken on that, Sean. Herschel Walker, an easy winner, almost 70% of the vote. So Walker with, halfway in. Walker will go on to take on Raphael Warnock, who cruised easy victory, Sean, in Georgia tonight. So Warnock's had the job for a year and a half. He's now got his match for November against the former running back from the University of Georgia and backed to by Donald Trump. So that's what's happening there in the state of Georgia. By the way, Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, is running for re-election. You remember everything that went on in Georgia in late 2020 and early 2021. Remember, you need 50% of the vote in Georgia to advance. Raffensperger right now is at 50.6%. So if he continues on that march, he will avoid a runoff and he will win. This is Republican Senate.
That's crazy, boys. That's fucking crazy. What's happening, dude? What's happening, dude? What's going on? Georgia Governor Kemp defeats Trump-backed challenger, former Senator Perdue, in the GOP primary. So what's up? Is he no longer the kingmaker, dude? I said, damn, Trump's enemy Brian Kemp illegally allowed Democrats to win and is responsible for Trump's electoral loss. Absolutely cumstered Trump back Perdue. Crazy. That's crazy. The people of Georgia, the Republicans of Georgia, more importantly, seemingly don't care about Donald Trump's numerous attacks, dude. Kemp is way more Trump-like than Perdue, though. No, I know. Yeah, Perdue sucks. Remember, David Perdue is like even more of a fucking suit than Brian Kemp. So what's up? I mean, Trump literally made it his life's mission to fucking endlessly attack Kemp. Remember. Oh shit.
Democrat in the House of Representatives who is pro-life. And Cuellar right now is just barely hanging in there against Cisneros. So we'll see which way this turns out. Got a couple more House races I want to share with you. This is going back to Georgia. Don't mean to be crossing my lines here, Sean, but this is Georgia. This is Congressional District 14. Marjorie Taylor Greene, an easy winner with more than 70% of the vote in, about a halfway point. She could increase that lead too, but she's been called an easy winner there in the state of Georgia.
Bro, I fucking love this country
McBath,
so much, dude.
If you remember,
dude, they love her. They love her.
in
She's
Newt
a
Gingrich's
psycho.
old
They love
seat
her.
About 2 years ago. I mean, this is a ruby red Republican northwest of Atlanta, Georgia. You know it well, Sean.
Actual tweet from last week from this gun company that sold this kid's gun.
That part of,
Train up Daniel Defense. Are you sure they sold it?
And Lucy McBath
But that's
shifted
not
over
true.
to Congressional District 7.
Wait,
and she looks like
that's
she's
in
gonna
Georgia,
win
bro.
now
Why are you
in the
making shit
northeastern
up? Why are you doing fucking fake news in here? All you need to do is look at it. It's from this. This is a firearms manufacturer, a privately held firearms manufacturer located in Black Creek, Georgia. Bought the gun online from Georgia. Oh, he did? Make a lot of ARs. CNN showing different results for Texas 28. Obligatory Brian Kemp.
Conservative. I'm Brian Kemp. I'm so conservative. I blow up government spending. I own guns that no one's taking away. My chainsaw's ready to rip up some regulations. I got a big truck, just in case I need to round up criminal illegals and take them home myself.
Bro, that's literally, dude, that's so awesome. Yeah, he just straight up is like, I'm going to do the hate crimes. I got a big old truck so I can do hate crimes and lynchings. I'm Brian Kemp. Please vote for me. It's wild. Actually wild. But yeah, this is why he won, baby.
And take them home myself. Yep,
I'm going to round up some illegal immigrants and take them home. You know, have a fuck fest. Have them eat my ass in a fuck party. Okay? You don't understand it. It's the only thing that gets me going nowadays. I'm Brian Kemp. I can't even maintain an erection. Okay? I'm going to round up them illegals and actually, you know, not do anything wrong with them. I just want to have sexual intercourse, consensually, of course. I'm Brian Kemp. Respectfully speaking, it's crazy.
Just said that. I'm Brian Kemp. If you want a politically incorrect conservative, that's me.
Incredible.
Criminal illegal.
Incredible. This part is fucking wild. I mean, this is literally just like an insane
need to
thing.
round up.
He allegedly bought the gun online from a Georgia source. Oh, okay. The pictures of him buying a gun, Uvalde mass shooting suspect bought an AR-15 online last week. Oh, there it is. How nice. The most recent story features an image of two high-power rifles. Ramos tagged the girl in the post. After the shooting, she posted screenshots of their correspondent. Oh, yeah. Okay, here. Well, this is not... She didn't respond to the Daily Dot's request for a comment posted on her story. She's not being identified because she's a minor. She replied last week that she was sick and might not be awake when he reached out. She never got a chance to hear that secret according to the screenshots. I'm going to air out was the last thing Ramos said reportedly to her. After the shooting, she wrote, the only reason I responded was because I was afraid of him. I wish I had stayed awake at the least to try to convince him not to commit this crime I didn't know. Daniel Defense is a big brand and are expensive, around $2K. How the fuck did he buy? That's the other thing, dude. The guns are so expensive. In Texas, you can show a gun license to vote, but not a student ID. Wait, what? You in chat know absolutely nothing about guns, and it shows. You in this chat know nothing about guns, and it shows. Dude, let me tell you something really quickly, okay? Just because you know more about a fucking specific murder dildo than most of the normal people in this chat don't, does not change the reality that you're a pathetic fucking loser nerd. I hope you understand this. I want to make this very clear. You are a fucking loser, okay? The only reason why you know more about guns is because you're a fucking loser. And guess what? Those dudes that know a lot about fucking, I don't know, Warhammer 40K figurines, for example, are significantly cooler than you. At least they're engaging in an artistic act and they're having fun with their friends. You are a pathetic fucking weirdo loser. You are a pathetic weirdo loser. Please don't do a school shooting. I know you clearly have a lot of guns. Please don't do any of that, okay? I know that you're probably like fucking literally just like your asshole is clenching, okay? With desire. You're like, oh yeah, I know so much about guns you don't know. You don't know enough about guns. You have a hobby, and your hobby is literally shooting fucking murder dildos, okay? I like shooting guns too. You fucking pathetic bitch. You in this chat know nothing about guns, and it shows. Dumb fucking loser. I'm so proud of you for knowing. Baited Pepela. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Baited Pepela. Nice meltdown. The only thing I'm melting is cum inside of your mom, dude. That's what I'm fucking melting down. Bitch. My favorite thing is when people say, like, obviously incredibly brain dead things, right? Like, they'll just say something like, I mean, the whole, like, I was just pretending to be R-worded meme. You know what I mean? Like, he'll just, some fucking idiot will say something like so insanely stupid that I have to respond to it with a little bit of emotion considering the matter at hand, the subject matter that we're covering. And then the other guy will go, haha, you showed emotion. I can't physically, like I literally physiologically cannot actually show emotion, which movies have shown me is actually super cool. Like I've seen movies and there's like always that savant character who's unemotional. I'm just like that guy. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm the detective here. You're not. You're just a socially anxious little fucking weirdo. Okay? You're not a Sigma male. You're literally a fucking pathetic loser. That other chatter got you. You got emotional when responding to him. I, on the other hand, am a Sigma male. I am incapable of anger or any kind of emotion because I'm a Sigma male. That's what all of my favorite podcasters have told me. And not because I'm literally a fucking weirdo. On the arrogant idiot who always thinks he's smart, knows nothing about guns, and you faker like you do. Thank you. Thank you for that. I needed someone who doesn't know how to spell arrogant to tell me how stupid I am. I am an idiot. Record. Buy an M4 for around 2,000. They even have finance options. I'm Brian Camp. I'm so conservative. I'm going to tear up age of consent laws. I don't need the nanny state to tell me who I can and can't love. Age is nothing but a number. I'm Brian Kemp. The leading cause of death among children is now guns. No shot. The leading cause of death among children is guns. For over 60 years, it was car accident. As of 2000, it's guns. Wait, no way. What the fuck? That makes no sense. I don't believe that. There's some weird thing that they're doing with the stats there. They're playing a game here, right? Why such bad takes today? Like from the chat, you mean? What's a bad take? Guns for the rich only. Next stop, genocide. I consider myself a libertarian socialist. I have guns to protect my home. I'm trained and responsible. I also support gun control, but I don't think the answer is taking them away from citizens unless there's a reason. Okay, dude, no one is coming for your fucking, lolly porn collection, okay? Don't worry, libertarian socialist friend. No one is going to come for your hard drives, okay? Unless you, say some shit about the government, in which case, suspiciously, they will use whatever is in your fucking hard drives against you. Don't worry, all right? Don't worry, brother. I thought maybe he meant why are there bad takes coming in from chat? No, he meant me. In the immediate aftermath of yet another fucking incredibly awful school shooting, motherfuckers in the chat are like, pfft, Karl Marx said you should have an armed proletariat. So really fucked up that you're, dropping in some bad takes. Yeah, dude, go ahead, dude. Go LARP as a fucking Zapatista in front of your fucking, weird flags, okay? You got this. You got this. I'm a Zapatista. I got guns. We're going to fight against the American government, dude. Chat is awesome when it comes to this sort of shit. The forehead crease is getting deeper. Yeah, I know, dude. Just like your mother's crease is getting deeper every time I fuck her, idiot. Shut up. Dude, this is okay. One of the greatest things when you're streaming, when you're live streaming in front of hundreds of thousands of people a day, is that incels who come in here all day, every day, will literally just be like, you know, this little thing that I noticed, despite the fact that you are still, you know, more attractive than myself, and would easily, if I ever had a girlfriend, would fuck my girlfriend. Actually, as a matter of fact, even in my fantasies where I have a girlfriend, you end up fucking my girlfriend. I've noticed that you have a forehead crease, and hopefully that'll really get you going. Like, that'll get you upset. It's not. Why are they talking like we're trying to ban guns just not to prove people that aren't a terrorist before buying a gun? I think you should be able to demonstrate competence when you are purchasing a weapon. That's all I'm saying. And people still lose their shit. Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez on CNN. 18 kids and 3 adults dead so far. Shooter's grandmother still alive. Was airlifted. School shooter was born in North Dakota. Went to high school in Uvalde. And on his 18th birthday, bought 2 assault rifles. It won't get you going because it ain't about your hairline. You can't get me on the hairline. I am back. I am back to having my my balding pills. Guess who won the Arkansas governor primary? I don't know. Firearms overtook auto accidents as the leading cause of death in children, according to this report. Also covered in the NPR. For decades, auto accidents have been the leading cause of death among children. 2020, guns were the #1 cause, researchers say. Overall, firearm-related deaths increased 13% between 2019 and 2020, but such fatalities for those 1 to 19-year-olds jumped nearly 30%, according to a research letter in the New England Journal of Medicine. Researchers analyzed data collected by the CDC. They're lying, brother. They're working with the Chinese government. The CDC's lying, brother. Don't trust them. I don't. I know I don't. Researchers analyzed data collected by the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention showing that there were a record 45,222 firearm-related deaths in the U.S. in 2020. Patrick Carter, one of the authors of the research letter and co-director of the University of Michigan Institute for Firearm Injury Prevention, Cucks. Why are you trying to stop? Why are you trying to prevent firearm injuries from happening, you pussies? This is the liberal agenda, dude. Once again, the liberal agenda, the fucking nanny state. Why are we even giving money to an institution of learning if they're going to go ahead and learn how to take my rights away? Okay? If I want to injure children with my weapon, I should be able to do that. I thought this was America, not communist China. What the fuck? New votes drop. Cisneros increase 0.3% and Cuellar decrease. Cuellar decrease. During the pandemic too, holy shit. Yeah, well, you're fucking cooped up in home. You got guns, you want to fucking play with them. Boom, you kill yourself on accident as a child. Patrick Carter, more like Patrick Cuck, one of the authors of the research letter, that about 10% of those deaths were children. 4,357 were children. Has Patrick Carter researched why we can't make kids bulletproof? I think not. That's the problem. Studies showing that firearm violence increased during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, according to the research letter, the reason behind the increase in child deaths is attributed to guns is unclear. For decades prior to 2020, motor vehicle accidents were the leading cause of death. Carter tells NPR that the reason the two swap places is a tale of two stories. Firearm deaths we haven't made much progress on, in fact, increased in recent years, and we have a decrease in motor vehicle deaths. But over time, cars have become safer and driver education has improved. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and others have pushed for better child safety in cars, taking a scientific approach to the problem, Carter said. Yeah. Dude, why are you sending me fucking Eric Swalwell tweets, dude? My little boy just asked, did the bad guy from the grocery store come back? Is he going to come to our house? Now the MAGA Republicans will mock my son or say I'm making this up as they did when they asked about Buffalo. But these are the questions parents are fielding tonight. Why are you showing me? Why are you showing me the number one cuck? It's just so bad. Liberals literally cannot stop. They have to make up fake stories about their children. The only reason why a libtard ever has a child is so that they can make fake stories up about them. Okay, that's it. 54% of those 45K gun deaths, about 25K were suicides. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. Cisneros lost the lead. Am I reading this right? I don't know if the decision desk has this correct. God damn it, dude. No, Ruth Conda forever. Biden's special speech. Biden's speech on the big screen at the Herschel Walker Victory Party. As a nation, we have to ask, what in God's name are we going to do? Stand up to gun lobby? Biden says. The crowd yells out boos. Boo! Why would you want to stand up to the gun lobby? Boo! We want more dead children. Fuck you, Biden. Everyone likes to say this includes suicide, so we shouldn't count, but I had access to a gun when I was suicidal. I wouldn't be here right now. Ease of access matters. Yeah. The reason why... Dude, come on, New York Times. You're going to paywall a fucking congressional district runoff election result, dude? What the fuck is happening, dude? I mean, have you no shame? At least don't paywall this, man. What the fuck? It's literally an election. Jesus Christ. Cuellar is defeating Cisneros right now, which is not good by... Whoa. What the fuck? Get the hover browser extension. It's 63% in. Oh, they have 73% and Jessica Cisneros is defeating him, though. Okay. Wait, that has more votes. What the fuck? This says 14,000 votes, CNN showing. This only shows 12,000 votes. Total reported 25,000. Wait, what? Makes no... When the Second Amendment was made, the militia walked in square formation. Get it out for real? Dude, I don't give a fuck about the Second Amendment. Fuck the Constitution. Betting markets favoring Cuellar pretty heavily. DDHQ is more accurate. I can't get the DDHQ. Oh, well, I guess I can. Attorney General Ken Paxton, of course. Wait, where is it? Texas 28. What is happening here? Oh, here it is. County results. Henry Cuellar, 15,000. Uh-oh. A 300-year-old document written by men who follow a 5,000-year-old document. It's just fuck the Constitution. Fuck it. They have Starr and Duval reported. That's why they have Cuellar winning. It's more updated. We're not ready to get gun control, but we're ready to make kids bulletproof. Hell yeah, brother. I'm Brian Kemp, and I approve this message. All right.
And protect these kids. There's no doubt that if we wanted to make sure that there was someone ready and willing to defend these kids in these schools, we could do it. But I think that we also have to remember that we can't eradicate evil through legislation. And that the answer to our problems can't be, as Joe Biden said tonight, to just take on the gun lobby. At some point, we as a country need to understand that we can only overcome evil with good, and that God's power is more important and more powerful than any sort of power that a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. think that their brains can get together and fix evil in this world. Our answers are not in government. Our answers are with God, and with Him, evil can be overcome with good. Now, the Bible also says that there's going to be no peace for the wicked. And so I wouldn't want to be where this shooter is tonight, because it's not a great place. And I think that needs to be our focus as a country. And I think we've lost our way as a country. And somehow or another, we've gotten to a point where we believe that our answers are in government, and it's not.
Within, a very short period of time, I mean, even the president racing to politicize this, it's beyond inappropriate, and it's always, never let a tragedy go to waste, I guess. But you know what? Parents are literally, their lives have been ruined tonight. Families have lost their young children, and that cannot get lost on us. And a real solution, not a political solution, is, I think, what the moment calls for. Thank you both. All right, also tonight, we are continuing to get results from primaries in 5 states, including the state of Georgia. We go to our very own Bill Hammer. He's at the big board, as usual. It looks like we're getting close in...
I queued this one up for a reason here.
Yes, sir. Texas, I see it.
Yeah, because a couple things happening in Texas. A moment ago, Ken Paxton was declared the winner over George P. Bush in that runoff for the Attorney General's job. So Paxton advances to November, Sean, while at the same time he's under FBI investigation. That's on the Republican side. This is on the Democratic side. Jennifer Cisneros, I was explaining what her position was about 20 minutes ago, right? She's backed by all the progressives in Washington, AOC and Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. This is her 29th birthday. She used to intern for Henry Cuellar. 2 years ago, she lost an election trying to defeat Cuellar by about 2,700 votes. Cuellar, as I mentioned, he does not favor a lot of what the Biden policies are on the border, and he's a border congressman, by the way, and he's also pro-life. The last one there is among Democrats in the House today. So that's what's happening in Texas right now. Come on over here a moment. I'll show you what we have in Georgia, because before the night began, Georgia was the place of, I would say, a lot of drama. Perhaps there were a lot of questions as to how this state was going to go. In the Republican primary now, Herschel Walker advances in the University of Georgia red dog color, shall we say, Sean? Is that appropriate for Walker? Played his college ball at the University of Georgia in Athens. He will face off against Raphael Warnock. Going to be a lot of attention on this race now. You just heard Newt Gingrich talk about how does Warnock go back to Georgia and sell himself as a candidate that deserves re-election after he just narrowly won that special election a year and a half ago when gas prices are where they are. It's going to be a very interesting race to watch. Meanwhile, on the Republican side for the governor's race, it's done. Kemp is a winner. In fact, he's an easy winner. Brian Kemp is over David Perdue. Kemp won all over the state.
This is wild, dude. Brian Kemp fucking cumstered Purdue, and Donald Trump made it his like life's mission to just be like, Brian Kemp is bad, Brian Kemp is bad, Brian Kemp is bad. Kind of an interesting thing to analyze here, folks. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was really, really interesting to see. Herschel Walker is Christian Walker's father, by the way. And he's running against Raphael Warnock, and I do think that he is probably going to defeat him, unfortunately. But Kemp is still working to make it impossible for the state to go blue again in 2024. I'm just saying, it's interesting to see. Herschel Walker's going to absolutely obliterate Warnock. Yeah. I'm going to end it, though. I'm going to end the broadcast here. Done 8 hours of uninterrupted coverage on the issues that have been taking place. And I'm tired. Love you all, but, you know, I am, like I said, I'm tired. I worked out. And there's going to be a lot to cover tomorrow as well, obviously. And we will continue to do so. But I'm going to need to, you know, decompress a little bit. So, last 3-minute ad break now. And fingers crossed, hoping that Jessica Cisneros defeats Henry Cuellar, the only election that I care about. But yeah. Fuck. Dumbass mic stand, dude. Something for yourself tonight? Maybe. I have a friend's birthday tonight, so maybe I'll have some fun. Who knows? But yeah, once again, going to the stream and learning about things. No, not Maya or Myth, obviously, because neither of them. Myth's not doing anything for his birthday. I tried to get him to do something. He doesn't want to do it. And Maya's not here. Texas. If I'm not mistaken. I have another friend, not on Twitch. I have a normie friend. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Sunlight to the sunlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord as your prop grenades take on rain.
LGBTQ force. The whole left at your fingertips, only at your door. H3 crowded up at the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again a sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again the sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin Show, Gervais, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown, a full-blown mass pandemic's months are streaming from your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.